grand slam, drove in 5. Ohtani finished a triple shy of hitting for the cycle. The United States starts play tonight down in Houston against Brazil. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The NFL's legal tampering period gets underway Monday at noon. Get all the latest news right here on your home for breaking sports news in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Is it awesome outside or what? Man, nice to walk into work today. A little bit of sunshine. I saw some snow yesterday, still lingering on Som Center Road. And I was like, what? What's going on here, man? We are in for a great weekend. We are going to have a lot of fun. Life is good. Cavaliers with a gigantic game coming up on Sunday against Boston. National TV. 1 o'clock. I can't wait for that. Plus, we have all kinds of Browns news that is just teetering on breaking or is about to break, and we'll find out what's going on with free agency, officially, unofficially, I don't know, tampering-wise on Monday. So there are a lot of cool things to talk about. Tom Withers is in. He has pulled off the hat trick now, his third day in a row, and you have decided to walk back in the door, and we have not chased you out of here. Yes, Tom, I'm so proud of you.
Your fault.
So proud of you.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I am, I'll apologize again for my voice. I'm struggling a little bit, waiting for my medicine ball here of lemonade and peppermint tea and peach tea to kick in.
You are good. You're good.
I'm
Dan, tell the man he's good.
He's good. We'll get you home.
Thanks.
That's what we're here for.
You know,
all right. Appreciate it.
It's closing time, baby.
Carry me.
We don't have to. You've done a fantastic job the last 2 days, and we look forward to many, many more days with you filling in, or either me or Jeff or whatever show it is. Doesn't matter. Okay.
Very nice.
So we
wait a second. It's game day for you, man. You ready?
Yeah, it's
okay.
game day.
All
it's
right.
game day. We'll see. I'm ready.
We'll move on. Go ahead.
We'll see. No, it's a great weekend. I'll just give you the 30-second rundown that go out and if you get a chance. I mean, obviously, saw the NCAA wrestling billboard up here this weekend, so it's going to be fun coming up when that's in town.
The grapplers are coming.
Man, they're great. They're great. But again, it's not about, we sit here and we talk about the Browns, the Cavs, the Guardians. We talk about pro sports all the time. But, underneath all that are great communities of gymnastics and swimming and wrestling and hockey and all those other sports that sometimes get overlooked. So overwhelming majority of folks, if they're in it for a little bit, then they get out and then they move forward. And the one consistent, and it's why you hear what you hear on the air all the time. We'll just go behind the curtain. Is you hear Browns, you hear Guardians, you hear Cavs, you hear Ohio State, you hear the major stuff because it affects probably 50 to 60% of the people, 70%.
I get it. Yeah.
So anyway, it's a big weekend for high school hockey. Obviously, there's the Brooklyn side and then the Kent side of things. Oh, again, Northeast Ohio gets 2 tickets to Columbus for the state tournament. The West Side teams and then the East Side teams. East Side teams wrap up tonight at Kent. That'll be University School against Gilmore Academy, and then on the West Side, you're looking at St. Ignatius and St. Ed's. You got Holy War. So that's tomorrow.
Here's the question, though: is your squad ready?
Every squad's ready. I'll tell you, they're all ready. Do you think I'm not gonna?
No
Kevin's?
ammo? Yeah.
I mean, it's not my team. I'm just a lowly little JV coach. That's all I am. So, but it should be fun. It should be good.
No such thing as a lowly little JV coach, by the way. All coaches are important.
Oh, thank you. And so are referees.
Absolutely.
And so are referees.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get into what the big story is today, though. Deshaun Watson has had his contract restructured. Basically, they're giving him cash, right? And stretch it out for a little bit. It gets him under the cap, and it helps things out. Now, I'm taking all that money I just saved and going and getting Tyler Linderbaum, the center from the Ravens. Everyone that looks at me and they tell me I'm crazy for thinking that, but look, and by the way, you'd probably be looking at $20 million. You're $40 million right out of the gate after the investment you made last week, and then you want to bring Joel Bitonio back. I do. I want Joel to come back.
Yep.
It's a pretty expensive offensive line, so I don't know if that's what they'll do, but you also have to expect that we'll see other players that are going to stretch out. You would think Denzel Ward would probably stretch out his contract. Anybody who's making significant money would probably, and why wouldn't you? Oh, I'll take the cash.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Pay me deferred. You make the interest on it.
All due respect, at least Deshaun contributed something this season, right?
Well, he's done it time and time again. Yes.
Yeah, he comes through every single time with a restructuring for them. So, yeah, this was totally expected, Andy. We thought it would happen today. It's happened this morning. They will stretch that baby out a little bit. He'll get some more cash in his pocket. It had to happen for the Browns, to your point, to be able to do anything next week. So I'm not so sure about the Linderbaum thing. I still think
no one is. Like I'm dreaming.
I know.
I'm
Pie in
like,
the sky. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right to dream big. That's what you're supposed to do.
I just don't know if they could figure out a way to kind of. Do you know how much stronger your offensive line would be if you could bring him in? You don't have to worry about getting a rookie up to speed, even if you draft him with the 6th pick.
Yeah, I just think all this kind of negotiating in the media almost that's gone on with him over the last couple of weeks is going to force the Ravens' hand, and you're going to hear that he's been signed to the richest contract for a center in the history of
don't you
the
feel
world.
feels very Lamar, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Although Lamar seemed to be, I think Lamar was vocal, and Tyler really hasn't said anything.
Yeah.
His agent hasn't said anything. So
Not to say, though, that the Browns, there's not some other moves that they can make next week. So, it'll be exciting. We'll see what they get done. But, this was a procedural thing that needed to be done today for obvious reasons.
All right, so Nathan Zegura was on with the morning show. We're going to play some of his clips here in a couple minutes here. But as Dan and I we were driving in, we were just talking a little bit, and like I'm really curious where you are on this. And I know most folks have an opinion, and I want to hear it at 216-474-0092. If the season started today, who's the quarterback? If the season started today, and I will give you the caveat of quarterback X, so we don't even know who it is, just like Racer X, it's quarterback X.
Okay, but quarterback X is not here today.
Quarterback X is not here today, but could be here next week or could be here in the draft, and so you have 4 choices. Okay, quarterback X, Deshaun, Shedeur, Gabriel. Right, that's 4.
Gotcha, yeah. To me, X marks the spot. I mean, that would be the guy.
X is the quarterback.
In my mind, yeah. Given all we've talked about, right? That Shedeur, has shown signs, but is not quite, in my opinion, ready to be the franchise quarterback. Call that what you will. We don't know about Deshaun's health yet. I mean, goodness gracious, he looks fantastic on these Instagram postings that he does almost on a daily basis.
Right. He is keeping Instagram going.
Well, I mean, incredibly fit. Looks like he's throwing the ball well. He's throwing to air. All those kinds of things. You can knock that back as much as you need to. So, I have said since we started really discussing this, I don't think that their quarterback of the future per se is on this roster right now.
So you have confidence in saying that the man who's going to start game 1 is not here.
That's how I feel right now.
Okay.
That's today.
Okay.
Monday could be different.
Now, here's where Dan and I might go at it a little bit. Dan, who is the quarterback if tomorrow they had to play a game?
Shedeur Sanders.
Why?
Because I think he's the only quarterback that's sitting on this roster that I could sell the magical word of hope. I can sell the idea that this guy could possibly be a franchise quarterback, that you could maybe get it together, and the arrow might actually point the direction of up when it comes to him. I at least have some level of excitement. I can at least get people into the building. I can at least sell the idea that maybe this works out. And the other part of it, too, is he's cheap, which does wonders for your cap and does wonders for your team, not only this year, but down the road, that you can actually build around him.
I will counter that by saying whoever quarterback X is that will be brought in here will come in with probably a better resume than Shedeur.
Correct.
Right? So that would tell me that you would make that switch. I don't know.
I just think you have too many holes. That's my only thing with quarterback.
I don't disagree
X.
with that.
So here's my argument. I will say, and I've been saying this since the middle of last season, and you were right, I thought he would get at least one start last year.
Still on my list.
I think Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback to start the season as of today, if he is healthy. If he's healthy. And guys, I mean, he was an $80.7 million hit, right? He was owed $47 million in base in this. I don't know anybody that just takes money and burns it. I don't care. I don't care if they said swing and a miss. They also haven't said, and this is why I think Deshaun over Shedeur right now, because if Shedeur was their quarterback, they've had 1,000,000 times to come out and just say Shedeur is the starting quarterback next year. And
they haven't.
Right, they haven't.
I know. Go ahead.
So, but the other part of the argument too is Deshaun, and why wouldn't they come out and just say Deshaun's the starting quarterback? Because he's coming off an injury. So you leave yourself a little bit of wiggle room there. That's why.
injury. How about multiple injuries?
I get it. But I'm just saying, if you walk into the season with, and you're not 100%, or there are questions about whether you're 100%, now it's there.
And in terms of burning money, I've seen fires, dumpster, and otherwise over there in Berea. There's been some other contracts that have gone up in flames, so to speak.
Do you know if they just would have paid off the media, they would have had so many healthy, positive stories. Yep. All this money they burned on players and coaches, and
you didn't know the real reason behind my retirement.
Oh, I didn't realize it. Yes,
the old payola.
It's a double buyout.
Hey, by the way, I do like the fact that all
T.W. Haslam can I help you?
I do like the fact that all three of us are in different places with this quarterback situation. Oh, by the way, I think that's the way it is: East Side, West Side, South Side in this town right now. In terms of even just people I run into, everybody's coming at it from a different place. So it's going to be resolved. It's going to take a little bit of time. Again, a procedural first step today in terms of clearing some money with Deshaun. I understand where you're coming from, Andy, that you want to get some return on investment here, right? That you've waited and waited and waited for this guy to get unsuspended, whatever, eligible, healthy, showing signs of what he was in Houston. I get all of that. I think that ship has long sailed. I don't see any way in what, other than, Shedeur either, not doing his thing in any competition during the summer. They bring in quarterback X, or they draft a rookie who they see as maybe the next guy. Maybe they end up taking Ty Simpson with the 24th pick. We don't know their plan. I'm not sure they know their plan.
You know what the most Cleveland thing is, though, right?
Go ahead.
The most Cleveland thing ever is Deshaun starts the season. Deshaun wins 9-10 games this year.
Hold on a second.
Browns make the playoffs, and now a year from now, everyone's saying, well, I don't understand. They're going to have to extend Deshaun, aren't they? Are they going to they've already kind of they got to bring him back, man. We got to bring him here. That is the most Cleveland Browns story I could possibly write.
Okay, with as polarizing as number 12 is, and we've talked about that we both like Shedeur, number 4 is at a different level when it comes to those terms, right?
Right.
So you're telling me week 1 next year,
no, what I'm saying you is the storyline. I'm not saying that he's the quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the most Cleveland Browns story is Deshaun stepping out on the field, team winning 9-10 games, making the playoffs, maybe even winning a game in the playoffs. And then all of a sudden, when I say 216-474-0092, people will say, I don't understand. Why would you get rid of a quarterback that did that?
The most Cleveland story ever would be re-signing Joe Flacco and bringing him back in to start next year.
Well, that's valid.
Right? I mean, that would be about as Cleveland as it gets.
Here's the Shedeur Sanders argument, and I'm bringing in special help from our buddy Tyvis Powell.
Okay.
Whether you in the Shedeur camp or you're against Shedeur, you want him to be the starting quarterback both sides. Why? Because if you wish Shedeur and he does well, boom, you got your franchise quarterback. You can tell the world how risked up he was the guy. And if you're against Shedeur, you want him to do bad. So if he do bad, you'll get the first pick of the draft and you'll get your quarterback. So therefore, both sides really should come together like butt cheeks on this one.
Come together like butt cheeks.
And that is why he was honored in the Hallow Halls of Bedford High School as a Hall of Famer just a few weeks ago. That's why we love him. All right, your thoughts, and then I want you to hear what Nathan Zegura had to say about the quarterback and DJ Moore. We're going to talk about that when we come back. Bob Ryan is with us today, sports columnist, used to be for the Boston Globe, one of the best that's ever.
The Bob Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best to ever have a finger touch the key.
Yes, sir.
Or right. Frank Stamms, former Brown, former Notre Dame member of the Fighting Irish, and former player of Lou Holtz is going to join us at high noon. And then we're going to go back. We'll talk more Cavs at 1 with Gary Washburn. It is a fantastic Friday. It's gorgeous outside. Take us with us as you're driving around Northeast Ohio today. Enjoy the weather, and let's take a big, big breath here and figure out what could happen with the quarterback with free agency starting on Monday. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers is in.
Both sides.
Brazil. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You can always hit us up on social media at CLE Talking Heads. He is Tom Withers. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Menningen is here. So is Meredith Kane. Everybody's hanging out. We're talking, obviously quarterback is a big deal. And Nathan Zagura had some stuff to say about the quarterback. We're going to get to that in a second. First of all, I know Dan was very preoccupied this morning. Were you able to get the tickets you needed?
No.
You did not?
No.
Why not?
It flew fast. What do you want me to tell you?
The concert you wanted to see was sold out that quick?
Yeah, it happens. We'll see. There'll be more time.
How much time did you have to
We'll
get the
make it work.
tickets? Like 5 minutes?
We'll make it work. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
What, the venue only holds like 800
Not worried
people?
about it either. Move along.
Oh, are we?
I tell you what.
Am I getting you
We're
in
a little
trouble?
grumpy about the fact that we didn't get tickets, okay? We're not happy about it. Trying to cope.
You got
Doing our best.
You got connections, Madigan. We'll get you in there. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
no kidding. We can't.
I don't have connections. I don't have these cool kid connections.
You
I need to
understand?
find
Our
some.
brother next door, NCX, got to be able to help you out, don't they? Come on.
All right, I'll start asking around.
All right, but so let me just walk me through this really quick. You hop online at X time and then you try to get in, and
Yeah,
it
you
was
try
all
to get
online.
in.
And
It's a challenge, man. You've got to have all bases covered if you're going to try that route to get tickets. It's damn near. I feel so bad for people. Like the Springsteen thing a couple
Yeah.
weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
We all know about the Taylor Swift tickets and how crazy those were.
Ridiculous.
It is really difficult. Not only that,
is there a trick?
there's kind of ways of circumventing it, Dan. Agreed? Like
There's a couple ways.
Can you
If
be
got
on multiple
pre-sales
computers and phones and stuff like that at the same time?
A
or?
lot of it is artist pre-sales. If you sign up early, they'll send you the pre-sale.
Correct.
And if you kind of get in there, then you've got a shot.
So in other words, yeah, or if you were like a super fan and you listened to band X on Spotify, then suddenly you're like, your preferred customer, so to speak. And so, yeah, you can get like a pre-sale. No different than like the Guardians or Cavs putting playoff tickets up.
I was worried. He was stressed, man. He was totally stressed.
Yeah, it's a challenge. And not only that,
Yeah, I struck out. People moved too slowly this morning, too, to confirm.
let's talk about ticket prices too. Been to a show lately? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't.
It's why I stick to the Grog Shop and the Agora.
Yeah,
Bargain bands.
I do a lot of Jacobs. I'm not gonna lie. I do a lot of Jacobs Pavilion.
Yeah,
just because I love.
And
that
that's
venue.
a reasonable ticket though. That's usually depending on the artist. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. The last time I spent a couple $100 was on Andrea Bocelli.
Oh, that's worth it.
Wow.
Man. So I had some friends that had good seats, and they're season ticket holders. And
I
I
spent
said,
some euros. Go ahead.
and I was like, hey, can I buy them through you? And they were like, yeah, no problem. And next thing I know, it's like, I was like, wow, how much did I just spend? But it was worth it. I mean, the show was totally worth it. And my wife loves Andrea Bocelli, so it was worth it.
I'll only go so far, even for my favorite
I got to
bands.
be honest. If you would have told a 35-year-old Andy Baskin you were going to spend money to go see, first of all, even $5 on Bocelli, he would have been like, what are you insane?
So,
And then, you have a couple kids and you don't go out very often. Next thing you know, you're like, yeah, that's going to take a couple months to pay off these tickets. Okay.
quick story. The Who did their latest farewell tour, right? They've been
Right.
doing those since 1982, what have you.
Right.
I didn't see them this time around. They didn't come to Cleveland. They didn't come anywhere close to us, to be honest with you. Anyway, my brother, who's been a fan as long as I have, paid $1,600 for one seat, Madison Square Garden, 5th row. Said it was worth every nickel.
Really?
He said he absolutely had the time of his life, yeah.
I felt bad when the Stones were here.
The stadium, yeah.
My brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they flew in from Utah. And he's doing great. They just retired. And so he's like, okay, I'm coming in. He could only find one ticket for where he wanted to sit. So he bought tickets in multiple places. And I think he paid like $2,000 for the seat he was in.
I bet.
For one single ticket. I don't know, man. If I'm going to a concert, I want to go with somebody else. I'm not a big go to a concert by myself
See,
guy.
I'm a solo guy.
You are?
Well, mostly because it's usually whatever band I'm going to see, I don't know anybody else that likes them. So if I'm going to go see at the drive-in at the Agora, solo mission.
Right.
Yeah, which is fine. I love live music. I don't care. I usually go and make friends there then. You know what I mean? Like talking to people around you and stuff.
I got a buddy of mine lives in Toledo. He's just like, he's into like all this stuff. And if you say even a group that's even a teensy bit popular, he'll be like, oh, they suck. Like, he's that guy.
Right.
But so we have friends that we all went to high school with, and they're all over the country. And so he'll fly to their house, and it'd be like, hey, or he'll Uber over to, like he went to Red Rock a couple of months ago to go see some band that I had never heard of. And he probably saw him 15 times in Detroit. And he went by himself. And I'm just like, there's no way. That's not me. I can't do that. I can't do that at all. Let's bring up the other story later because I know you wanted to talk about something else.
No worries.
Musically. All right, so let's go back to what we were talking about when it comes to the Browns. And, I think all three of us are on a different level. But Nathan Zegura this morning was on the morning show and brought up some stuff about the quarterback. Dan, walk me down this road, will you?
I mean, you pretty much set it up. Nathan Zegura with the morning show was asked about a three-man quarterback competition going into camp.
I don't think you can have three quarterbacks. Do you know what I mean? Trying to compete and sort this out. So as you're currently constructed, I think that it's got to be, Deshaun and Shedeur Sanders are going to have a competition to be the starting quarterback. That's what Todd Monken has said. That's what I believe to be the case right now. And I think Deshaun Watson is very much in that competition. Now, if you were to bring in another quarterback that you really thought had a legitimate chance to start, then I would say that somebody's got to go.
All right. I said this last year. Everyone thought I was nuts when they said they were going to take four quarterbacks in the regular season. And I'm like, guys, are you serious? Really? They're not taking four quarterbacks into the regular season. No one's doing that. Stop. Someone's getting traded. And I look at them, oh, they're definitely doing it. Jeff would look at me and go, I think they're going to do it. I think they're going in with four. I'm going, Jeff, they're not. They're not. And then I was on an island for a little bit thinking, man, what if Jeff's right? And then I was right. So I felt good about it.
Pickett got traded.
And then Pickett got traded.
On and on and on. I would agree with Nathan. And I think you and I have said this over the last 2 weeks, is that we don't see a scenario where it's a three-man competition, right? I think should they sign quarterback X, then I think we get into potentially Deshaun Watson being released after June 1st. I think that's still a conversation that could be had. I know you're not big on...
Can they do that fiscally? No?
No.
Why not?
So what would happen, you would take a massive... Well, put it this way. If you do it post-June 1, then you do not take a cap hit at all besides the salary he's already making. Okay. So that would be the way you would have to do it, which would basically be, here's the full length of your contract, go home. That's kind of how you'd have to do it. So
couldn't today's restructuring be a trigger toward that? I don't know. Because I don't know the specifics of what they did.
It would leave you at about the same place.
Okay.
What the restructuring does today is it gives you cap space now and makes all of those void years. They put like dummy years, void years at the end of the contract, essentially.
Right.
Those are the numbers that get a little bit higher. So it's basically, what are you penalized in the future for the fact that you're doing it now? Think of it like a credit card.
How far can they push that out? Do you know? Is there is there a limitation on how many years you can go? Is it a 10?
I think it's 3.
Oh, only 3? Oh, God.
Yeah, I think they don't let you do like the Bobby Bonilla deal. Like, they don't let anything like that take place.
Right.
Yeah, I believe it's only 3, but don't hold me to that.
So it catches up to you at some point.
Correct. It's kind of like, again, it's a credit card. It's the same general idea.
So his 2020, I don't know how this plays after today, but his 2026 cash salary was $46 million. His 2026 cap hit was $80.7 million. And then obviously his total contract was $230 million, but that was back in 22.
And that's because of all the penalties that have come down from them restructuring that contract. That's why that cap number is as high as it is.
That's an astounding amount of money,
isn't it nuts?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
To not take snaps? To hold a clipboard? To put your
I've never seen him hold a clipboard,
play?
by the way.
I don't think I have either. No, you're right. Sorry. Has he ever worn a baseball hat on the sideline?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's worn a baseball
Usually a
hat.
stocking cap, though. All due respect to him. I know he's working hard to get himself back in playing condition. He wants to resurrect a career that has gone as sideways as maybe any we've ever seen, Andy. This is one of the most colossal failures in NFL history.
What is it called when you're doing football? It's called karaoke. Is that what they call it? Or when you put your arms out and you go side to side rather than going forward? Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it was always called karaoke.
I think it is.
Okay. He is the best karaoke football player in the history of
It's really painful. So, and again, I'll I'll parrot what I said a little earlier. I can't see them force feeding him on the fan base once again. I know you're convinced that they got to get some kind of return.
It ain't about the fan base.
Yeah, I know. Well,
it's about the checkbook.
It's about Brook Park and getting ready, which is why I still think that this is all, whatever happens this year.
If it was about Brook Park, I would have Shedeur start. I wouldn't even think twice about it.
Yeah, and I think, and to Dan's point, that's a very rational, reasonable way of looking at 2026.
And by the way, I would just come out and say Shedeur's your starter. They're not going to. I know with a new coach, you really can't do that.
You can't. Yeah, not yet.
Fresh slate.
You get through OTAs, though, and you haven't made another move, and before you get to training camp, maybe you think about that. Depending.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me ask this question. Will we have a quarterback in-house next Wednesday, a new quarterback?
I'll say no.
Dan? Oh,
no.
Pensive. Okay, thank you.
No, because I think they'll go through the draft. Now, if you asked me that question,
cheaper?
If you asked me that question at May 1, we might be having a different conversation.
I'm still thinking what I said the other day.
Because Flacco was right around there, right? Flacco was like May 1.
He was.
That they did it. It was like somewhere in that general area.
Boys, I still think there's a quarterback out there we're not talking about that is in play. And I'm dying to find out who it is.
Somebody's backup, and then we're going to trade
backup, or somebody that
we're
is
going to
just
trade a third and a fifth.
Somebody that's not necessarily anchored in wherever they're at right now that can be got for not much.
This is all from your gut, though. You have no
gut, but also a gut.
Has anyone led you down that road? I'm not saying they had to be in house.
No, they haven't. But what's a couple people have led me down the road to believe, which I've felt all along, is that they're looking towards next year's draft already. So I do have that in my pocket.
Wouldn't it be nice if they could look at next year's draft and not have to have a quarterback, though?
Oh, God.
That's the dream.
It is the dream.
Right?
That's Dan's point. That's like Tyvis's point. Start Shedeur. Hope it catches. Hope he shows more promise than he even showed in his 7 games this year. And you're on. You're done.
Jim and Strong. Sorry.
If it catches, great. If it doesn't, you're in by for a quarterback, and both sides should come together like butt cheeks.
There you go. Thank you.
Great
Jim.
time, Powell.
Hey, Andy, real quick, just on the money. I know you're like return on investment. This is not my point, but look, the only reason the Browns are able to restructure all these deals and keep pushing the cap hits back is because Jimmy Haslam is willing to actually spend cash now. That's not something every NFL owner is willing to do. That's not something every NFL owner even can do. The Bengals can't do it.
True.
A lot of family. He is spending massive amounts of cash.
Yes.
But anyways, my point is this, guys. Just what
and
you
guess
just said
what?
about
But he's
quarterback.
also put himself in that position, though, too.
Yeah.
The failure of this is what's forced that.
I'm not saying.
And by the way,
I'm not judging it. I'm just saying.
I got you, Jim.
In terms of.
And is this just kind of escrow, and you're going to have to pay for it somewhere down the road when you get into the new dome? Maybe you'll be paying it back.
I probably will be, but here's my point. You guys just brought it all up, and listen, I think the Browns are in a good spot, and I agree. I think their eyes are towards 2027. And having said that, I look at it this way: the Browns right now have 2 drafts and 2 off seasons to rebuild the offensive line, you get your wide receiver. Or I think the Browns are in a position. And granted, Andrew Berry needs to go out and execute. I'm not saying that that's guaranteed, but he is in a position right now where he can make the roster for the first time in however many years, and we can go in and say, hey, you know what? This roster is ready for a rookie quarterback to come in and give him the best opportunity. We got a veteran coach. We've got that's why I would draft a wide receiver. I don't think taking 2 linemen in the first round this year is a good idea because, one, if you're going to draft a quarterback next year, you want a young wide receiver on your roster with high potential that's going to have a year under his belt. I just look at 2027 as the year when you can say, hey, you know what? We've got this roster pretty well set up. This is a great time to bring in a rookie quarterback. I don't think that means that they're going in and mailing it in and saying, we're going into next year and we're going to tank. No, that's not. They're building the team around the quarterback. So I just want, everybody always says, well, if that guy ended up here, it wouldn't work out because the roster, this is again, he has to execute, but this is the time he has the opportunity to build the roster. So that's all I'm saying, guys.
Jim, thank you.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks, Dan.
Goodbye, Jim. Today's phone call from Jim. Courtesy of...
Sorry, you go a minute 30 straight without taking a breath. It's time.
Courtesy of the City of Strongsville. Thank you, City of Strongsville. All right, let's come back. Let's regroup. There was some more Nathan Segura stuff, too, that I want to get to that he said this morning, in particular DJ Moore, and how that affects the Browns. Bob Ryan is going to join us at 11. Frank Stamps at high noon. Gary Washburn at 1. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers.
the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today. Bob Ryan, less than 20 minutes away. Looking forward to talking to him coming up down the road. I'm looking forward to Sunday and this matchup with the Celtics. I know we're going to get to that in a little bit, but Bob's going to talk to us about, excuse me, what's going on with the Celtics. They've got a big night tonight.
All things Boston from Bob Ryan.
Yeah, did you hear Shaughnessy was on this morning for the morning show? I don't know if you caught it. Did you catch any of that?
Dano?
Yeah, I really like Dano.
He's great.
He loves, I don't know, is there some bar that's near the ballpark that's cheap beer? He brings it up every time he's on the air.
Well, compared to Boston, everything's cheap here.
You know what? You're right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But he was just not a James Harden fan at all. I mean, was ripping him. But to me, it just, and then he asked a question and the guys didn't really respond. He just said, is he making your team better? It was one of the questions he had brought up with him. And I was just like, yes. And I'm just listening. I'm driving around and I'm like, yes. Have you seen our big guys? Yes.
He's unlocked something with the big guys, for sure, Andy. But I think we also need to remind ourselves that James Harden, and I've said this before, was the missing piece in Brooklyn, the missing piece in Philadelphia, and with the Los Angeles Clippers, and didn't get the job done. That's the narrative of his career right now. Now, I know he's got a chance to change that, and the honeymoon period continues, and we've liked what we've seen so far. But things are different in the playoffs, dude. It's March. We got a long way to go here.
I don't know. I could see it next year. I don't see it right now. I see him hungry for a contract. I see him hungry to change the narrative that you just explained. I see these things. Man, I hope that, we're not just seeing a mirage in the desert.
He also walked into an incredibly good situation, right?
Right.
He doesn't have to be the guy, and not necessarily, he wasn't always the guy in those other spots as well.
Right.
But he can be a sidecar now to Donovan if he's willing to be so. And as I've said before too, I still think there are some junctures coming up here where they got to figure out who's going to be the guy down the stretch, who's taking that shot. We really haven't seen that yet, other than the Denver game where he stepped up and made a big three down the stretch. So listen, I can understand why the outside perception, Dan O'Shaughnessy and others included, feels that way about James Harden. It's who James Harden is to this point in his career.
All right, we'll come back to this because we're coming back to the Cavs. Again, we're talking to Bob Bryan at 11 o'clock. Nathan Zegura was on the morning show, and one of the other things that he brought up, other than the thought of, he said the Browns, I can't remember, did he say they will go to camp with three quarterbacks, or they?
No, he's saying it's unlikely that would happen only because you can't.
Right.
And have, Shedeur and Deshaun competing for the starting job.
So one of those guys would get traded.
Yeah, you would think, get moved. Released, whatever you want to call it.
Before I get on DJ Moore, I just can't. I'm really wondering where the Shedeur fans are lately. They're kind of. I don't know if they're kind of in. They were so boisterous and so. I mean, people say they're cult-like. I get it. I understand it. I totally do. I understand why you would be like that about him, but I don't hear anything. It's been 2-3 weeks here, and the Browns haven't said a word other than. Outside, Shedeur's here, Gabriel's here, Watson's here. We're looking for another guy. The Browns, if I'm a Shedeur Sanders fan, the Browns have given me zero confidence in the fact that he's going to be the starting quarterback next year. Zero.
No, except though you like the fact that he seems to already have a connection with Monken, right?
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Right?
They had the
Horsehead thing?
Yeah, the Horsehead thing. There seems to be a connection there. So that's a good starting point, particularly if you are a Shedeur fan and felt that Kevin Stefanski was sabotaging him and doing all he could to keep him off the field. So,
by the way, we have at our house, or my mom had him. I just picked him up actually. Horsehead bookends.
Okay.
I was like, well, maybe if I meet Todd, I'll give him to him.
Will you?
I don't know if I got to know the guy, I would probably give it to him. But
Coach Monk. Yeah,
hang in with Monk.
I did see also, by the way, a clip of Quinshon Judkins with a little bit of a backhanded shot at Stefanski. I guess apparently he had a. Whether it was in person or a phone call, I wasn't quite clear. But Judkins had a first meeting with Coach Monken and said, it was raving about. First of all, he said my previous coach, without naming Stefanski, was very even keeled, and I think that was because Kevin had been here for 6 years. He was meeting a rookie running back. He's probably going to be about as even keeled as it gets, right?
He is the definition of how the scales of justice are even.
He is Kevin even keeled Stefanski.
Yeah.
And then he said that it's very obvious to him that Todd Monken is a player's coach, and listen, Todd Monken's the new guy in town, right? He's trying to establish relationships with all these guys.
Talking about Harden's honeymoon. He's on a honeymoon right now too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was interesting. So, in terms of the Shedeur fan base,
wait, hang on a second. Are we saying, was he ripping?
Again, it wasn't ripping as much as he was effusive in his praise of Monken.
That Monken has a different approach than Kevin does.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it.
Well, and that's not surprising at all, right?
I don't know. I'm sure Kevin's still picking eggshells off the bottom of his feet in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
It's like everybody in Berea at some point has to walk on eggshells.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, right? You get hired to be fired, and so it's again. I think it's good from the standpoint that Quinshon feels that way about his new coach. It's good that Shedeur feels that way about his new coach. So I think all that.
I love Quinshon, but he wasn't here in the beginning of the year. What do you want?
I know. I wasn't going to bring that up, but I'm glad you did.
Well, it's just the truth. I mean,
I know.
You miss a golden opportunity to spend some bonding time with your head coach, and your perception of him may be different. I don't know. Did he want Kevin to call him while he was going through? Maybe he did call him, and who knows?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, though.
It was a little bit weird, and I think, it was probably one of those situations where he's on a podcast, he's asked a question that puts him in kind of a strange scenario, and probably said more than he should have, or maybe it came out the wrong way. But nonetheless, I do think, as I mentioned before, I think it's good that Shedeur is already clicking with Monken on some level. As I said last week, I thought it was interesting what we didn't hear from Monken and Barry about Shedeur, other than what we've heard so many times, which is showed a lot of promise. He's been working harder, et cetera, et cetera. So, like you, I have been a little surprised that there hasn't been more pushback from that camp, because that's all we've gotten from them is pushback.
All right. Nathan Zegura also on the morning show today talking about DJ Moore and obviously going to the Bills from Chicago, and how that might affect the Browns.
I think what the Buffalo Bills did yesterday is going to make it a heck of a lot harder to trade for a wide receiver than it was before they did that. Kind of the talk around the league that everybody thought that was an incredibly rich compensation package that they gave up to get DJ Moore, a second-round pick for a guy who hasn't had 1,000 yards in 3 of his last 4 seasons, and is being paid a lot. And then they guaranteed some of his money into 2028. So if you are the Philadelphia Eagles with A.J. Brown, you're saying if that's what DJ Moore got, I'm going to need a lot more than that. So I think that could make this a lot harder. And then in the case of Marvin Harrison, has he produced at the level anybody expected? No, but he's still on a rookie contract for 2 years, potentially 3, if you look at, obviously the 50-year option. Marvin Harrison Jr. was highly regarded coming out. It hasn't worked out. You'd have to dive into why that is, but I think that they're going to want even more compensation than a DJ Moore. These are obviously, you'd say, well, listen, it hasn't worked out here, but we know his talent, an ascending player. So I think that Bills trade and a little bit of the desperation they put in that might make it harder for some of these wide receiver deals to get done.
He walked himself back, and I was going to do the same thing. I think it's a unique situation in Buffalo, right?
Right.
Desperate to find the guy for Josh Allen, right? They were in a situation where we got to go out and find a number 1 or a number 1A receiver. They got rid of Stephon Diggs 2 years ago.
Right.
Never really replaced him, right? You went into last year with, Keon Coleman, who was a headache, Shakir. Trying to think of some of their other, playmakers. They didn't really have any.
No
right?
one's jumped off the page.
No, and it was they left Josh to do it on his own, and so Buffalo was in a weird situation. They had to overpay, I think, to get a guy of DJ Moore's caliber. I don't think the Browns nearly fall into that window. First of all, we don't know who the quarterback is going to be, right?
Right.
Secondly, we've already established, I think, that they're going to find a wide receiver or 2 in the draft, right? I think free agency is also another route in which they can go. I don't necessarily see a trade situation where they're going out and getting a 1 or a 1A or wherever you want to put Jerry Jeudy on the depth chart. They clearly got to upgrade that position, but I don't think it's necessarily going to come through trade.
I don't. And then he's also saying that to get Marvin Harrison, it's going to cost more now. I think the closer you get to trade, I don't know. Once you get a few days, unless he gets swooped up early in free agency or even in the trade, I don't know. Time seems to dissipate. And, the other thing that always seems weird is when we get to the draft and somebody trades an active player for other players, it's never what you thought it was going to be.
Isn't that the truth?
You're like, oh, Marvis Harrison.
Fifth rounder.
Yeah, you're like, I thought that guy was a first or second rounder.
I know.
It happens every year.
I totally agree with you, Andy. And on almost every trade, at least for me, I overvalue guys incredibly. But when when they do all the analytics and they figure out what the true value is for a second or third round pick, it's a lot more than you and I ever thought.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. I don't know. Only because I think the problem too, Andy, for us in following the Browns over these years is that we've seen so many second and third round picks just fail, right?
Oh,
and so
third round is like the worst round ever.
Oh, great. We got the 112th pick. What's that going to do for us?
I got to be honest. The Browns should probably petition the NFL to make the draft like an elevator that doesn't have floor 13. Maybe we should avoid floor 3. How many third-round wide receivers has this team tried to make something out of nothing?
Go ahead.
It's all the time.
Anthony Schwartz.
I'm not going down this road.
I know you can't.
We could do an hour on it.
Yeah, we could.
And it was just like, all right, hopefully they get a wide receiver. But
Brian Robisky.
Oh, man.
Great kid,
I thought
though.
Brian was going to make it.
I did, too. I thought once again.
We loved his dad, too, right?
We were also scarlet and gray blinded by what we thought he could be.
Yeah, well, the other, he walked right out of the popcorn shop, right? We're like, Chagrin Falls.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna be great.
Hall of Fame.
But why didn't we do that for Brian Hoyer? That is the biggest enigma ever in Browns history.
That one hurts you.
It does because Brian played well.
I know.
I mean, yeah, I know in the end maybe it fell off a little bit, but I just don't I'll never understand why we turned our back on Brian Hoyer.
Shout out to the Hoyers.
It's crazy. 216-474-0092. Number's 216-474-0092. All right, so we got a lot of stuff coming up. Bob Ryan's coming up next. Thoughts on that?
Love Bob Ryan. I spent a little time with Bob Ryan at various sporting venues around the country.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just say that always entertaining, always not the life of the party, but certainly a guy that can hold a room, whether he's 80 years old or 46.
Dan Colgan-like? Best way to describe it? Or I'm telling you, nobody held a room better than Danny.
Dan was the man, yeah. Dan should have had he was a traveling circus, wasn't he?
Oh, my God.
It was incredible.
Andy, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I miss that dude. Miss him. All right, but we don't miss Bob Ryan. He's going to be with us next. We'll talk to him, sports columnist emeritus for the Boston Globe. We'll get the feel on the Cavs and the Celtics and what's going on with the Celtics. Big night for the Celtics tonight. Is it official? Is he playing?
Not official, but I think unofficially.
ruptured Achilles tendon during the second round of last season's NBA playoffs. Guardians continue. Cactus League play this afternoon. Going to be back in Goodyear. They take on the Angels. Gavin Williams gets the start today for the Guardians. World Baseball Classic this morning. Japan taking on Chinese Taipei. After leading the game off with a double, Shohei Ohtani came to the plate in the second inning when the bases loaded. Just guess what happened.
The 2-1 now. Ohtani lights it up. It is gone! Ohtani, of course! And the Tokyo Dome is on fire!
That courtesy FS1. Japan goes and win the game 13-0. Got called after 7 innings. Ohtani goes 3 for 4. That grand slam drove in 5. Ohtani finished a triple shy of hitting for the cycle. Also, Cuba and Panama. That game is just underway. The United States tonight going to be playing for the first time facing Brazil in Houston. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during the offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
You guys are looking for some perfect prospect that only the Browns are going to be smart enough to
It's the
pounce
Cleveland
on.
Browns.
You just want
It's not
anybody
the
who
Green Bay
breathes.
Packers.
Yeah, you guys
It's
want
the
nobody.
Cleveland Browns.
You guys want nobody. How can you not see? You're telling me that the rookies are going to fail here, but also the retreads are going to fail and the reclamation projects are going to fail. That's not a plan.
Yes.
I need to hear a plan from everybody in this town.
They're going to fail.
And yet, when I bring up even Mac Jones, most of the Browns fans are like, no, I'm out on Mac Jones. Okay, I'm out on Anthony Richardson. I'm out on anybody unless they're Sam Darnold and just won a Super Bowl. Well, you can't get that guy because you weren't in on him early enough.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Zoltan Mesko, former Patriots punter, pride of the Twinsburg Tigers. Happy birthday. So we figured we'd get a little Boston flavor today. What'd you think of that?
Zoltan, happy birthday, Zoltan.
Zoltan, happy birthday. But let's bring in somebody from Boston that knows what's going on with the Celtics and Patriots and everything that goes on, Bruins, you name it. He's Bob Ryan. He is the best sports columnist emeritus now for the Boston Globe. And right now, he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Bob. How are you? Thanks for calling in on Zoltan's birthday. I'm sure he appreciates it.
I know. I timed it very well, didn't I?
Well said. Hey, Jason Tatum coming back tonight or what? What's going on there?
Well, he's listed as questionable. I think it means he's coming, and we've been waiting for this day. He did say all along that when he did come back, it would definitely be at home. He wants to run through the tunnel. He wants to hear the crowd. He wants to soak it all up. He wants, and he definitely was coming back at home. And this has been anticipated now ever since he's been doing all this videos and showing himself at practice and hooking up with NBC for a doc. It was clear he was going to come back. And the issue that people had was, does he come back and make sure he comes back in time to get everything acclimated, for him to get the rust off and for him to fit in with a group that's played very well all year without him.
Bob, it's Tom Withers. It's really nice to hear your voice. Enjoyed my times with you, whether it was in Barcelona or other locales.
Oh, wait, are we going to get some behind-the-scenes stories here?
We might have to.
Backstory stuff?
Bob, I'm really interested to hear. I can't really think of a comparable situation here of a star player coming back this late in a season from such a significant injury. How do you think this is going to go?
We don't know, and that's the great imponderable. But the thing is that we know that modern medical advances have enabled guys to come back earlier than they would have. I remember the day when basically it was a death sentence. Achilles was, or it was really debilitating, and it's no longer that way. It's look at Kevin Durant, and there's others. So we're anticipating that he's a very rational young man. He's not going to do anything stupid, and we kind of that's a given here. That we figure that if he's coming back, he knows where he is and what he should be capable of. But of course, it's still unknown. We don't know if the shot's going to fall. We don't know all kinds of things. But the thing is, do you have enough time to figure it all out, both his individual game and the way he fits in with the rest of them, before you get to the playoffs? That's all people are worried about, obviously, and it should be. And if he comes back as a facsimile of his top fill in the blank, top 10 player, top 5 player, to add what they've already got, and they can figure out a way to blend, they're going to be trouble. They're going to be a real force in the playoffs with the addition of a player like this. But they've been, good enough already to cause some trouble.
I was going to say, Bob, could you just speak to the job that Missoula has done this year? I mean, when Tatum went down, everybody kind of felt like, they kind of wrote the Celtics off, and here they are, 2 in the East.
Well, it's a pair. I give certainly Joe Missoula is a coach of the year candidate without any question. But the real lock is executive of the year for Brad Stevens, who's tenure. I mean, look at the guys he's brought in,
right?
Because of his eye for talent. Start with Derek White a couple of years ago. Now you've got playing prominent roles, people that many people would have never thought would such as Neemias Queta, Baylor Shireman, Jordan Walsh, and my personal favorite, the 19-year-old wonder child, Hugo Gonzalez, who might turn out to be something very, very special.
Oh, man. All right, how do you take a look at the East now? And obviously the Cavaliers are a different team than they were before the trade deadline with James Harden here now. So look at the East, and in particular, look at that top 4.
Well, Detroit, they've done what they've done, and you have to give them credit, but do people really fear them? No. There's nobody to fear. It's open. The Pistons have the right to feel that they're going to follow through in the playoffs, right? The Knicks have a good roster, but they've got some issues. How the Mitchell Robinson thing, he still hasn't played back-to-back and won't be. They've had some issues. Towns, it fluctuates.
Right.
But they have talent, and they have nights when they're really good. The Celtics, of course. Now the Cavaliers with Harden have re-entered into the discussion in a way they weren't earlier. Now, of course, with Harden, as you well know, it's going to be documented. You're going to get sick of reading and talking about it. That he has continually underperformed in the playoffs, and that's one of the knocks. If there is a major knock on the legacy of James Harden, he still has to show sometime that he's going to be that guy that the man in the playoffs. He has never done it.
We are still in the Harden honeymoon phase here, Bob.
Oh, we love
so
it.
For sure. To me, the biggest thing about his addition was that he's going to take pressure off of Donovan Mitchell, who, by the way, has not played up to his stature in the playoffs as well. So you've seen the pairings of great players through the years in Boston and other places. How do you think Harden impacts Mitchell, and how that will free him up in the playoffs?
Well, before I address that, there's a team that has to be mentioned because they're currently the hottest team in the league, and we just found that out the other night. And that's Charlotte.
Charlotte, yeah.
They entered into the discussion in the East. Okay. Well, Harden, the funny thing about Harden, I'm not a big fan of Harden's, but I have to acknowledge his statistical impact. Okay, and I always kid about Harden that they say he had 8 assists, 9 assists. I think he bribed every scorekeeper in the NBA. Because I never remember them. You don't remember them.
That's so true.
Right? When the game, all you think about is that you can see the step back 100 times, right? That's your image of him. And then go to the hoop. But the step back where he's a master, a step back 3. But where do these assists come from? I don't understand. Then that's obviously, I'm being facetious, of course. He somehow or other he does get them. But he can be an annoying player. We know dribble, But to answer your question, you're finding it out on a daily basis. I mean, the Cavaliers are now back in the discussion, and we have to credit that pairing for sure. And you have to tell me because I haven't seen enough of them to know. All I know is what the standings are.
We haven't seen enough of them either, only because Mitchell's been out for the last 4 games with a groin injury.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the way of the NBA world now?
So true.
I mean, look at. Like tonight, Cooper Flagg may or may not play tonight. He played last night, and he hasn't been because of so many guys out. But it's really going to be a big issue this year. If Jokic doesn't qualify, if SGA doesn't qualify, even Jaylen Brown, he's got to make sure he plays in enough games.
The biggest winner, though, I just watching the Cavs from here with Harden is Jared Allen. I mean, Allen's game, he's up like 5 points a game. He's up a couple of rebounds a game. Yeah. And then Evan Mobley coming back from injury. So the Cavs had this label, and I hear people say it all the time, especially after last year, was the soft label after Indiana.
Well, and the year before, too, with the Knicks.
Yeah. Oh, especially with the Knicks. Yeah. And so, but now for some reason it doesn't, like, Harden being able to distribute the ball a little bit more than I agree with you. The dribble. Like, I feared that when he got here. We haven't seen it. We're praying it's more than honeymoon. But when they brought in Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis, I mean, it's made a difference for the Cavs.
And by the way, Dennis Schroeder is still with the team, right? He hasn't been traded again?
Nope, not yet. He's still here.
It's still early, Bob.
He's got, he's in his quest to play for every team. He's falling a little behind now. He's gonna have to step it up and get traded 3 or 4 more times.
We're hoping that he's going to lease rather than rent at this point. So,
but anyway, I respect both of the big men. They've been on my radar screen for a while now. Mobley and now and that's one reason why I have respect for the Cavaliers, for sure. And what can I say? You got those guys are good enough. I mean, to get the job done, and for a team that wants to go to at least to the conference finals.
You mentioned I'm sorry, Bob. You mentioned Cooper Flagg before. One of the young rising stars in this league. I was just curious. And you mentioned before with load management and how the game has changed, Bob. You've watched the NBA evolve over the years. Just in general, what do you think about the health of the game? It's a very different game than the one you and I knew for a long time, but you can speak to the changes that we've seen, good, bad, and indifferent.
No, I know it's not the same game that I certainly started out and grew into love. The 3-point shot is the number one thing. It has distorted the game at every level. I wish it didn't exist. I think it was never needed. It was a gimmick of a promoter, Abe Saperstein, in the American Basketball League in 1961, and it went from there. Anyway, the load management thing. Thank Greg Popovich. It started with him.
Right.
It started with Pop, and have it making fun about Duncan. What was the way you put it on the remember DN play old or something like that. I don't know. Right? Yeah. Something for DNP. But anyway. It's a real concern. It's a concern for the customer. When you buy your ticket and you're in anticipation of seeing a great player and he's not playing just because, as opposed to injury. But injury is a factor. People have speculated what is going on here. I've seen that speculation about the fact that because of the threes, people are aggressive closeouts. The guys are getting hurt. I'm not buying that. I had a hard time buying that. That aggressive closeouts or guys are pulling
soft tissue injuries, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I just think this protection of the players, is crazy, and I do blame Pop for sure, but it's not a good thing, and they're trying to address it, you're not going to make everybody happy no matter what you do, but it is a concern, and certainly one that I never would have thought 20 years ago we'd be talking about it, having any kind of conversation like this.
All right, Bob, size up. I know I asked you this. Who's going to win the East is probably where I want to go with it next. Who do you like? Pistons, Celtics, Knicks, Cavs, or I mean, you talked about Charlotte could be on the rise, but anybody else?
It's really hard. I mean, it's really hard. I'll say this though, Detroit, they have to give their due. But I just can't buy it. You know what I mean? Now Cunningham's great.
It feels like the Cavs of last year. I mean, I think that's how we're eyeing down the Pistons.
Yeah,
they're missing that second scorer. I mean, they got Cunningham, but they don't have that number 2 guy that they can really lean on.
I mean, I don't want to. Let's face it. If suppose Tatum comes back and he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he will be.
I don't think. Then the Celtics have as good a chance as anybody. I'm not big on predictions, guys. I never have been. I'm not like I just want to play the game and then I'll pontificate afterward. I'm not a big gambler by nature, and I don't care about predictions at all. And I hated making them when I was working every day, every year. Oh my God, I hated predictions. But I just want to enjoy the game. But it is truly wide open. I'm going to cop out. I don't have an answer for you. I think that there's at least 5 teams that have a right to feel we can do it, and that's all. I'm going to leave it at that.
And that's why you're as good as you are, because you don't
stay away from that stuff.
You're not copping out. You're telling us exactly what you think. Smart man. So, Bob, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Always love watching on TV, and of course, all those great years at the Boston Globe. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Good to be with you.
We'll talk to you soon. Bob Wright on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Woo-wee, man. Man.
He can touch on it all.
He's a legend. Let's talk about what he had to say when we come back here. Frank Stamps coming up at noon. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
They'll be in Houston to take on Brazil. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Frank Stam's going to join us in the 12 o'clock hour. Push them back a little bit. And we will hear from him. He'll talk a little bit about what's going on with the Browns. And in particular, he's going to talk about his days at Notre Dame with Lou Holtz passing away just the other day. It's a sad story. But Frank's going to reflect on some of those stories. We're looking forward to talking to Frank, friend of the show. 216-474-0092. One little note, we're going to get to this in a second. Eugene Cyril Smith III has been released by the Raiders. Who? Geno? Yeah, Geno. He has been released, so you put him on the list. We'll talk about that in a second. Bob Ryan was just with us.
Yeah.
If you missed any of that or you missed a moment of the show at all, use the rewind function or feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Bob Ryan was with us, and it's just always interesting to talk to him. I mean, he's a legend, and his thoughts on the East, I thought were dead on. I think everybody's right. No one knows who's going to win the East.
And his thoughts on James Harden are what I told you, how everybody views him on the outside. And I know you're all bought in. I'm in. I'm number one.
But I'm in more because of the contract at the end of the season. I think he has more motivation here than, and I know maybe I'm bucking the trend, but he has more motivation to change the narrative about him now. He's in the middle of the opportunity, and he has a golden opportunity to do that, to change that narrative. And, there's money on the line for him, too. And, like he talked about, it's a business. It's about business. And it's not like Dan Gilbert's not going to pay him. So,
yeah, he's also 36.
Right.
He also has not performed, up to his standards in the playoffs. As I've mentioned numerous times, I like the fact that he's going to take some pressure off of Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to get the same calls in the playoffs that he necessarily gets during the regular season. I thought Bob's take about, which I find so true. You look at the box score at the end of the game, and you're like, James Harden has 10 assists? How did that happen?
Right.
I didn't see him pass the ball 3 times, right? Because
maybe I'm just noticing it more because I want to notice it more.
And you know what? And the thing is, and to your point, Andy, is he's really tried to fit in quickly because he's had to. And I think he likes being here.
His philosophy was great, though. He goes, listen, you guys know what you're doing. I will adjust to you. That's what he said when he got here, right?
Yeah.
And I
knows the game. I mean,
that.
he's 36 years old. He's one of the 75 best players in the history of the league.
Yeah.
He's put up extraordinary stats. He hasn't won it all, and he hasn't shined when the lights have been the brightest, and that's what he needs to do this time for the Cavs. So I'm with you. I'm looking at it from more of a positive. Okay, what kind of impact can he have? To your point, it's almost a mercenary situation, if you will. It's like, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You move on to the next thing. You start kicking the tires on Giannis in the summertime or whatever, or a certain former.
If it doesn't work, though,
Akron star that could return. You never know.
You're going to be looking at the Clippers if it doesn't work, though.
You are, but listen, they're all in with Harden. The Cavs are convinced that he's the missing piece. He can get them to at least the Eastern Conference Finals, if not the finals this year, and we'll see. And as you mentioned before, too, Bob feels that, like we do, that the East is wide open. There's 5 teams at least, and he even threw Charlotte in there, and I don't disagree with him, only because
they're hot.
Charlotte is not only hot, but they've been a headache all year when they've been healthy. That's a really good squad. So, it's going to be interesting. And I thought his take on Tatum was appropriate. We'll see. I mean, we haven't seen many guys come back, and have to hit the ground running, so to speak.
I still want to see the chemistry, and I'm also going to say don't get fooled if the Cavaliers look really good against Boston, because they're trying to fit him back in on Sunday.
I'm not worried about zero chemistry with Boston. Boston is chemistry.
Still going to take a
Boston
little bit.
is culture.
I get it, but still, I mean, they've had it's weird when you have success and you take a piece out of the puzzle and you're still having success, then you try to put the piece back in, even though you know it's the right thing. Sometimes guys
He's also
get a little...
Jason Tatum. He's one of the 5 best players probably in the league.
Yeah, I'm not questioning any of that. I'm just saying human nature's still there.
You can't help it. You're just all in on the Cavs.
A little bit. Yeah, but no, maybe I'm looking for a flaw in Boston, because you get all excited about the fact they're getting a great player back, and all of a sudden you're like, man, maybe we're not going to be as good as I thought we were going to be.
He mentioned Hugo Gonzalez, and you looked at me like, what is he talking about? But it's remarkable the job that Stevens has done there in plugging and putting pieces together.
Are they not proof that you don't have to tank?
Dude, nobody thought they had a prayer this year without Jason Tatum, and they're the number 2 team in the East.
Yes.
With a chance to win the whole thing. Isn't that nuts?
But do you not have to tank, right?
No, you don't.
No, Boston proves that.
If you have smart people in place that can understand talent. That's a big if, though.
And you can take advantage of other general managers who don't pay attention as well as they should, and owners who are really, really keen on winning immediately.
Hey, can I tell a quick Bob Ryan story?
Go.
So, 1992, Dream Team.
Yeah.
Bob Ryan, who didn't speak any Spanish, would entertain the U.S.
Was this the year they lived on the boat?
This is the Dream Team. No. This is the Dream Team in Barcelona.
Right.
So, Bob Ryan, who didn't know any Spanish and wanted to learn, and I think that was a big thing when you would go to the Olympics. You want to at least show the locals that you're trying, right?
Right.
So Bob, though, would entertain the U.S. media during games by, with his Spanish to English dictionary, he would use expressions that we would use in basketball to commentate on a particular play. So in other words, Michael Jordan goes coast to coast.
Right.
Bob Ryan would stand up and he would say, Jordan va Atlántico a Pacífico, and it was just whatever jargon that we would have in American sports,
right?
He would try to find the translation in the Spanish book, and it was an absolute hoot. One of my fondest memories of him. So, and again,
okay, true or false?
Always the life of the party kind of guy.
Better than Sheldon Oker from the Beacon Journal reading. Was it Joey Adams? Out of the New York, do you remember those days?
I do remember that. Yeah.
So on Fridays,
I forgot about that. Was it the Post?
Yeah, was it the Post?
Yeah,
it had to have been.
Yeah,
and I don't even remember what was that like.
What would spur?
They were like an etiquette writer, or
it was kind of like
it was really weird,
kind of like a Miss Manners thing, right? Or the social page, what have you? Yeah,
and like every Friday in the press box, and I remember when I first started, when I was like on the beat every day. I was like, what is going on here? And then it would end with him doing that laugh. That. He had that laugh. He sounded like Burgess Meredith from the Penguin.
Right.
And he would read like these just like things that made absolute, and they were hysterical. And he had a file of them that he had clipped out of the paper, taped to an index card, and he would read it every Friday. And you're like, what is going on?
And just
here?
Because it was Sheldon, it made it funnier, right?
It's the only reason why it was funny.
That's so good.
It was like, when going on a date, a woman should wear a dress and not a pantsuit. And you're like, oh my God, these things are unbelievably dated and funny. And just, between that and the Hawk Call, people like, I love kind of.
That was the warm up for the Hawk Call, yeah.
The behind the scenes stuff.
Hey, I did like hearing also Bob Ryan's take on the state of the game. Yeah, I knew that would strike a nerve with him, especially the load management situation. Which, though, what he doesn't take into account there, that it is a very different game now, right? These guys are running faster, jumping higher. I tend to agree with him on the soft tissue injuries caused by hard closeouts on 3-pointers. That seems a little bit far-fetched. But you know what? Kenny Atkinson the other night kind of went into depth in talking about Donovan Mitchell's injury, at least in the context of that, on how the lengths that they go to now, Andy, to study these kinds of injuries, right? These hamstring, calf, soft tissue injuries are prevalent through the league. So every team is kind of looking at ways to mitigate that. And if that means you have to rest your star players for a couple of games in a row, you rest them. Now, in terms of Cooper Flagg, I'm not sure what injury is bothering him tonight as he goes to face his beloved Celtics. Kid grew up in Maine, cheering for the team. And by the way, I don't know if people have watched much about Cooper Flagg this year. When you get a chance, watch this kid play. He is incredible, which is, by the way, one of the reasons I think LeBron could end up with him, because I think LeBron's been watching him as well. So I think Dallas is the outlier in the LeBron James sweepstakes going forward.
Oh, that would be weird.
Anyway, it was nice to hear Ryan's take just on basketball in general, because nobody has known the game for as long and as dutiful as he has. He's a true ambassador.
Jeff is in North Olmsted. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. How are you?
So I have a question for you guys. Before the season, when Tatum and Halliburton both went down with injuries, everybody said that the East was going to be wide open.
And it still is, yeah.
So for Boston, I guess my irritation with that guy who was making the comments this morning about
Dan Shaughnessy or Bob Wright? Dan Shaughnessy was on the morning show. Okay, yep, go ahead.
Talking about, the Knicks and where the status of the East was. And I guess where I got irritated was, they brought up the Knicks and kind of, just overlooked the Cavs. And it basically kind of said, how I took it is that the Cavs aren't going to be, a threat to anybody. So looking at Boston before the season started, they still had Jaylen Brown, right? And in my opinion, Jaylen Brown's the better player between him and Tatum anyways. He just adds more both on sides of the floor. I think Jason Tatum's ceiling and scoring is higher, obviously. But what's going to be interesting for me with Boston is about a month ago, Jaylen Brown had tweeted out, a stat line or record line from last year at a certain point in the season to this year at a certain point in the season. Obviously, Jason Tatum was around during the record from the previous year. So I felt like it was kind of like saying, hey, I'm here still, so we can still play basketball the way we've been playing. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens from a chemistry standpoint when Tatum comes back, how they're going to utilize him, bring him off the bench, whatever they're going to do.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I do too.
I think it's going to be kind of muddy at first if you're looking at it. And I think with 20 games to go, it's going to be interesting to see how they ramp him up and get him to, his normal allotment of minutes too.
That's not going to happen though, Jeff. He's going to be on a minutes restriction whether he plays
till they get to the playoffs.
I think from here to the end of the year, I don't think you could see him more than 20 minutes a game, no matter what.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I was wondering, are we going to see him playing, higher minutes come playoff time, or is he even going to get to that this year? So there's a lot of questions for me in regards to Boston and where we're going to see, and a good opportunity for them and the Knicks to meet in the second round anyways, which could be a long, physical, grueling series. It's going to be very interesting, but I just don't like the downplayment of the Cavs right now either. I'm not saying that we should all be tooting the horn and saying they're going to the finals, right? But what I do notice is it's like every time that Harden's changed teams, they put the onus on him, and he's a piece, right? Aside from the Houston days, that was like the only time in his career where he's been a true focal point. Brooklyn, he had KD and Kyrie. They both ended up winning championships.
Same in OKC, yeah.
And then OKC, you can't even really compare because that was his rookie, rookie contract, right?
Yep.
Then you look at Kawhi. Kawhi's won one too. So it's like, is it fair to say that Harden can't get it done, or is he just a product of the way that he's shifted and the teams he's gone to? All
right, we got you, Jeff. Jeff, thank you. Have a good weekend, my friend.
Yeah, you too.
All right, appreciate you.
And Philadelphia.
Yeah, and Philly. He got played off.
Oh.
If you go too long, you get played off.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Dance.
If you start ranting and rolling and all that kind of stuff, and you guys can't get a word in because you're cooking way too much, we play it like the Oscars. The orchestra starts playing up and lets you know it's time to wrap it up.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
And the Oscar for ethics in journalism, Tom Withers, the Associated Press.
He makes some valid points though, in terms of. Sorry, guys.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of what Tatum's role is going to be coming back, right? He's not going to be in the starting lineup, first of all. He's going to be six-man, if that, right? And they're going to have to kind of figure this out. They're not going to push him too hard. I don't think there's a chemistry issue between him and Jaylen Brown, only because they're both not going to be out there necessarily together a ton. I think it's going to be more about Tatum helping that second unit and doing what he can with what he's got right now.
Here you must-see TV coming up on Sunday. It's the Cavs and the Celtics on national television. Hey, when we come back, another quarterback is out there. Do you want him? We'll talk about Geno Smith. We come back. Also, important thing you need to know about this weekend, right? Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Service.
up. It is Friday.
Bye. To see you.
And you know what that means? Don't you, Mr. Phelps, wherever you are. That means I am done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, everybody's friend Tom Withers and Andy Baskin here on 92.3 The Fan.
Thanks. What is the mercy kill rule? Isn't it just a mercy rule?
Sir Jeff.
I mean, you want to talk
you don't
about
have to answer that
burying
question.
somebody.
It's past 11:40.
He's off the
If
clock.
you watch the game, it was a mercy kill. Japan was laying a beat down severely.
No, I get it, but I've never heard it like anybody double down.
They never, when you were a kid
It's
playing
a mercy
the game.
It's just mercy rule.
When you were a kid and you were playing ball and you're beating the other, well, more like when I was a kid, when we were getting beaten by like 12 runs.
Yeah.
It was called the mercy kill rule.
Yeah, no, we just call it the mercy rule.
Well, apparently my neighborhood was tougher than yours. I guess.
You guys totally were tougher than ours.
All right, I'm over time. I'm leaving. Bye.
I don't know.
Bye, Jeffrey.
Bye.
Rich part of Summit County, right? That's where you were with all those tough kids.
Mess with the hood in Reminderville.
Oh, that's true. Reminderville, yes. Next thing you know, you'll be at the fire station there.
The international run rule. That's how we had to use it.
That's what you guys called it?
Well, we had to only because they were they frowned on mercy rule for a while. This was an.
I think you should just. I think what should happen is the captain of the team in baseball should have to walk out to the pitcher's mound, put both arms in the air, and go, "Uncle," and then walk off.
The uncle rule.
It's
I like
the
that
uncle
even
rule.
better. Yeah.
Uncle, I'm done. We're done with this. It's over. Frank Stamps is going to join us at 12:20. Frank Stamps, 12:20. Geno Smith is a free agent, but I want to talk about one.
Do we want him?
Oh,
216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
That guy is quick to the switch, isn't he?
I know, because I wasn't even going to talk about it for a couple minutes, but now we're in it. Now he's got it. Now that he put the number out there. Do you want him? Do you want him?
So
sounds to me like Dan does, man. He couldn't hit that button any faster.
May I say this? This falls into that category that I talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback that we're not talking about suddenly emerges on a Friday morning. Geno Smith. I don't know if I want him. Given the options.
36-year-old Geno Smith.
Can he get you through a season? Yes, but so could the other two guys.
It is interesting to look at a guy that's thrown for over 3,000 yards the last 4 years in a row.
And I'm willing to flush everything that took place in Las Vegas last year. Because that's for everything
Just
you read
because
out.
it's it was
everything.
Still had 19.
Train wreck
Still
in Las
had
Vegas.
19 touchdown passes.
Yeah, I would take Geno here in a minute. If my goal is to win games, Geno Smith does that for you. Get him in here. You can run a really good offense with Geno Smith at the helm.
If your goal is to win games next year and maybe draft a guy the next year, Geno Smith is your guy.
What's your goal next year?
To draft another quarterback next year.
Get through.
If that's what it is, and you've decided to turn the page not only on Deshaun, not only on Shedeur, and clearly on Gabriel, then getting Geno Smith would make sense.
I can run a competent offense with Geno Smith where I can judge everything around him and determine how far away all of my supplemental pieces are.
What's it going to cost you?
Oh, it can't be a ton.
It's a 1 year.
Yeah,
prove it to me deal, right?
Yeah.
One for 10,
right.
one for 15.
You just
Low
gas.
risk, high
Million, that
reward,
is.
all that kind of stuff.
Deshaun Watson just gave you the wiggle room.
Okay. Get it done.
I would do it in a minute. Again, if my goal is to win games next year, then I would do it in a minute. If my goal is to sit here in evaluation mode and play the kids and do all that kind of stuff with the idea that we could build something better in 3 years, then I'm out. Then Geno doesn't do me a whole lot of good. But if my goal and my mandate from above is to win football games, Geno Smith does that.
What makes you think that for a team that won he was 2-13 last year? He was 2-13.
I flush everything that took place with Las Vegas. And all you have to do is do a little bit of reading of what took place out there with Pete Carroll and how his son was the offensive line coach, even though his son had never coached offense before in his life. And the way that team was set up, it was a mess. It was an absolute mess in Vegas from the word
But does
go.
Geno fit the profile you're looking for right now with Coach Monken? Not necessarily. I mean, he's not super mobile.
He's
he's
pretty mobile, though.
fairly mobile.
He's pretty mobile.
For his age, for sure.
And he's got a cannon. I mean, Geno will
He
not
threw
turn
for
down a
over
deep ball.
3,000 yards last year, 19 touchdowns.
He can sling it to any level you want him to.
His completion rate was 67%. That was one of his better years. I mean, he didn't start having seasons till he went to Seattle, right?
Well, he got slammed throughout the draft process, and if you've read any of that stuff, rightly so, and seemed to have matured along the way from when he was with the Giants and then finding himself to Seattle where he got a shot.
Right.
And he made it work. I mean, he had one losing season there, right, as a quarterback.
Yeah.
9-8 he was 1-2 his first year, so for whatever that's worth, right?
Yeah.
Then he's in 22, he's 9-8. In 23, he's 8-7. In 24, he was 10-7. But last year he was 2-13. So.
But again, who was he throwing to in Vegas?
Oh yeah, no, I got it.
Bowers.
Who was he? Yeah, Bowers, right? Was their top.
Yeah, and then the three of us might have been after Brock Bowers.
15,000 yards in the air since 2022.
He can sling it. Now the question is did last year happen because the Raiders were a mess, or was it because Geno's done and he's cooked? I think it's because the Raiders were a mess.
Would you say he's done if he threw for over 3,000 yards and 19
I think it's because the
touchdowns?
Raiders were a mess. And I'm willing to the way that the NFL has wiped clean the slate of anybody who was in Cleveland when it came to all the coaching hires, I'm willing to do that with the Raiders as well. I'll just wipe the whole slate clean.
Well, there's no rush, right? I mean,
no.
Right? There's no rush here on Geno or any of the quarterback X's, as we've talked about. We don't necessarily have to have clarity. It's March. What is it? March 6th.
Yep.
There's still time, but again, another option on the board, at least, Andy. Right? And I still think there's going to be
another
others
option.
here. Yeah. I mean,
is he the guy that maybe pops into your mind when you say, "Oh, other guy"?
I think he's
guy we're not talking about.
Yeah, a little bit. I think he's more gettable to Dan's point than your Kyler Murray's or your Mac Jones's or any of those other guys that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks.
All right, so if quarterback X is Geno Smith, he's your starter next year, Dan?
Oh yeah, he's over the Watson Shedeur line with ease. He's over the Shedeur line.
I'd be interested to see how much money they have to throw at him. That's the one caveat on this whole thing.
Again, if my goal from above is to win football games.
Well, that's the whole thing.
If my goal from above is to develop, then I don't need Geno.
I think your mandate from above right now is to get us to next year's draft without.
Well, he answers that, doesn't he?
Without pissing the fan base off any more than you already have, right? Win a handful of games, be competitive in the division, develop not only the rookie class from 2025, but the incoming one, and go from there. That's your mandate.
I could see him being the starting quarterback of the Browns next year. I could see it.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it. I don't know that that's going to happen.
It makes a ton of sense. He makes a ton of sense for this team, and he makes a ton of sense for what Todd Monken wants to do. The question then becomes, though, again, we're right now, we're very much in the scales on this whole thing because the more you win, the less likely you are to find your quarterback.
That's
because
so true.
We continue to reward losing in this league for some dumb reason that's worth an argument for another day. But that's the problem. If you bring Geno in, those scales start tipping in a direction that I don't know your organization wants to tip, or I think deep down your fan base may not want it to tip. Because he's 36.
Geno Smith.
James Harden's
36. 216-474-1192. James Harden, yes, that's right. I'm good. I'll take him. I mean, I'm not. I also want to see what else is out there, though. So, Tom, I think your point is valid that, like, let's wait and see before. But if you take Geno Smith in, are you totally giving up on Shedeur?
Yes. Yeah, because
Geno's giving up on Shedeur.
I think whoever quarterback X is pushes Shedeur out the door. That's a little rhyme and reason there. Yeah.
Isn't it easier to say it pushes Gabriel out the door?
I think that's.
If you thought Shedeur was a backup,
I think that's already a given.
But if you thought Shedeur was a backup in your mind, I don't know how many people either think he's either off the team or your starter. There's no middle ground.
That's a great
with him.
point. Yeah.
Why is that?
He's not like he's not the development guy that could be. He's not Dylan Gabriel, right? He's not the guy that you could keep on the roster for 8 years and know that in a pinch you could turn to him if you needed to.
Right.
No, it's what, Andy. It's one or the other.
Why? Because of the fans?
Yeah.
That's why.
Because of his dad. Because of his,
Because if he's on your
social
team,
media presence.
if he's on your team, you want to see him play. That's all there is to it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
But don't expect him to be. If someone says he's redshirting for the year, man, expect the
Well, that's
social media
that's
world
what they wanted
explode.
to do last year. Yeah, that was the plan last year. Sorry,
But they self-inflicted that plan to
They
go
did.
away.
they did. They messed it up.
Who though? Front office?
No,
Ownership?
I think ownership. I do. If I was
Pushed
gonna,
it?
if I was going to put blame on any of them for the way that whole thing transpired, I would have to go.
Sell jerseys, make your team relevant?
Yeah, I don't know about that part of it.
Because that's very Johnny Manziel. Let's be honest. I mean, that's why. I mean, again, I was talking about Hoyer before. It's like the only reason you're putting Manziel on the field is because you want to sell jerseys. Because God knows he didn't open up the playbook while he was here.
Yeah.
That no coach in their right mind would have put him on the field when they did.
Oh God, no.
Other than the fact that he had to, because ownership was saying, "Well, you want to keep your job,"
And we knew it was coming.
let's see him play. Let's go. Let's see. It's silly. It didn't make any sense. All right, we got 2 minutes here. I have a very important question
Sure.
before we get to Frank Stamms.
Yeah.
How much does the time change screw you up when we go into spring? Is it worse in the fall or spring? I like it better in the fall because you get an extra hour of sleep.
That's the key, right? It's being able to kind of
You got to pay the price this weekend.
you do, and that's okay though because the sun is then setting. It's still a little light out at 8 o'clock, and that only gets longer and longer. It's more. I look at it more as Andy, we're through the worst of it, right? We're in early March. We're probably going to get another 4 inches of snow at some point, but it's going to go away quickly. I just look at it as we're that much closer to opening day in baseball and riding my bike outside and enjoying the weather, man.
So the part of the savings time that drives me crazy is when I'm driving around at 6:30 at night, 6 o'clock at night. It's pitch dark outside during the winter. And I say to myself, during the summer, kids' baseball games start now. And look at it, it's pitch dark out. It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
That is the most depressing part of winter, right?
There's a lot of depressing parts of winter. And I tell you what, as I've gotten older, boy, that seasonal disorder, it totally affects me. I've really had a problem with that. In fact, I didn't realize because I was feeling like a little bit down last year in just health-wise. It just wasn't myself.
Right.
Got a blood test. My vitamin D number was like alarmingly low.
Really?
And then I got on a supplement and got it back up.
Right. Did you feel better after that?
Yeah, but as you know, no sunshine.
No.
So
this is what's weird about
just so
here.
gray here for so long.
All right, so and I hate to tell these stories, but when I lived in Montana, it would get dark at like 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Because you're so much farther north during the winter, and it gets darker earlier. But the sun was out all day, and with the exception of inversion, which they would get from the paper mills that are out there, and it's like this really nasty yellow cloud that hangs over the valley for a while. But during the winter, like it wasn't as bad. It was freezing. I mean, it was so cold. Like we had block heaters in the car.
Sun was out.
But the sun was out.
It makes a huge difference. It
It's
really
insane.
Does.
It's really weird. Okay, let's talk about something a little bit better. We'll talk to Frank Stamms. He's coming up next, former Brown and former Notre Dame linebacker. We'll talk to him about the Browns, and, of course, we'll talk about all kinds of stuff. So let's do that. We'll talk to Frank Stamms coming up next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
just sets you up to be a hypocrite if I sit there and froth at the mouth, screaming at him, but I don't mean to do it. I wouldn't do it. I just know it's annoying every time we have to talk about it. Every time. And it's like, well, you need to be more serious about it. I am serious about it. It is the situation that he's in. Just, could you please just slow it down?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Frank Stams joins us coming up at 12:20, so we'll talk to him about 20 minutes. Looking forward to it. It's like the sick ward in here today. The two of us are just kind of battling through it. I think everyone is. It's a change in weather.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody's going through this.
There's no need to apologize for being sick unless you're walking around licking doorknobs, Tom. If you're licking doorknobs, then all right, you got to apologize.
Haven't started that yet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not a good move. So.
Unless you're getting sick on purpose.
All right, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. Again, Bob Ryan was with us a little bit earlier. Gary Washburn from the Boston Globe is going to join us at 1 o'clock. So, and if you missed any of this stuff, you know you can always go to the Odyssey app and check it out, and you can play the rewind function. Tom Withers is in today. Of course, Jeff will be back next week, so we're looking forward to that. He's a little R&R, taking care of business is what he needs to do. So that's where we are at. We are going to play a little game here in a second. Explain the game. I'm going to do a contest after that. So explain the game to everybody that we're about to play, Dan, and then we'll do this little contest.
Oh, Dan Russell Wilson.
Oh, good one.
Yeah,
Good.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so, that's a hint as to what is to come. So we are going to play a fun little game here called Shedeur Or. For the general idea of, here's a list of available quarterbacks. At what point, now again, we're going to operate under the goal that the Browns want to win football games in 2026, okay? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Let's operate under that mindset that the goal is to win.
Okay,
So-
the goal is to win the game. It
Correct.
is still? Just want to make sure.
Who is that?
Yes, I just want to make sure. All right.
Edwards? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Herb.
Before we play
Herbie.
the game,
Herbie.
here's your chance to play a little game too. You've got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the 2026 MAC Tournament Men's Championship game on Saturday, March 14th. That is at Rocket Arena. Today's code word is TEAMS with an S. TEAMS. TEAMS. Teams is the word, again with an S, by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Get tickets at rocketarena.com. It's all from Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. You get a chance, maybe, I'm assuming that probably get to see Miami.
By the way, Miami at OU tonight, final regular season game. That's a fun one to tune into.
I know.
ESPN2, I believe.
I'm a little, what happens?
A little nervous.
It's such a great rivalry, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Campuses look the same, don't they?
Yeah.
They were built around the same time. Same land grant.
Fan bases are very similar.
Yes, they are.
The
They're very,
alumni.
yeah.
Proud and
Although
loud.
I would
Proud
say
and loud.
the Ohio guys,
Go ahead.
is a little bit more blue collar than Miami.
Yeah.
Historically.
Fair to say.
Historically.
Yeah.
You never know. All right, let's play the game, Dan.
All right, gentlemen. So the rules to this are going to be very, very simple. It's Shedeur Or. Which quarterback that I'm throwing out here, and again, we're doing ones who are either available or are rumored to be available. So we're not going to,
I would like for you to call him Pro Bowl quarterback Shedeur Sanders, please.
We are not going to put our thumb on the scale and say anything ridiculous like, well, some guy out here on Twitter with 7 followers is saying that Joe Burrow can be traded for. It's like, no, we're throwing that out the window. That's the stuff. We're not paying attention.
All right, I'm
These are
taking
viable options.
I am taking Joe Burrow, though.
options.
Just so you know.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you're taking Joe Burrow
Okay,
over
I got
Shedeur.
it.
All right,
Okay.
good. We'll let the record reflect as such.
Thank you.
Let's start with Kyler Murray. Gentlemen, Kyler Murray or Shedeur Sanders?
Shedeur Sanders. I'm not in on the Kyler Murray. I'm just not there. Shedeur. I want to see what Shedeur has more than I want to see Kyler Murray. Sorry.
I'm going to go Shedeur as well.
Oh my God!
I
Really?
know. Yeah, I am.
I'm the only guy on earth that's saying this.
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah. Still want to see some more.
Dan, do you want to vote?
Oh, I would go Kyler.
I know you would.
I would go Kyler. And it's just due to the fact that it's a proven commodity. I know that
I gotcha.
I know it's a massive roller coaster with Kyler Murray, and I know we can point to a lot of really, really bad moments, but we can also point to a lot of holy crud moments that only Kyler
Isn't
Murray
that the truth? Yeah.
Yep.
Did he really just do that kind of moments? Yeah.
Again,
I got you.
I would take Kyler Murray for the Guardians, though.
Pencil him in a short.
No, once he's a shortstop, he becomes an outfielder. Come on, Tom, 2 days now.
My bad.
No one stays in the infield. No one. Except for maybe Bazzano will stay. Until they figure out to make him an outfielder.
Or Tua Tagovailoa.
Shador. I'll take the same. I think Tua's like one more play away from being done. I want to see what, compared to both of those quarters. I'm not a big fan of either one of those guys.
You may have just swung me because of the reminding me of the concussions and how, he's.
Oh, you were going the other way.
He was
there for a
brittle. I
second.
was. You know why? I'm so partial to left-handed quarterbacks, and I know that's only because I'm left-handed. I throw a football left-handed. How about this? I think I'm the only person that I know that throws a football left-handed and a baseball right-handed.
Really?
Isn't that kind of weird?
I'll be darned. That is different.
Isn't that strange? I know.
I'm sure ambidextrous people do that all the time.
Amphibious ones do as well.
Better get you in the sunshine.
I think you know
that
what?
was probably the best joke of the week.
I think I'm gonna go number 12. Ding. Over Tua.
I will also do that as well.
Okay.
So far, your Pro Bowl quarterback is sticking around.
I am not a Tua guy. His arm
Baskin,
strength.
you're swinging the room here, by the way. You're having a powerful influence on both of us in this
It's the
segment.
peppermint. It's the
Oh,
peppermint.
that's,
Is that what it is?
I was there with. He hasn't influenced squat out of me lately. We've spent too much time together. That's part of the problem. All right, Gino, we did it a little bit in the last segment, so we'll go through this pretty quickly. Gio Smith or Shador Sanders?
I would
Gino
go.
Loud.
Again, we're going on the premise that we want to win, right?
Correct.
I'm
Win
taking Gino.
football games.
I am taking Gino.
I go with Gino as well.
Wow.
All right, so we did it last segment. If you missed that one, use the Rewind app. You can catch all of our thoughts on Geno Smith, including me drooling over myself over the thing. Mac Jones, next on the list. Now, you would have to trade for it.
That's a big move. Yeah.
The rumbling is a second or high third round pick would get Mac Jones for you because he is extremely affordable. Again, was a starting quarterback for a good period of time for the New England Patriots as Bill Belichick sent the ship finally down. Then found himself to Jacksonville, found his way to San Francisco, started a couple games, looked pretty good. So the stock is up on Mac Jones.
Can I go first, Andy?
Mr. Withers,
knock
the
it
floor
out.
is yours.
From the standpoint of the latest Sam Darnold reclamation project, I think our boy Mac Jones falls into that box. Therefore, I'll make the trade. I'm bringing in Mac Jones.
Okay.
I have to give up a second rounder for him?
Probably going to have to give up a
I
second
am
round.
going to stay with Shador Sanders for another year. I just don't see. I mean, yes.
Ding.
I'm staying with Shador.
You've got a jersey on underneath that sweatshirt, don't you?
You think so? No, I don't. I really don't. I'm just
teasing.
I'm trying to use logic.
Yeah, you are.
And I figured this out.
You're doing a good job.
You're hoping that he's Sam Darnold? That's what you're hoping for.
I got a lot of holes on this team. Giving up a second or a high third round
I
pick
know,
could fix
I know.
one of those holes.
Boom.
I think I got to go Shador.
Ding.
I think I got to go Shador on that one. As much as I could see it being the hot reclamation thing, the next one that could do it, I got to go that way. Malik Willis, gentlemen. Malik Willis. Now, mind you, the numbers getting thrown out are about $20 to $25 million a year to bring in Malik Willis. Now,
You want to go first?
If
You want me to go
that
first?
to influence you, or you can ignore that last statement.
I reclaim my time to you.
Malik Willis. I'll take Malik Willis. And only because I know that if you're bringing him in to be the starter. We saw great flashes there. I don't want to fall victim to the backup quarterback who had a couple good games and now you're going to overpay them. And that's happened once before, right? It's happened a couple times.
A few, yeah.
You think about I'm just over on this one. So I'm going Malik on this.
I'm going to go Malik as well, as providing you can get the number down a little bit, Dan, because you're right. That number is starting to creep up on a daily basis.
Desperation
scares me away.
Matt Flynn. You just don't want to.
Matt Flynn. I was thinking Matt Flynn.
I was going through my mind too. I was like, Matt Flynn.
Yeah. He was hot for a minute. Oh, you're going Malik.
I think I would go Malik.
Yeah, you would. I know you.
Even though I'm not totally sold on Malik Willis being this great.
None of us
But
are.
the thing is, if Malik Willis works out, you're done. It's easy, right?
Yeah.
If it works, it works.
There's some stuff with Malik Willis he still has to work on. too close to a triple option quarterback for my liking. I wish he could read a field better.
I also think he fits in very well with your new head coach.
Aaron Rodgers, gentlemen. Aaron Rodgers or Shedeur Sanders?
Punt.
I don't know if I have a sound effect for that. Do I have a sound effect for punt? We'll do this.
We'll get it fixed.
There, we'll do that.
I'm staying with Shedeur.
You're going first.
I'm done. Shedeur.
Ding.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Aaron's
I would
done.
also do
He's
Shedeur.
done. He's done.
Same.
Ding.
That ship is gone.
Yeah. I'm good. I don't want to have to deal with all of the Aaron Rodgers stuff that comes with it for a guy who's in his early 40s.
Though it would be a very Cleveland thing, would it not, Indy basketball?
Oh, please don't do this.
I know, I'm sorry.
Jimmy Garoppolo. Handsome Jimmy. Shedeur or Handsome Jimmy?
Go first.
Is he any good anymore? Like, I don't know. Like, what's happened to him? He went from the...
He gets hurt.
Is it injuries?
He gets hurt. He's what, Andy? He's got to be, 33, 34?
He's 34.
It seemed like he was flavor of the month for a couple of years and then just kind of fell off the face of the
He was Brady's backup, and everybody you talked to would drool over the fact that he's Brady's backup.
That's what it was.
Well, they're all those guys that came out of New England, right? Oh,
and he made that Super Bowl.
It wasn't
run with
only.
Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, it was assistant coaches and quarterbacks.
Everybody.
And if you touch the Patriot way, man, you are hot gold for a second there. And then all of a sudden, you're like, Charlie Weiss? What? Oh.
I'm taking Shedeur over Jimmy G.
I am Shedeur too. What did Jimmy G threw for 334 yards last year?
Yeah, he's been in LA for a little bit. There's talk he might find his way to Arizona following what is it, Mike LaFleur? Yeah, Mike LaFleur.
Yeah.
We lost in the desert.
I've always been a Handsome Jimmy believer.
Go there then. Don't give up on him, Dan.
I think I gotta go Shedeur. I think.
Ding.
I think it's past for.
It is amazing to me how many times I've gone Shedeur. There's Malik Wilson. I think he's the only guy.
It's tougher than you think out there.
Geno Smith.
All right, here's a tough one. This will get some argument out of us. Kirk Cousins or Shedeur Sanders?
I want to win next year.
Your goal is to win football games.
Hello, Kirk Cousins. It's going to be good to see you here. It was your 15th team that you've been on, but I like.
It's only 4.
Okay, well, 4, 15, whatever. I wasn't very good at math. I like Kirk Cousins.
Is what you're looking for.
I'm kissing Cousins as well.
Yeah. Oh, kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of
a New York thing, huh?
If my goal is to win next year, I think Kirk Cousins do.
Yeah.
I think Kirk Cousins can still sling it.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think there's some magic still there if there was such a thing.
And I got a feeling to be one of those. He'd come in on a 1-year deal.
He's another guy that gets you to your next quarterback who will be the dome quarterback.
But the question turns into is if I have that guy, does it shoot me in the foot for the next quarterback? Because if I'm winning,
that's
8
the
games,
risk you're running here, right?
If I win 8 games, because
Right.
I don't want to be 7-10, 8-9, 9-8.
If you want to lose, all you do is pull them in the middle of the season or trade them. They're good at that. Just trade them.
That's valid.
Hey, oh man, they started 4-0. We can't do this. We want the first pick in the draft.
If you
trade
want, if you want a quarterback bad enough next year, you move heaven and hell to get it done, right?
We appreciate everything you've done and the success that has come with it. Cincinnati would like to have you do it for them.
Exactly.
All right, gentlemen, that is the first edition of Shedeur Or.
Oh, I liked it.
Loved it.
I can tell you, Shedeur did pretty well.
You have changed my mind on a few of these guys.
That's
too.
all it takes is a few concussions from a guy that knows concussions.
I'm glad. I'm glad though that Dan gave us the goal is to. That's the whole thing. The goal is to win next year, right?
Frank Stamms next, right here. Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers.
Hey friends, Ken Carmen for Window Nation. Spring weather, it's
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Always nice to have our next guest on, and he'll be on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Frank Stam, super friend of the show. We remember him from his time, obviously, as one of the best to ever play football in Summit County at St. V's, and then on to Notre Dame, and then played for the Browns as well, and always a big fan, and we always love talking to him. And also a guy that played for Lou Holtz, who just passed away.
This is the guy that put St. V on the map. Let's
That's
be honest,
what I
right?
say. Yeah, no one knows who St. V is if it's not for Frank. Right, Frank?
Hey, I could hit a curveball. All I know is that other guy couldn't hit a curveball to save his life.
I did see him in the cages.
He couldn't hit a
That's true.
fastball either, never mind a curve.
Frank, did you play baseball too?
Oh, man, baseball. I love playing baseball.
But
yeah, I play baseball. I play basketball, football, basketball, baseball.
Man, I'm sorry. You're although you're closer to my 12.
I didn't know what it was like to go home at 4:00 in the afternoon. One time I was coming up on the recruiting season after football, and I told the basketball coach I didn't want to play basketball. I wanted to focus on being recruited and all that.
Uh-oh.
And my dad called. I'm home. My dad called. My mom picked up, and she said, "What's going on?" He said, "What's going on with Frankie?" And she says, "Well, why don't you ask him? He's right here." And she gives him the phone, and he says, "Get your ass back
to school
and tell that coach you're going to play basketball." And you know what?
Man.
You always, kids out there, listen to your parents, because that year we win the state basketball championship.
Amen.
What'd you have, 12 letters or 9 letters? How many letters?
I think I was somewhere between, and maybe 10.
10? Yeah. No, you should have had one your freshman year, and I know one of the coaches screwed you over. So
What are you talking about? Letters?
Letterman, like a Letterman at St. V.
Letters?
Yeah, varsity
I
letter.
thought you got letters from schools.
No.
I don't know how many letters I had. I don't know.
I bet it's
probably close to double digits. I'm sure
it's probably 12.
Yeah.
Did they have freshmen there at St. V the year you were there?
Yeah, 9 through 12.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not as old.
He's got a dozen.
Well, when I was at Heights, it was 10 through 12 until my senior year.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and then finally there. Hey, I do want to talk to you about Lou and his impact on you. And, we were both sharing some stories yesterday. And, I had the chance to meet him, once and then have a chance to see him at speak at the Columbus Touchdown Club. And it was one of those speeches that I'll never forget for the rest of my life because he introduced me to the poem, The Dash, and just really a life changer. And for you to play for him for 3 years, I can't imagine what his impact was on you. Your thoughts on Lou Holtz?
I was lucky, but his impact on me. First, I'd like to start with my impact on him.
Okay.
Wes Pritchett and I were fifth-year seniors, so we were there when Holtz got there. And we always used to remind him that, it took us a while for Wes and I to shape him up. But he finally he
fell in line.
He finally fell in line to what the Notre Dame way was all about. But, man, let me tell you something. There is nobody like Lou Holtz. To me, I look at who is a major, it came from dirt poor Follinsby, West Virginia, grew up probably with nothing. The great American success story. The guy was just unbelievable. I tell my kids today, there's so many Lou Holtzisms. I tell them today about, there's never the right time to do the wrong thing. There's never the wrong time to do the right thing. My favorite, and I wish I would have practiced this more, never miss the perfect opportunity to keep your mouth shut. And then the one, do what's right, do your best, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. If you follow those 3 rules, you'll never need a 4th. I mean, the guy just went on and on and on. You talk about leadership. The greatest leader that I have ever been around in my life, and I've been around some great coaches. I mean, listen, I had Holtz. He comes from West Virginia. I had Saban. He comes from West Virginia. Saban wanted to beat Holtz early on. Now, he may have achieve that and then some. But when I was with the Browns, Saban, I could tell Saban was a little jealous of Holtz and all his accomplishments. Now, that's not taking it away from anybody. I just tell you that how respected he was, and the guy, here's the thing. When I got there, he was tough to play for. But you know what? The game is tough. Life's tough. He ain't doing you any favors by, making it easy for you. Every day, when he took control of that team in late '85, when he spoke, he never wavered one iota from his mission to be a winner. And when you see that as a 23, 22, 18-year-old kid, every day the same guy, you depend on that, and you start to trust that, and you feel you see the standard. It's like a parent. You become safe with that, and then you know what's expected of you. So when you go there, you know what's expected of you when you go onto the field. You know what's expected of you when you go to dinners and banquets. You know what's expected of you when you travel on the airplane. And he was that kind of example. He was that kind of a leader that there was never any doubt in his mind that he was a winner. And I think he eliminated doubt in his players' mind. And, the guy just truly, truly was one of a kind.
Frank, when Lou walked in the door there, Notre Dame was not Notre Dame, right? You guys had kind of fallen on some tough years. Jerry Faust was unable to to get it going back to being Notre Dame football. What were the first steps and you mentioned some of these just in terms of him being a disciplinarian and kind of a no-nonsense, hey, let's follow the rules kind of guy. What were the initial steps that Lou took to get the Fighting Irish back to being the Fighting Irish?
Well, I know what you mean by Notre Dame. Notre Dame wasn't where Notre Dame wanted to be as far as its football record.
I got you. Yeah.
I know what you're saying. I went to Notre Dame when they were not doing well. Notre Dame recruits itself. I wanted to be at Notre Dame.
Sure.
And, what did he do to turn things around? I mean, I think – and I described it in a lot of ways, is that he became that rock for a lot of players. He was hard. Listen, hey, we had one way. And I'll tell you, with those morning workouts started in late January, we had 100 guys on the team, meeting at 6 o'clock in the morning, going through winter conditioning. By the time we got on the field in March, there probably might have been 78 guys. Guys were quitting. Guys didn't want to play anymore. That was part of the weeding process of who's going, who's on it for who's in it to win it. And he just full every day he was on it. His practices, they don't allow practices like that. Well, they've changed the practice schedule completely now, but we go out and practice. It was nothing for us to be out on that football field 3.5 hours practicing. And his commitment to excellence, Paul Brown disciple, everything was attention to detail. You take care of the detail, the little things. Take care of the little things, the big things will take care of themselves. Early on, my first week in practice, he threw me out of practice because I misaligned at fullback by 3 inches. He was throwing guys out left and right because that was the standard. No more. You talk about a focus, and that's where players, and that's where teams. That's why teams fail, because Paul Brown says it's a game of mistakes. And the less mistakes you make during that game, the better chance you have to win. So when you have such attention to detail, you're going to make less mistakes, and your odds to win the game increase. It was that kind of guy, and of course he was a great halftime adjuster. He was a student of the game. You know, he ran the veer, and he just knew how to make adjustments and then just keep. He never played it safe. He never played it safe. If there was a chance for him, to open up the game, he would. And just an incredible coach.
Frank, I always find it interesting, too, because I think a lot of people from around here forget that he played at Kent and that he was a linebacker. Like, I think of you as a linebacker, and I think of him as a linebacker. As a much,
undersized.
Yeah, it's a much different thought, isn't it?
That must have been a typo in that program. Yeah. How about that?
Frank, I think it's interesting, too, as we just kind of get back up to, like, regular speed here, that, like when I think of the prototypical linebacker, you fall into that category and how the game has changed so much that linebackers aren't built from the same mold that you were made out of, or the guys that you played against, like how the linebacker game has changed in the NFL. I find it interesting, but I'm more interested to hear your theory on it and why you think linebackers are it's different now than when you played.
Well, I think when I played, linebackers, first stopped the run. Today linebackers, you're looking at linebackers that can play the pass, and then be effective against the run. And you got a lighter linebacker, more streamlined linebacker. A guy probably plays better in space. Look at Pepper Johnson. Jesus, Pepper Johnson was 275, 6'5", 275. Playing, he played tackle to tackle, and those are the kind of linebackers that you played with. And of course, we wore Knight's armor when we played back then. Now they wear a leotard. It's a completely, I shouldn't say completely different game, but the game has changed.
Hey, I was curious, Frank. What was your relationship like with Coach Holtz after you left school? He kind of left Notre Dame in '96, still with seemed like plenty of years to go as a coach, and then obviously became the quick-witted analyst we grew to love on TV in a different role. But what was it like knowing Coach Holtz away from the field?
I'm so glad you asked that question. That's a great question. He goes, after he leaves Notre Dame, goes to South Carolina. Mm-hmm. Who does he beat in the bowl game? He beats Ohio State in the bowl game.
That's right.
With a kid that was Mr. Ohio football, too.
Yeah. Running back, right. I can't think of his name, but you're right.
He did more. He used to say, boy, we'd give him a hard time. He says, he goes, I must have been one hell of a coach, he would tell me and a few other guys.
Brian Brewer.
And I said, well, why is that, Coach? He goes, because if I made you guys winners, he goes, I had to be a hell of a coach. But he's just such a gracious guy. I was running a nonprofit in Akron. I asked for him to come and speak. The guy charged $75,000 to speak. He came and did it for nothing. He invited me and a couple other linebacker buddies of mine to go play Augusta. I got a chance to go play a round of golf at Augusta and spend the night there. And he was just such a gracious guy. Raised all kinds of money for Notre Dame. He just he had so much energy, always doing something, and he was just a great example for so many people. Any one of us. I'm actively. There's a 501c3 now, Holtz's Heroes, that I'm active and a part of it. The money that is raised goes to some of the players that we've lost under his tenure at Notre Dame. It's just, he's been wonderful for the game, and he's been wonderful for Notre Dame.
Frank, thank you for your reflections on Lou Holtz, and thank you for your friendship. We always appreciate having you on. Thanks, man.
You guys are the best. I wanted to mention I'm here with my buddy Tom Meadows out here at Schoolyard Studios, and We're working on a kind of a Lou Holtz documentary, so stay tuned on that.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Maybe you can use part of your radio interview right
Thanks,
now.
Frank.
We'll sneak that in there. That'd be awesome. All right, Frank.
Guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for taking the time.
Talk to you soon. Thank you. Frank Stamms, former Cleveland Brown, obviously played for Notre Dame, legend at St. Vincent St. Mary as well. So nice enough to join us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, let's come back. We're going to talk a little bit about what he had to say, but I want to get into the Guardians. Ryan Brewer, remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, he crushed
Number
Ohio
21, was it? Yeah.
It was from Troy. You know what was significant about that game?
Go ahead.
John Cooper's last game.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Because they went to the Outback Bowl 2 years in a row, and the first year was Cooper, the second year was Tress.
I've seen that storyline so many times of, whatever player not recruited by Ohio State and gets his chance at payback, and it usually happens.
Oh, I'll never forget
More
that.
times than not.
And it was early, 11 a.m. Got to roll out of bed New Year's Day game.
Outback Bowl?
Yeah, Outback Bowl.
There you
But
go.
they did have bloomin' onions in the press box.
Oof.
It was pretty cool. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers.
agency begins next week, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Tom Withers on the bass. Play it, Tom. Good job. You sound good.
Thank you.
That was impressive. Impressive. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app. Sorry. Or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show from 6 to 10. Our show, little midday show here, from 10 to 2. And then the big afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan on the YouTube channel. So subscribe to the channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now. So you know what we should do right now? Just because I need to get caught up on what's going on.
Go ahead.
We have spent a lot of time. We've had great interviews today. Bob Ryan was with us. Frank Stamps with us. I need the headlines. I need to know what's going on in the world of sports. And for that, we turn to Dan Mennigan. Live from the 27-minute newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
Headlines. Or that's what we're calling it until we can come up with a better name.
Right.
Which we will. I swear. At some point, we will come up with a better name. All right, gentlemen, there is a rumbling out there from Diana Rossini of The Athletic that the Raiders' preference is to not start Fernando Mendoza immediately, meaning that they want to bring in a veteran quarterback. That is also after they just cut a veteran quarterback, or I should say released a veteran
quarterback. Why'd they cut him? Okay.
So Clint Kubiak must just not be a fan of Geno Smith, because this is the same thing that happened when Clint got to the Seattle Seahawks initially and Geno was there. They then turned around and traded him. So my guess would be Clint Kubiak's just not a Geno guy.
They're going to start Tom Brady. How's that for a monkey wrench?
Why not?
So I can understand why they would think this way, though, with Mendoza. Listen, you can put Mendoza out there. I think he'd be fine. I think the worry is, to Dan's point earlier when talking about Geno, is that they don't have a lot there. And we almost go back to the Tim Couch kind of situation where he gets sacked 65 times, regresses in terms of his development and doesn't become the quarterback that everybody hopes he's going to be.
Yeah, it's Brock Bowers,
right?
Alshon Jenti, and a whole bunch of people none of us have ever heard of.
And who's blocking for him? That's the other thing.
True or false? Oh, keep going. Sorry, finish.
No,
sorry.
You.
True or false? If Fernando Mendoza was coming to the Browns with the number 1 overall pick, he would be the starter day one. True or false?
True.
True. Dan?
True.
True. Okay.
It all sounds wonderful to take 1-1 and go, yes, let's put him on the bench for a while and let him slowly develop.
The Green Bay Packers aren't walking through that door.
I'm still wondering if a team is going to put a package together to entice the Raiders to trade out of that spot, whether it's the Jets or Team X.
You giving up the whole draft?
You'd almost have to, or close to it. But here's the other thing. This happens every year. The number 1 player now is being dissected and being brought back to like, oh, he's not any good kind of thing, right? And then when he didn't work out in Indianapolis, blah, blah, blah. I like Mendoza a lot. I'm not sure if he's worth, trading 8 picks for or whatever the asking price would be. But I could see the Raiders' reservation in throwing him out there from the get, only because they got nobody. He's got no help. It's a dilemma.
Next.
So the other one that's happening is, of course, the A.J. Brown sweepstakes that's currently taking place with the Eagles. They've kind of made him available, not really made him available, but hey, give us a call. But yeah, we're really not going to trade him. You just got to make the right offer for it right now. As you read it to this point, Andy, do you think A.J. Brown will be on the move this offseason, or do you think he ends up back with the Eagles?
I think if it happens now. It's going to happen in the next 24, 48 hours. But before we hit free agency, there's obviously a couple stories that are out there for teams that he might be
Hasn't
going
New
to.
England been
New
kind
England
of
was
the
one. Yeah.
New England's been sniffing around. Yes,
Julian Edelman was talking about him the other day. It seems like New England would be the place to go, and if that's the place, we're gonna hear about it in the next 24, 48 hours. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think
it makes sense.
I think we're hearing a lot over the weekend, to be honest.
I'd like to hear about Joel Bitonio today too, but can't all have our wishes.
Same.
Sorry. What do you think?
I still think the longer this has gone on, the better chance we have of seeing 75 again.
Oh, you're talking about okay.
Joel.
Okay.
Oh, you mean Brown?
Yeah.
No,
Brown.
thanks. What are you saying, for here or just
No, just if he's is he going to move? Are they going to move him?
Yeah, I think he has to. I think that relationship has been on thin ice for way too long.
I think the longer it goes, the less the price goes down, right?
Maybe so, but I think he'll force his way out of there somehow. He's been trying.
Well, let's do Bitonio for a quick second.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he does decide to come back, do you think he only plays with the Browns, or would he become an unrestricted free agent and maybe try to chase a ring?
Oh, boy.
Because there are a lot of people out there.
It's really painful if he goes to another team, right? Because of the cap, the dead cap hit.
It wouldn't be super painful. It
It's
wouldn't
like
be
$20 million, isn't it?
It wouldn't be death or anything like that. They'd figure out some kind of way to lower that or something. Like, I can't see Joe Bitonio saying "Oh no, you made your mess. You stick your face in."
Yeah, I want to say it would not be Joel's style. However, when Joe Thomas retired, and there was that talk about the trade that didn't happen with Denver, right?
That he nixed.
Yeah, he nixed it. And I don't know if he necessarily regretted it. I know Joe's very proud of the time that he put in it with the Browns. And I know Joel likewise feels the same way about playing his entire career with one team. And he's become as beloved a player as we've had here in the expansion rebirth. I can't see him going anywhere else, Dan. I think if he's coming back here.
We'll see. I said a lot of national people are saying, well, the Niners would look pretty
That's what
good.
national
And
people
same
do,
with-
though.
Oh, I know.
They
do. And it definitely churns the content. That's for darn sure. Also, the other one that's out there is Max Crosby and his discontent with the Las Vegas Raiders. I feel like doing a lot of Raiders talk today. But he is also out there as well. The Cowboys are one of the teams that are interested. The other one that is out there as well is your Chicago Bears, possibly wanting to make a move to bring him in via trade. You guys think Max Crosby stays with the Raiders, Mr. Weathers?
By the way, discontent has been part of being a Raider for 40 years, right?
Oh, yeah. I think that goes hand in hand.
Yeah, that does. I like Max. I like Max's game a lot. I also thought that Detroit might be a landing spot at one point. Interesting. Where do you have him going? What's the hottest spot right now?
So a lot of people are starting to. Yeah, Cowboys are one of them, and the other one is the Bears. A lot of people after that DJ Moore move are saying they have the cap space that they could go get Max Crosby.
He'd be a nice piece for that defense, wouldn't he?
Would he?
Yeah.
As of a half hour ago, Yahoo Sports said that trade talks are intensifying for Max Crosby. And how can you not? But is he going to look right in anybody else's uniform other than the Raiders? You talk about a badass. I mean, the guy has 2 X's in his name, right? He's one more X away from not being able to walk in the stadium. I'm just saying. He is a hell of a football player.
It feels like a don't get fired.
He's really grown on me.
Like if you had a bar and you needed a bouncer, he's hired number one.
My God.
No question.
Yeah. First guy off the bus.
All right, gentlemen. So we are in the midst of the WBC as well. We are currently 3-0 Cuba over
3, Panama 0.
Yep.
Panama.
Right there. The U.S. will play tonight. You'll be able to watch that on Fox against Brazil. But the big one, of course, happened very, very early this morning as Team Japan beat up on Chinese Taipei 13-0. Shohei Ohtani went 3 for 4, almost hit for the cycle, and had this home run audio courtesy of Fox Sports 1.
The 2-1 now. Ohtani lights it up. It is gone. Ohtani, of course. And the Tokyo Dome is on fire.
Now, that was good. It was a good call. We enjoyed it greatly from FS1. They did their job, but we are talking about Japan here. And so it would be a little more fun to hear how the Japanese would party with this one. Audio courtesy of Netflix Japan. It's a good call. I liked it.
You know what I liked even better? He admired it when it was coming out of the box. I love it. I love the World Baseball Classic. It wasn't as bad as Bazana, but he just sat there and enjoyed it. He watched that ball just nicely float over the wall. See ya.
Do you know what's scary, Andy and Dan? As much praise as Ohtani gets, he doesn't get enough.
I know.
He's the greatest player of our lifetimes.
He's the greatest player I've ever seen.
It's not even. It's almost getting to the. It's not even getting to the point where it's become laughable how good the guy is.
If you ever
right,
when you can do anything, he can do anything.
If you need proof, go last year's NLCS Game 4 against the Brewers.
Nothing like it.
Got 7 innings of 10 strikeout ball, and he hit 2 bombs.
One
It's
of
like,
one.
what the hell?
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
It's insanity. It's absolute insanity what the guy can do.
Can I throw you a sidebar on this one?
Please.
Should Major League Baseball games stop after 7-run lead?
No.
Okay.
No, we're
Heck no, professionals paid. You want to stop it? Score some runs or stop them. Strike somebody out.
Okay.
Just hearing that statement made me want to just spit into a cup.
Maybe they go Texas
Score
shootout.
some runs, kid.
After a team goes up 7-0, it's one pitch batter.
What are you, beer league softball, trying to clear out the field?
You got the clock running.
I am absolutely just trying to aggravate both of you because I know you both hate this.
So
when I say something.
we're just beer league softball now?
Hey, whatever
We're
it
going to
takes,
do it
man.
like gym class mat ball where you actually score
hey.
by going across home and then have to go to first base if you're up by 10?
Hey, by the way, I was reffing a game a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Score in the fourth quarter is like 52-20. 3 minutes to go. Kid on the team that's losing
Yeah.
launches the ball from half court.
Yeah.
Game over, boys. Seen enough. I called it right there.
Wait, the team that was winning
The team
took
that was
half-
losing took a half court shot, and I was like, okay, if we're going to turn into this, we are done, fellas.
Yeah,
And what the coaches say?
Coaches kind of gave a puzzling look at me. The administrator said she wanted to hug me because it was like that's when kids get hurt, right?
Yeah.
That's when trouble starts, right?
Because kids
You
are
start-
mad that you're like, why are you doing this?
and you start jerking around, and no, thank you.
No.
Wasn't going to be part of it.
I didn't realize this.
I brought the hammer down.
The judge, the jury, and the executioner, Tom Withers. Nice.
International run rule.
Cavs, Celtics, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Gary Washburn, Boston Globe. Next, Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers.
This is an
batting second behind Stephen Kwan and playing in right field. Rhys Hoskins also in the lineup as the designated hitter. Gavin Williams will get the start. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't forget, as always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Cavs, Celtics, big game coming up on Sunday. Let's get more insight as we turn to Boston as the Celtics get set for some maybe big news tonight. From the Boston Globe, he is Gary Washburn, and he is on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Gary, how you doing today?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Oh, we're good. We're good.
What's
All
up,
right.
Wash?
What is the latest on Jason Tatum?
Well, he participated in shoot-around this morning, and he's still listed quote-unquote questionable, but I presume if there's no glitches or anything that happens unexpectedly, he will be playing tonight and make his season debut tonight against the Dallas Mavericks.
Gary, when he went down in Madison Square Garden, 10 months ago now, I couldn't have imagined this scenario, but obviously he's worked his tail off to get back into this position. Are you surprised that he's ready to do this?
I'm not surprised that he came back this season. I think from the jump, he was ready to make this kind of dramatic recovery. Yeah. And that means having the surgery not a week later. He had it literally 4 hours, 5 hours later after the injury. He had it that next morning. And just all of what he went through, the state-of-the-art stuff, just kind of starting kind of ahead, right? Not taking time and being depressed. I'm sure he's gone through his mental ups and downs, but just kind of physically jumping on this thing and trying to make sure that he comes back as soon as he possibly could. And there's two guys that people should look at who are examples around the NBA, and that's Isaiah Jackson, who now plays for the Clippers, and Drew Smith from the Heat. Both of those guys sustained torn Achilles and came back in 10 months. Drew Smith has played 59 games this year for the Heat, and he tore his Achilles in December of 24. So he came back and was ready for opening night in October. So, this injury was once obviously career-threatening, is now kind of just a smaller obstacle with some guys.
Yeah, you mentioned that, Gary. I watched a little bit of that documentary last week, and boy, how far they've come from a medical standpoint on, like you said, getting the surgery immediately, and then what he has at his disposal to get that thing right, whether it's working with independent medical people or with the Boston training staff. It's really remarkable, isn't it, how quickly they can get them back up to speed?
Yeah, I think he was obviously willing to work at this and I think the mental part was a big deal. Obviously, when you sustain your first career kind of threatening injury or first major injury, mentally it's tough. You're saying, woe is me. And, Jason Tatum is 27 years old, so 27-year-olds generally don't tear their Achilles, right. Although it's becoming more of an injury now. We can, that's another show of why some of these guys are experiencing such dramatic, injuries of the tendons and the muscles that they didn't in previous generations. But I think he didn't go through kind of the woe is me phase, or if he did, he was rehabbing through that. And then he decided, obviously, he put a good team around him. The team supported him and didn't put any pressure on him. And then he just got back to work. And I just think this is a testament to his perseverance, a testament to his work ethic. And I'm sure he talked to a lot of people who have sustained the same injury and different injuries, major injuries, and got their advice and has taken this and developed his own plan.
Gary, I know they got Mavericks tonight, but do you think the Cavs game on Sunday is circled a little bit?
Oh, yeah. I think that they look forward. This is a real interesting road trip. It's at Cleveland, at San Antonio, then at Oklahoma City. So 3 teams that they're not going to be favored in any of these 3 games. The number 2 seed is obviously pretty precarious right now. The Knicks are coming, and so are the Cavs. So the Celtics know that they've got to play well in these last 20 games. So, yeah, they're 2-0. You guys saw that against the Cavs, but that was without James Harden and probably a little banged-up Cavs team that they faced earlier in the season. But Cleveland looks like it's a real juggernaut now, and that was an impressive win the other night over the Pistons. That was pretty much fully healthy, although the Cavs didn't have, obviously, Donovan. So I think they very much look to Cleveland as a game that could be a litmus test for them and figure out where they're at, because they have one more game left late in the season against the Knicks. And this race for the number 2 seed is going to be pretty difficult for the Celtics to acclaim, with the Knicks and the Cavs coming after them.
Gary, back to Tatum for 1 second. Do you worry at all, or should the Celtics worry at all about chemistry issues here? I know that he and Brown have gotten along fine. You know, they've been kind of the 1 and 1A there for the last couple of years. What do you think in terms of integrating him back into that? I'm not expecting him to start, obviously, and you know, if he's able to play 15 to 20 minutes a night, that would be remarkable in and of itself. But do you anticipate there being any kind of hiccups in terms of getting Jason back up to speed with the whole group?
I think it's the whole group. Everybody's kind of pointing to, what's he going to do? Because Jalen's the number 1 guy now. I mean, those guys have played together for 8 years. They'll figure this out, right? It's the other guys. He's never played with Hugo Gonzalez. He's played little with Baylor Shireman. When he last left, Nemias Queta was a 4-string center. Now he's a starter. Right. You know, so there's a lot of guys on this team. He's never played with Luka Garza. Like, a lot of these guys who have contributed this year are brand spanking new. So he's got to get used to playing with guys he's never literally hit the floor with, but now besides practice. And I think that's going to be the biggest adjustment. And also, as you guys know, there's nothing that can compare to basketball shape. I mean, you can do all the scrimmages and the 5-on-5s and the you know, all of what you can simulate a basketball game, but it's not until you get in and these guys are going to come at him. They know he's Jason Tatum. They know he's coming off an injury. He's going to be kind of a target. They're going to have to figure, you know, and Cleveland's going to do the same thing if he plays there Sunday afternoon. I'm not sure if he'll, you know, take that game off or he'll play, but they're going to target him, and he's got to get used to being a target for a while and getting himself back into the basketball frame of mind, because he's been off for 10 months and everybody else has played for the last 6 months every night.
Hey, can you size up the East for me? Because it feels wide open, especially for those top 4 teams. And, you know, we even talked a little bit earlier today about Charlotte's getting hot. Yeah,
Charlotte's a team that I hadn't seen them much. You watch them on TV and they look pretty good. But, man, for a young team, they play really well together. Like, they're not selfish. And they've been able, by miracle, to harness LaMelo a little bit, right? He still does a little too much at times, but there's so much talent around him that it's not his show anymore. And it's interesting, like, they drafted Con Knippel, who obviously is a one-and-done from Duke, but he just seemed like he's an adult in the room. I mean, this team has had a lot of hijinks, off-the-court stuff, just silly stuff over the last few years, and they needed an adult in that franchise. They probably could have gotten a more physical type of player, or maybe a guy, you know, in the draft, but they took a guy who's steady, who's good, who's already a grown man on the floor in terms of how he carries himself, and obviously the all-time three-point leader for rookies and all that. So it just seems like they fit well together. They're well coached. So they're going to be a tough first-round opponent. Like, I see them getting out of the play-in. We'll see what happens, but they got, you know, Atlanta's, you know, there, and you got Miami. I think they can get into that 7-8 slot and be a difficult first-round opponent for a 1 or 2 seed.
I'm glad you mentioned Knippel, Gary. He's been unbelievable, and I would urge people to watch him as often as possible. And you also mentioned all these new faces on this Celtics team that a lot of people here in Cleveland are not familiar with. Can you just speak to the job that, you know, first of all, Mazzulla has done with this group this year, and then beyond that, in Stevens and his ability to recognize and identify, you know, like the Shireman kid who I saw a couple years ago at Creighton. He felt like a Celtic before he even put on the green jersey. He just kind of had mindset about him. But can you just speak to how this team has been able to, withstand losing Jason Tatum, one of the best players in the league for a season, and play as well as they have all year?
Yeah, Tom, it's interesting. Like, what he had to do was very difficult. He had to shed salary and trade veterans, so he traded Porzingis, he traded Drew Holiday, he let Horford sign with the Warriors, and Luke Cornett go to the Spurs. But he replaced them with guys. He drafted Hugo Gonzalez. He played 3 minutes a game for Real Madrid last year. No one had any clue what this kid was going to bring, and if he was going to do anything, it was probably going to be in the G League. So they thought it was kind of a draft and stash, but he ends up hitting the floor and plays so damn hard that they couldn't send him down to Maine and to the G League. So he ends up turning out, and he has 18 and 16 the other night. Luka Garza, who's obviously you remember his days at Iowa, college player of the year, and kind of an undersized, bulky guy, but he's turned out to be a great offensive rebounder, a good three-point shooter, and a guy who can fill that backup center role. And, even with Vucevic, he's lost some playing time. He came off the bench the other night and had 7 offensive rebounds. And the same with, like you said, Shireman's a late first-round pick. Like, when you're at this level, you guys know it with Jalen Tyson, who was a pick in the 20s, right? You've got to hit on some of these guys. You can't fail with some of these picks. You take a senior, you take a guy who's played 3-4 years in college, you got to land on him you can't pay everybody, right? You can't sign all the free agents. You've got to have some of these guys who are from your system flourish. And that's what's happened with guys like a Peyton Pritchard, Shireman, Garza, Jordan Walsh, a second-round pick a couple of years ago. They've been able to land on some of their young guys, which wasn't always the case in Boston. So that's what's helped them make this transition without Tatum.
Gary Washburn from the Washington Globe joining us today. We've had an interesting day as far as Boston folks that have been on the air. Shaughnessy was on, Bob Ryan was on with us a little bit earlier, and they all had a take on what we're watching with James Harden on the Cavaliers. I'm very curious to hear your take on what James Harden is doing for the Cavaliers and what that means down the road.
Yeah, I think he's been marvelous in terms of just the last couple of years. He has just resurrected his career. I think after Philly, people were really down on him. He goes to L.A. He plays a kind of a different brand. He turns into an assist man. He turns into a player who's more of a giver and not a receiver, and he's not as selfish as he used to be. And I just think he's taken that mentality now. He still wants money. He still likes his money. He still will ask for a trade at any opportunity. But if he's happy and comfortable, he's going to give you 23 and 10. And for a 36-year-old guy, and people were really down on him, that's all you can really ask. So to me, I think it's a good addition. But eventually the time is probably going to run out on his happiness. You hope it's later than sooner.
Yeah, the narrative is going to have to be changed by how he plays in the playoffs, Gary, right? I mean, he's been a great addition in terms of Donovan Mitchell and taking some pressure off of him. You touched on it earlier, and you said we could do an entire show on, the load management and soft tissue injuries, which are prevalent now. Did the Celtics do a deep dive after Tatum got hurt, just in trying to figure out maybe why a 27-year-old guy had suffered what, like you said before, what used to be as debilitating an injury as you can have in sports?
Yeah, I think that the prevailing thought is just so much, up and down action. Obviously, all these 5-on-5s, the workouts, the guys not ever taking an off.
No break, right?
Yeah, no break. They take a week or two off. They go to vacation, and they're even working out on their vacation. And I just think for Jason, it was a guy who just has never really rested. He is a basketball player. He has other off the court interests and things like that, but he's a guy who just loves the gym. And I just think it's just probably for him and a lot of guys just a matter of wear and tear, and sometimes honestly just bad luck. Taking the wrong angle. I mean, he dived for a loose ball and suddenly boom, it happens. And now, we see guys in college sustaining this injury, guys earlier in their career. So I just think this is something that, the basketball medical community is just going to have to deal with and figure out how to move forward.
All right, Gary, last question for you. Can we take anything out of Sunday's game between the Cavs and Celtics?
Well, I think it's a good litmus test in terms of like how these teams might match up in the playoffs. We'll see who's, Tatum actually plays, and we'll see, I don't know who's, going to be healthy or not. If Donovan's going to play for Cleveland, obviously ABC Sunday afternoon game, kind of the marquee game of the early afternoon. But I just think to fill each other out, obviously these two teams have met a lot over the last many, many years, obviously going back to the LeBron days, and they're very familiar with each other. But they haven't played this year in a while. Obviously, they played earlier a couple of months ago. And so I just think to fill each other out, to figure some things out of how they'll match up in a playoff series, how Vucevic matches up against the Allen and Mobley, Jalen Tyson, what kind of, with his expanded role, how does he look against the Celtics? What's going to happen with Peyton Pritchard coming off the bench? So just little things to look out for a potential maybe second-round playoff matchup.
Gary, awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your time and great perspective. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Gary.
All right, Gary Washburn joining us from the Boston Globe. And, of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We heard Shaughnessy on the morning show. I heard what he had to say. Bob Ryan was with us in the 11 o'clock hour, and Gary Washburn from the Boston Globe just joined us. I think Gary has the best perspective on what's going on here in Cleveland.
We're going to have on Dustin Pedroia later, maybe?
Would you like him?
I'd like to get another Boston guy.
Lou Merloni?
Another Boston voice.
Would you like Lou Merloni?
Let's go.
Maybe we can get Lou.
Garcia Para.
No, Ma.
Rick Middleton.
You want to bring, who else you want to bring? Ellis Burks will join us. He's kind of a halfway guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's half Boston, half Cleveland.
I would think, yeah.
We can get any of those guys.
Interesting perspective
I can get to the
from
baseball
all of them, though, right? And I thought Gary was actually, of the three, the kindest about James Harden, wasn't he?
100%. That was the biggest thing, yeah. Because I was just like, I'm sitting here. To me, I totally respect Shaughnessy. Like, I think he's awesome.
Yeah.
But I kind of think he was stuck, and maybe he's right to be stuck on his thoughts on Harden.
Yeah, and I think Gary is more of a basketball X's and O's guys and understand what Harden means on the floor for Mitchell, for Allen.
And I thought Bob Ryan was the most honest. He was just honest about everything. So
true.
Let's talk more about that when we come back here. Again, Cavs with a gigantic game coming up on Sunday against the Boston Celtics. That's at 1 o'clock. Let's do a 2020. We'll come back, and we'll talk a little bit more about the Cavaliers. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know the number. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. As we like to tell you each and every day, especially when it comes to Daryl Ryder, who was on the morning show today. You can check out Daryl and all his buddies, Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and, of course, the whole crew from 7 to 9 every Tuesday for the Fan Off-Season Special. That recaps all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason and with free agency coming up on Monday, plus the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Gotta love it.
Daryl and all his buddies. I like that. It's a good title for a show.
Daryl and Friends?
Daryl and Friends.
It's like Barney and Friends?
D-Ride and Friends.
Oh, I like where you're going with that. All right, so a couple things that I want to get to before the end of the show because we've kind of show flies by. First of all, let's talk about the Cavs and Celtics coming up on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Your thoughts on that game and, where are we with the Cavaliers right now? I got to tell you, I like the fact they got some rest.
Yeah.
I like the fact they have a practice
or two.
How many practices have they had since Harden's been here? Like 3, 4?
If that, yeah.
So I think that's good.
I'm not concerned, but anxious to see Donovan Mitchell's status. Okay. He, to your point, had some time off, get that groin right. Why rush it back at this point? If there's still any doubt, Kenny Atkinson would not be pinned down on that the other night, would not give any kind of a time frame, which leads me to believe there could still be a game or two. Jared Allen's knee, which we think is okay, but have not gotten any kind of an update from them, which I suppose is good in that they didn't feel the need to get an MRI the next day. I don't know if they're required by the league necessarily to give us any kind of an update until we get to tomorrow when an injury report has to be filed. So that one bears watching as well. It's a great late season kind of litmus test. Another chance for, hopefully with Mitchell out there, to get more incorporated and familiar with James Harden. The Cavs have been great since James Harden has got here. They've been 8-1 with him. They were also trending in the right direction before he got here. So they've continued what has been, a nice trend here overall, particularly, as you mentioned before, with Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. They've both been playing very well. We've seen more.
I just think having the big guys active and being able to get you two when you need to has been huge. And Mobley, the last game, his ability to drive to the hoop and be aggressive, man, I'll take more of that.
And not relying on the three, which you have pointed out, drove you crazy earlier in this year. They're not necessarily coming down and launching right away like they did. So, that's what stands out to me. I'm absolutely fascinated about this Jason Tatum return and whether it's going to work or not. Gary mentioned a couple of players, Jackson, I forget the other one he mentioned. They're not Jason Tatum.
No.
So while you look at guys that have come back from this injury, they're not guys that are necessarily going to have to play at the level that we've come to expect from Jason Tatum. So I know the Celtics will be smart about it.
But those guys have still got them to 20 games over 500.
It's incredible. And I thought he made a great point, too, as well, when he talked about how he's comfortable with Jaylen Brown. That's not the issue.
Right.
It's all these new faces the Celtics have in terms of, how he's going to get the ball to Luka Garza and Hugo Gonzalez, who you've learned more about in the last 2 hours than you were aware. He's been a real nice surprise for them. And Brad Stevens and the job he's done there. So anyway, long story short, I think it's a nice matchup. It's a nice late season kind of playoff tease, if you will. Two teams that could be on a collision course for sometime in May, and we'll see where they stand.
I've sat here and my fear has kind of been Toronto, but Toronto's slipped a little. They've lost their last two games.
They've been scuffling.
And they're only holding a 1-game lead now on Philadelphia. So
now that team would scare you a lot more in the 5 spot, would it not?
Until right now, yeah. I'm telling you, Toronto really scared me. I just knowing what they can do with their scorers. I was a little concerned. But, you never know. And then Orlando is just kind of creeping, and Charlotte's sitting there. But Charlotte's, 14 games back, which makes them 7 games back on the Cavs. So, that I'm good, man. They just need to land in this 3-4 spot where they are right now. And I'm actually a little better with landing in that 4 spot than I am in 3 because, right, didn't we say that because you want to make sure that you want to be on the opposite side of the bracket. I want to be on the opposite side of Boston. I'm sorry. The team that scares me the most now, if he's back, is Boston. It's just not even.
They're the most dangerous team.
And I don't know, will Boston make up a 4.5 game lead by the Pistons?
I don't think so. And
it's a big lead.
And the Cavs' schedule is favorable going forward. So, but then you get into the situation where, Andy, we're going to start talking about, okay, time to rest so-and-so and so-and-so. And can the Cavs afford that when Mitchell's been out as long as he has? And listen, I know he and Harden will figure it out. They're too good of players not to figure it out. So, but then you're going to run into that situation as you get deeper into March and into April. Like, okay, how much time do these guys need off? The other thing I think we still need to talk about is Kenny figuring out these rotations, because we're getting down to crunch time now, and you got to figure out.
Max Strus somewhere out there?
Yeah. That's a whole other discussion, right? And then how does that affect what's the trickle down if Max Strus suddenly shows up?
Yeah.
I'm still not there yet. I'm still not certain that we're going to see Max Strus this season, only because this thing has just carried on much longer than any of us thought. And I would think at this point, the safer route would be to say, hey, Max, how about we just hold you off until the fall?
Wouldn't it be nice to kind of slide into the playoffs here and go, man, Tyson has really been the X factor. I never saw that coming.
He's been the X factor all year.
Yeah, I know. To continue that, though, I'm like, all right, let's just keep going with this.
But again, he's going to have to prove that he can do it in the playoffs. That is something that he has not had to deal with yet.
I keep bringing this up, and I don't think people think about it, but never in your life, when you're young and didn't get the time last year, when do you play a team in a best of 7? You don't. You don't. It's like NCAA. It's one and done. It's high school, maybe a back-to-back that's what you've seen in the NBA.
Right.
You just don't get it. And I think by game 3, game 4, it's a whole different world because you know everything they're going to do.
And as far as Jalen Tyson is concerned, I do like his makeup. He seems to be kind of one of those unflappable kids that it's not going to matter to him that it's game 3 of the second round, right? I think he just goes out there and plays ball. And I think he's just feeling, so super confident and has been playing at such a high level this year that nothing seems to waver him.
All right, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers has been in with us for the last couple of days. And in a minute here, we're just going to kind of round it out. I do want to get into some of the things going on this weekend. There's some big stuff. And I'm wondering how you're prioritizing your sports. I got to tell you, without a doubt, it's Celtics-Cavs on Sunday. That's the must-see event of the weekend. This World Baseball Classic stuff's going on. So I want to touch on what to do this weekend and kind of where you might be hanging out. So 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Oh, man, it's awesome outside. I got to get outside. What's the weather supposed to be like this weekend? I probably should look, but it was gorgeous today. It was just so nice to walk in. Look at the sun, man. It's coming into the Halley building.
I'm ready. I need to get out there.
I'm not ready for golf, though, are you? Although, golf on TV this weekend. You might want to check that out. What do we got? Bay Hill this weekend? Arnold Palmer.
Are you a golfer, Andy?
Yeah,
a little bit.
No, since I broke my arm, it's been hard to even think about doing anything like that. Sorry. I can barely take a shot right now with my arm. It's just like I don't mind it. I like getting out during the summer. I'm just as good hanging out in the cart with your friends, driving around rather than playing. And I don't use my woods, so that's another reason guys get a little frustrated playing with me because I don't care. I mean, I can hit an iron and I can hit it straight, and I'll give up the distance to know that it takes me 2 shots to sometimes equal one of yours.
Gotcha.
But it's just the way I play the game. But to me, it's just. I've got to be in the right mood to play golf too. That's the other part.
Yeah, so plenty of sports on the agenda coming up over the weekend. If people want to check it out, obviously, I think people should take a peek at Jason Tatum tonight just to see what happens there.
Yeah,
just to see, what he looks like. Does he get through it? What have you? The undefeated Miami Redhawks at OU, 9 p.m. ESPN2. I would check that out a little bit. That's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is there really isn't a game you can't find anymore.
Everywhere.
ESPN has so many games.
Except when you go to ESPN Plus and I can't get the Kent State game on. That drives me mad.
Well, you couldn't find it, or you just do you have Hulu?
I do.
Or do you have Disney Plus? Sorry.
I got it all.
Yeah. And you can't find it?
There was one night where I was really struggling, and then, of course, called TJ, and I was like, TJ, can't find the game. What?
Oh, did you
help a boomer out here.
You went dad on him, didn't you?
I have to.
Did he help you find it?
Of course he did.
What'd you do? I know it was like Roku. I
was messing up. I just dumb.
So with Roku,
sometimes dumb technology.
On Roku, I just hit the search button and I just type in the game now. Those days are over. Like I don't even mess around.
Cut to the chase.
I don't know. Roku's got local ties here too, right?
Hey, we got USA Brazil baseball at 8:00 tonight.
Yeah, Dan, you're in on that, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we'll be watching.
There you go.
That'll for sure be
Skeen starting tonight?
I don't know who's on the hill tonight. I know Skeen's through the other night. Hang on, let me look.
Couple nice college basketball matchups this weekend. We've got number 1 Duke hosting North Carolina in that heated rivalry tomorrow.
That's a regular season game?
It is.
Does it mean anything?
It does.
Oh, it does.
Oh, that's Ohio State, Michigan.
Is it basketball. At Duke though?
It's at Duke.
Have you been to a game at Duke?
I have not. On my bucket list for sure.
Best place you've ever seen a college basketball game?
Oh wow. Great question.
Mine's Michigan State. Like Breslin's awesome.
Breslin. Did you see Izzo last night? His post game.
I did not.
He was great.
Logan Webb on the bump for the U.S.
Who's on the web?
Logan Webb on the bump for the U.S.
Okay.
Izzo did, it was senior night, what have you. He gave a really nice spiel at the end of the game, and just talked about how they'll be ready for Michigan on Sunday. That's a nice matchup as well. Michigan State, Michigan is Sunday.
We got bids going out this weekend.
Right? The Palestra in Philadelphia is a pretty magical place.
Andy Roth used to talk about that place all the time too.
You know what? I'll give a little.
I've never been there.
I'll tell you what. UD Arena.
Oh, I love UD.
It's a really nice facility.
Isn't it?
And I happen to see one of the greatest college basketball games ever played there.
So they do a fantastic job hosting the high school state tournament. They really do.
Yeah.
And, especially now that, they make all of their money in 1 week, if you think about it, because they have the first 4. I can't remember how this year it works out where I think the girls are next weekend and then the boys are the following weekend after that. It's all in Dayton. There's a part of me that wishes the state championships were in Columbus.
Yeah.
But you got state wrestling. State wrestling's next weekend too in Columbus. Right. So hotel space is crazy. Although I got to be honest, if that arena was in Columbus, it'd be great, but it's not. And so it's like Dayton does a really, really, really good job.
Do. I still have a soft spot for St. John Arena. Miss it.
I do too. I think that'd be a great
still
place.
There. Yeah.
But it's the tin can, right? It's the roof. And like I remember, Michael Redd was probably the last. Michael Redd was the last game there. I'm pretty sure, right? Before
was that group still there?
Yeah, that was
before Shot
was
Season?
Randy. Randy was still there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think O'Brien and Rick Boyage is going to be on with us next week, and Paul Biancardi. That crew was still. I think they did the last season at St. John.
Fun fact: since you mentioned Randy Ayers, years ago I wrote a children's basketball book, How to Play Basketball the All-Star Way.
Really?
And Randy Ayers did the foreword for me.
Really?
Yes.
And how did that go?
When he was coach of the year, he was great. He couldn't have been better.
Is that book still available? Or
It's available. You find it in your local library. It's 1991, I think I did it. Here's the thing. Randy bailed me out because Patrick Ewing was going to do it. And at the last second, the Knicks would not allow him to do it.
What?
I know. Listen, it was a New York whatever deal. And so I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Randy was the coach of the year that year. So I used my Buckeye connections, got Randy Ayers. He goes, I don't even know what to write. I said, write whatever you want. And it was great.
I have one Patrick Ewing story. When I was young, my brother-in-law was, I think he had just graduated from Kent. And so it was right before he got married to my sister. We went to Copley to watch I think it was Dapper Dan. I don't know if that's true. Did they play
Dapper Dan Classic? Yeah.
Yeah. Was that here? Or was that in Pittsburgh? I don't know why I thought
Pittsburgh.
It was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
All right. So we had a version of Dapper Dan.
Okay.
Here.
Diaper Dan. Go ahead,
No,
I'm
it was
sorry.
not the Diaper Dan. And Ewing came in Massachusetts.
As
New
a high
York?
school player?
New
Yeah.
York? New York?
No,
Massachusetts.
Cambridge Latin.
Okay, that's right. So he comes in with an all-star team from Massachusetts, and they play a game against the Akron All-Stars. The Akron All-Stars come out, and like the place goes crazy, right? Everyone's really excited, and here comes
Patrick Ewing.
No. Well, here comes
Okay.
Akron, and they're doing layups, right? And Ewing's team, then they're like, let's welcome the Massachusetts All-Stars. And I think Ewing was the first guy out. Boom, dunk. Boom, 360. Next guy, dunk. The next three guys did dunks in a row. The team from Akron stopped warming up and started watching them warm up at midcourt. I will never forget it. I was young. My brother-in-law took me to the game. And all I remember from that game is the warm-up.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what year that would have been, sometime early 80s maybe?
No, it would be in late 70s.
Late 70s?
Yeah, because Ewing was like early 80s with Georgetown. Do you remember when he played in the 82 national championship game? He got called for goaltending on North Carolina's first 5 shots.
Oh, God.
John Thompson just wanted to send a message and said, Patrick, just go block everything they throw up at the rim.
Oh, my God, that's hysterical. All right, do we wow, we're getting late in the show.
Oh, I'm
here.
sorry.
No, that's okay. What else do we have? Anything else quick on TV?
No, tune into some golf. Tune into so the Guardians are on at some point, right? I'm sure you can find them somewhere on your dial. And that big Cavs-Celtics game, 1 p.m. on Sunday.
There you go.
There's
Dan,
a must-watch.
you locked in or no?
Rashawn Gary has been informed that he is leaving Green Bay as well, so you can add that pass rusher onto the list of anybody who is interested. I wanted to go with Taylor Decker, who announced on social media.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, that he is on his way out, not able to negotiate a contract with the Lions, and has requested his release.
What do you think he'll get? He's only 32.
Is that a contract ploy, though? Is he forcing Detroit's hand, or is he just trying to?
That could be.
Yeah.
I mean, I could easily see that being the case. I can't see the Lions just going like, well, this window was
good
a lot
enough.
of fun. Yeah. We had a lot of fun in those last couple of years. We're about done.
Where's he end up? Cincinnati.
Decker?
Yep.
Cincy would make a ton of sense.
He's from there, too.
Here
That's how
would make a ton of sense.
I'd love to see him here. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He would be perfect for here as well. I mean, those would be the places that I would circle. Anybody who needs a left tackle is going to be looking at that one and probably wanted to throw boatloads of money at him because
does
tackles
best
get paid in free agency. Man.
Does best available Buckeye apply in free agency too, or no?
I like that.
That's just
probably not.
Right, because there's only 3 ways to look at the
good way to
draft.
draft, yeah.
I am 100% convinced this. There's 3 ways to look at the draft: best available player based on need, and best available Buckeye. That's how it works.
Used to be Bama for me, but I can see why they go with the Buckeyes this year.
That's how it is.
Best available Buckeye, best available Bama player, I think is right up there too, and also best available LSU receiver.
Sold.
That one you could throw in there too. Best available LSU receiver.
Better than best available Buckeye receiver?
Oh. It would be fun. That would be fun to actually
Sounds
sit
like
down
a segment coming up.
That'd be fun to sit down and figure out.
Yeah,
because I don't know if the Buckeyes have anybody like Justin Jefferson, but they might end up winning on depth.
God, who knows who's going to be on the Browns by the time we're sitting here
Or
on
Malik
Monday,
Neighbors,
right?
too. Yeah. I
I
don't
hope
know if the
they go-
Buckeyes have somebody like Malik Neighbors.
You forgot to mention the top wide receiver in the NFL this past year, Dan Manigan, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. You're right.
Do you remember when Jeff
Right,
made
right.
fun of me the first time I said his name on the air?
Yes.
Jeff was like, who? He's like,
Actually,
excuse me, bless you.
That would be
Hey,
a lot
did
of
he
fun.
really?
Sit there and write down which were the two between LSU and
Ohio State.
It'd be a good time.
Meredith, do we have a moment?
We always have a moment,
I know.
Andy.
Oh, what a great moment.
Always.
So
The
special.
moment-
It must be Friday.
The moment comes from Bob Ryan, and he was talking about how dangerous the Celtics are going to be once Jason Tatum returns.
He's a very rational young man. He's not going to do anything stupid. And we kind of that's a given here that we figure that if he's coming back, he knows what where he is and what he should be capable of. But of course, it's still unknown. We don't know if the shot's going to fall. We don't know all kinds of things. But the thing is, do you have enough time to figure it all out, both his individual game and the way he fits in with the rest of them, before you get to the playoffs? That's all people are worried about, obviously, and it should be. And if he comes back as a facsimile of his top fill in the blank, top 10 player, top 5 player, to add what they've already got, and they can figure out a way to blend, they're going to be trouble.
Yes, Bob Ryan joined us today. Frank Stamms joined us today. Gary Washburn joined us today. And if you missed any of it, go to the Odyssey app. We ask you this question: why are you smarter? For listening to Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers today, brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Menigan.
Smarter Day courtesy of Bob Ryan. That guy has watched more basketball than anybody on this planet. I mean, it's him and coaches, and I think he's watched more basketball than a chunk of coaches. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast.
Mayor.
I'm also smarter because of Bob Ryan and Gary Washburn too. I'm really, really excited to for the Cavs and Celtics on Sunday. I'll probably wind up watching the Boston game tonight in commercials of the what is it, the Team USA's WBC game tonight, just because I'd be curious to see what Tatum looks like tonight. So smarter because of all of our Cavs conversations today.
And our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Gary Washburn informed me today that the great Hugo Gonzalez was with Real Madrid last year. I didn't know that. And Hugo Gonzalez is a player worth watching. He's a pretty interesting guy.
All right.
Coming off that Boston bench.
All right. I'm going to go back and catch the Boston game late tonight. All those high school kids that are still going on in the winter playoffs, good luck to you this weekend. Basketball, wrestling, hockey. What am I missing? Bowling's done.
Hey, good luck to
swimming's over, I think.
Good luck to your Gilmore Academy tonight.
Yeah, we'll see.
Go
we'll
get
see.
them.
It'll be a good game. I can't wait. Tomorrow's going to be another great game, both the University School and Gilmore tonight. And then tomorrow, St. Ed's and St. Ignatius in a battle at the best arena around, Brooklyn Ice Arena. That's tomorrow at 1. So I'm pumped for that. Also, I'm smarter because Outlander, the last season, starts today, man. Guys,
Hey,
I'm
thanks for
telling
putting
you,
up with my cough/cold here the last couple days. It was,
bro. Now you know how Phelps feels every day. Great job, Mayor. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend, everybody. Afternoon Drive's coming up next. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We will talk to you Monday. Free agent day. Lock it in. We'll talk to you later. Peace.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey.
just sign up to do a 5-hour show with you and just yell at you for 5 hours, and then you go home and all you want to do is just hug and love your wife because you don't want to do fighting anymore.
If I'm worried about my friend's marriage, I'll just call him up and start arguing
That's
with
it.
him.
And then you're like,
just give him that outlet.
See, you got that argument?
Yeah.
We're good. Now go home and tell your wife how much you love her.
None of my friends are divorced. Just saying. Is it the Nick Wilson principle? I don't know. You tell me.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It is an FF Friday. It is a feel-good Friday. It is a thank God we got our first false spring of not still winter, whatever the hell we're calling this Friday. That opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murren, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Don't forget, ring that bell. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. And of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. Meredith Kane on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
We're feeling unseasonably good today. This is... I feel like winter's over. I know it's not, and I have to say that.
Yeah.
But it does. It feels like the darkness and the awfulness of winter. While not everything is done with that, it does feel like we get a reprieve from it today. I was out and about. People were smiling at each other out in like public places,
That's
making
nice.
eye contact. Like it just... We needed this one. We needed this win today.
Yeah, I was able to walk around without a jacket for some parts of the day. That felt nice. It's going to get better and better as the day moves on. I got my first tea time set up for Sleepy Hollow on Sunday. Like we're getting there.
I can give you an example of how good I feel and how good I'm like where my brain space is today.
Yeah.
I just told Vanessa and I was like, kind of feeling like we don't really have too many concrete plans this weekend. Kind of feeling like an Uno taco night. Invite some of the family over. I'll make a whole mess of taco meat, and we'll just have the kids can have their Uno games. We'll be in the main room, as it were, playing Uno. And her response, which is the correct response, intense. Yeah, that's intense. That is the correct response, by the way, because this is never how I feel on a Friday.
It's like a big party that you're trying to plan in like 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but it's tacos. See,
it's tacos and Uno. It's less stress.
You dice a couple onions, couple jalapenos. Like, what are we really doing here?
Easy. Don't know why you said jalapenos that way, but this is all. It can all be easy.
It can all
be
like John
easy.
Miller saying Benitez.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from, but all right. The point is that you got limitless options this weekend, and that's a beautiful thing.
It really is. Now, we want to make sure that everyone knows we were not surprised about the announcement today, nor was anyone in the Cleveland media that Deshaun Watson's contract was restructured for what will be the last time, ensuring his place on the Browns roster in 2026. But opening up cap space, Daniel Oyefusi saying that he has heard that a Denzel Ward restructuring could be coming down the pike as well.
Yeah.
So we got all these things going in cap space apparently for the Browns.
Well, yeah, and they're making room, which makes a lot of sense. Now, will they do something with that? I guess time will tell. But the interesting part for myself, at least, is the idea that they have at least executed out the plan that everybody thought they were going to do with Deshaun Watson. So this is the big part of this is that March 2027, we got an opening, and this is when they're going to take it, and then he's going to be off and he's free. So when we have the Deshaun discussions about him being here for 1 year and that being it, it's just further stamped down, which it makes even more sense when you sound out this whole thing logically that Shedeur would be the starter next year, not necessarily Deshaun.
Well, I would say it just makes more sense that anybody but Deshaun would be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, you want to put it that way, that's fine too. The anybody but Deshaun camp is having a big win over this, and even though it was expected and we thought this was coming, you still had to see them do it, and they did it.
I thought it was interesting that, the video of the immediate reaction to this from Daryl with Ken today was, the end is here. And I was like, no, it's not.
No, we still got a lot of time
a
on
year
this.
from now.
Yeah.
That will be
Well,
when
we'll
we
still
are
be
marked
paying.
safe from Deshaun Watson's contract.
We'll still be paying on the contract beyond even just next year, but the reality is that, yes, as far as we have to care about Deshaun or think about Deshaun, next year is this final season, and then we can be done thinking about it.
And I do think, listen, I understand the logistics of this, and I hope that I hope that every time we talk about Deshaun as like some media report, whether it was Jory Epstein yesterday or Mary Kay having the commentary that the Browns could be interested in seeing Deshaun again, I hope that's just kind of the thing you have to say because he's going to be here. And I hope that the logic prevails, which is really nothing good can come of Deshaun playing this year beyond like just
no good can come. Like, if he plays and he stinks, it's just going to piss everybody off again.
For sure.
If he plays and he's good, then there becomes a question of, do you extend him? And did he take you out of a spot for a 2027 quarterback? None of any of that interests me anymore.
And again, we just logically get to sound it out. What makes the most sense? If it is Shedeur and Deshaun and Dylan Gabriel, because those are the three we have right now, what makes the most sense? Is it the idea that Deshaun Watson on basically what is just a final season, the worst goodbye tour in the history of goodbye tours, gets the start? Or is it Shedeur who's going to be on the roster beyond this year and actually has a chance to grow into something? It just sounded out for a second.
Now, I do think that with Albert Breer saying that the Browns are going to be one of 5 teams in a position to slug it out for Tyler Linderbaum, between that and the restructurings, did I get a little hope that they might not just completely fall asleep and go comatose through the first week of free agency? It did give the pilot light is on.
Well,
for
and
hope
the
in free
Denzel
agency.
and the Denzel side of things too. Like, they're trying to make this whole thing work. And it's a good day to remind people that you don't have a poverty franchise. That's really the synopsis of this. And I know we know this, but the Browns are a little bit different than most NFL teams. We have found a way to suck while having spent the most amount of money in the NFL in the previous 5 years. It's an incredible accomplishment, Nick. It really is. But it gives you hope for if they do get a quarterback of substance and actually get a quarterback that matters, we are going to be able to spend like Daddy Warbucks still, and the money fountain is going to continue to be turned on. And it's an incredible advantage that they have.
Yeah, and I am intrigued. That's the word I'll use. I'm intrigued to see what they do in free agency. Because I think if you got either Linderbaum or Rasheed Walker, that's a really good place to start, rebuilding your offensive line alongside Titus Howard and one or two other pieces. And if that falls right, because free agency is just a much more expensive version of the draft, where you're at the mercy of how things fall in your favor, unless you have $175 million to spend, like 2 NFL teams might have this offseason, right? So there is some element of you need the right player to say yes at the right price, and then that informs the next price.
Yeah. Which their thought process in this is simple. Well, go ahead.
But I do think when it comes back to the idea of the intrigue of this, you add 1 or 2 cognizant, just decent offensive linemen, and I think you are going to see people pep up a little bit that maybe putting at least a watchable offense out there this year isn't this just gigantic thing that seems like everybody in the NFL is making it for the Browns.
Well, just give the quarterback a chance with a real offensive line. You know, if we talk about Linderbaum, for instance, or we talk about some of these other players adding. But, like, the reality is, I mean, when you look at this team, they can do as much as they want to. It's just how much do they want to do. Same thing could have been said last offseason, too, when they just signed Collins and that was it. Like, they could have done more. They chose not to.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes with the quarterback thing. Like, when we have the Deshaun conversation, what frustrated me yesterday is the idea of you can take this any which way you want, and pretty much everything other than Deshaun playing for the Browns in 2026, I'll find a way to talk with.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wouldn't trade a 5th rounder for Anthony Richardson. I understand they might. I think it's low probability. I'll probably go right into, I think Shedeur should be the starting quarterback. But am I going to give Anthony Richardson a chance? Yes. I have no choice but to do that. Geno Smith, whose name became available, Kyler Murray, Mac Jones, if a market materialized, like every quarterback that we can talk about. But you actually have to do something. And I think that's where my thing is. If you stand pat, or if you sign a bunch of Braxton Jones, Joneses.
Is if there's multiple Braxton Jones on the market?
If you sign just guys like that, I'm going to call you an unserious franchise. And I think you should be more serious than Deshaun Watson and a bunch of Braxton Joneses.
Well, so part of the idea is Monken kept stressing in the one time we've heard him talk at the podium this year, the idea that when it comes to free agency, the players go where the most money is offered. Like part of their belief with free agency is that that's a truism of how free agency works. And I don't think they're wrong there. Well, then, all right, go out and show us. If one of the few tricks you have up your sleeve is you get to spend as much money as anybody in the NFL can, and if you think all it takes is offering the most amount of money, then go out there and do it.
Well, and I think why this really matters is you're probably not going to be able to fill all 5 spots on multi-year players, right? Like, you're going to have a player or two that maybe is on a 1-year deal, and that might have to be your right guard or left guard or whatever for a year. You get one of those, in my opinion. Between the draft and free agency and trade, I need to see like a 2 to 3 year plan on this offensive line, because if we're still having the same conversation next year, where it's, well, we have to replace 2 offensive linemen and we have to find a wide receiver, I think you will have failed, because your needs are so obvious, and you have enough, not a lot, but enough draft collateral, and the trade market is out there, and just draft in general. You can make this thing, again, the first step to building a great offense in the future. That's kind of that's I need to see those building blocks out of this offseason. I think all that's on the table.
Oh yeah, no, definitely it is. And again, like part of the restructuring and part of getting the money right, and this is it goes beyond just Denzel, or it goes beyond just Deshaun, it goes to Denzel as well, is they just continue to basically flex how much money they're willing to spend, or at least how much they can spend. And that's, again, it's a beautiful thing with Jimmy Haslam. I don't give him credit for a lot, but I do give him credit for the idea that he's never closed those pocketbooks.
But to anyone breathing the sigh of relief about Deshaun just because of this procedural maneuvering today, I'll breathe my sigh of relief in a year's time.
Yeah,
right?
March 27. And should we throw like a Deshaun is gone party or something like that? I feel like that'd be fitting.
That's pretty strong.
I feel like it'd be pretty fitting. We can have balloons, maybe cake. We can do the whole thing.
I mean, right now I'm feeling like homemade Mexican, so I don't want to commit to that like a year from now, because it wouldn't really make sense with Deshaun.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to have at a Deshaun Watson going away party.
I mean, maybe we
can make whatever theme you want, though.
Yeah, you
want to have a pinata in there? We can get a pinata in there.
I was going to make a Deshaun joke. I don't want to make that. That's not fair.
We're going to have a Deshaun-shaped pinata, because that might actually go poorly for us.
Yeah. Well,
that one feels maybe like a kicking a man while he's down.
Yeah. I was already thinking the Browns already have a Deshaun-shaped pinata.
Yeah. What is that?
And it's got you about 19 games in 4 years.
Oh.
So.
Oh.
I know. It's low-hanging fruit. It's a feel-good Friday, and I'm feeling good. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Jason Pinkston going to talk to us about free agency with the Browns. There is a rumor out there about Joel Bitonio that I don't know anyone's going to love. We'll see if Jason Pinkston loves that. And then coming up at 6 o'clock, Miles Simmons, Cleveland's very own, also Pro Football Talk NFL writer, the real football guy on Pro Football Talk, many people are saying. He'll join us to talk free agency. It has been, come on, Florio's a lawyer.
I like Florio.
I like a lot of things. I like a lot of things.
I know.
However, names like Rashawn Gary are available. Taylor Decker are available. Geno Smith is going to be available. A lot of names coming in fast and furious today, kind of ending their previous tenures. There could be trades today. Pretty much I know legal tampering doesn't begin for another couple days here, but you guys are going to stick to the show and the station over the next couple weeks here as the Browns have a chance to remake the roster. 216-474-0092. Deshaun has his contract restructured for the last time. What does it tell you about how the Browns view Deshaun? And there's another name in the quarterback hopper. You'll probably say no. They might say yes. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it.
Kwon and playing in right field, Gavin Williams will get the start. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on a Feel Good Friday, on an F-Off Friday as well. I'm willing to admit, because I've been called out for it now twice in 24 hours.
Okay.
Because in the previous segment, I said my plan at quarterback in 2026 for the Browns, and I need this from the Browns to be anybody but Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
I am here to once again, for the second time in 24 hours, admit I flip-flopped on this idea. I have.
Okay.
Because a lot of people say, I totally, when I flip-flop or when I'm wrong, I own it. Pfft, okay, sure you do. Yeah. The first and never is when they do that. But
if we want to flip flop, how do we do this going forward? What do we do? Do we make some big grand announcement, like it's a flip flop is coming, hand up, and then we have to send out like alerts to everybody?
Right here, right now, I will tell you that I was in the Monken love bubble. All right, I just made a square.
It was a square. It was definitely a square.
The love bubble with Monken, and I was thinking about Monken the Maximizer.
Yeah.
And then I thought about it again.
Are you out of the Monken Love bubble? Oh, is that it? Like, did you remove yourself from the Monken Love square / bubble, whatever this is?
I'm on the auspices of the Monken Love bubble.
Okay, you come back down to earth a little bit on the Monken Love.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of people that got caught up maybe in the Monken Love about a month ago.
Yeah. But so again,
don't know why.
Still got love for Monken. Still in that bubble. But I'm all the way out on Deshaun Watson ever playing for the Cleveland Browns again.
Okay.
So, but I will.
If we get reports though that it seems like it's starting to happen and it's coming down that way, we got to then keep the energy of.
Yes, I'm furious.
It's a dumb idea.
Yes,
it's not going to work.
Yes, there's no reason you should do this, and you can do literally anything but this. That's the beauty of this offseason.
Yeah,
is an anybody but Deshaun offseason means literally anybody but Deshaun. There's no terms and conditions here.
Yeah,
there's no
anybody.
Yeah, honestly. The guy that caught the passes from Shedeur in camp, I've heard he's got a decent arm. I've heard he's actually got a better arm than Dylan Gabriel. And he also might be taller.
Just an unnecessary shot to Dylan Gabriel.
I know. You know what?
You'll take Dylan over Shedeur?
Dylan Gabriel over Deshaun Watson, too.
I might just watch something else on Sundays if that's the race that we have. I might.
That'd be funny to watch a little guy run around.
Maybe I'll be a soccer fan or something on Sundays. I don't know.
Here's the thing.
He's a tiny little guy.
I can't really go with Dylan too hard with this when I'm already sure, bring in a smaller quarterback in Kyler Murray.
Well,
that's where the options are this offseason.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the two, though. I do
One's
think
actually played good football in the NFL.
Yeah, one is won a Heisman. One has played in college football playoffs. One is also the greatest high school football player in the state of Texas. And then
one's the second greatest in the state of Hawaii.
The other, yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know what I mean? There's a pretty big gap between the accomplishments of one and the other.
Yeah, only a 1 inch gap between their heights.
They are both short in the way that you and I are both radio hosts, and that's where the conversation stops. You know what I mean? That's all they really have going on together.
So this does bring us to the next conclusion again. Officially, for everyone to hear, for about a month, I was drunk. It was a tough winter, and I said, hey, maybe Monken could get something out of Deshaun.
I mean, it was shocking when you said it.
Case closed. Don't care.
It was a very shocking thing when you'd said it.
Now, that being said, I think I'm kind of in on the Geno Smith idea.
Okay, I'm not completely out of it, but there is a hang-up that I have within all of this discussion. Well, first off,
he's old?
I'd much rather see Shedeur play than Geno Smith. I have to put that out there at the front of it. That just has to be the starting point.
I don't think anyone's surprised by that.
No, they shouldn't be. Yeah. But if the competition ends up being between the two of them, all right, fine, let's dance. I don't love the idea that people are so quick to be like, well, Geno, I can't even count Geno's year last season with the Raiders. That just doesn't even count. They were so bad in so many places. Boo-hoo. You had Brock Bowers, okay? And so I have a hard time just wiping it all clean for Geno Smith. Smith last year.
So we
because
can't even put the context to it?
Well, because this situation isn't going to be any better. And so, it's different. If you think Geno Smith's going to be good because in Seattle he had a lot of pieces around him and a lot of weapons, all right, I got that. But that's not the situation he's entering with the Browns. He's entering a situation that is, in my opinion, on par or worse than what you saw with the Raiders last year.
So I actually disagree. I think last year they were on par with each other. If they're still on par with each other this year going forward, Andrew Berry and Todd Monken don't know their head from their ass.
Well, they might not, though. That's the situation is they might not know their head from their ass. You trust them to actually get this figured out and situated? I have a stronger trust in them using this as a transition year and maybe not being the most competitive team than I do them all of a sudden turning it into something that's awesome.
Yeah, okay, but there's kind of shades to this, right? Like, I think with Geno Smith, some of what I think you could accomplish with Kyler Murray. Do I think you? And I'm not talking legitimately because one's a mobile quarterback and the other's Geno Smith and he's old. But do I think that you could have some of the same results offensively with Geno? Yeah, I don't think it has the same upside because Kyler, if you can get back those explosive plays Kyler used to make, that's a real boom kind of situation for you.
Yeah.
But do I think Geno Smith with this offense, with a better offensive line, maybe a Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate with a 6th pick, and another year of fan in, maybe another tight end in that room that can actually catch the ball? Sorry, David. Yeah. Like I see upside with Geno Smith, even if he doesn't come with the benefit of Kyler, because Kyler could be a multi-year bridge, and I think Geno's 36, and that's a bridge to 2027 at best.
Geno's 36. He led the league in interceptions last year, and at the end of the season, the chants in Las Vegas were Tank Master is what they called him.
Yeah, that's
he turned into the Tank Master with his nickname.
Vegas fans aren't real.
I mean, they booed him at the end of the year. That's the reason why he can't come back in any sort of way, because they just booed him at the end of the year.
That's probably because he cost him some sort of coupon at the Raiders Stadium for the Bunny Ranch.
Yeah, with the free buffet and the ranch.
I'll be honest with you. I can hear a lot of fans booing a quarterback, and I'll take that some which way. Raiders fans are somehow lower than Dolphins fans to me, and Falcons fans is just completely non-existent entities.
I'm open to the idea that Pete Carroll didn't know what he was doing and didn't really treat this seriously, and the whole thing was a disaster in Las Vegas.
Chip Kelly apparently was counting his money.
Yeah, while also acknowledging the idea that I don't think he's entering some awesome situation here. And so I think what made Geno work and why people are like, oh, go out and get someone like Geno is like the idea, well, in Seattle, he had a lot of things working for him. There was a good part of that team that obviously had a lot of talent to it. Whereas with this is an uphill battle. And so, if he wants to come in and compete, listen, the beautiful thing about Geno, and this is why I would be open to him having a competition with Shedeur, although I want Shedeur to win that out, is it's the same convo with Kyler to a degree. The idea that you wouldn't trade anything, and he's going to cost you nothing. Mm-hmm. He's going to be that. I heard Baskin and Phelps debating what the money's going to be earlier today, or Baskin and Tom Withers are like, "What's the money going to be?" It's simple, guys. This is not hard. He's got $18 million in guaranteed money for next year. No one's paying Geno Smith $18 million. It's going to be the $1.3 million, and that's it. It's the same cost that you got with Kyler Murray.
About paying Geno Smith any amount of money.
Well, Baskin had his decision was going to hinge on what the money is, and it's like, guys, it's the same situation that Kyler's into. No one's paying above what his guarantees are for next year, so the Raiders are going to be paying that, and you just have to pay the $1.3 million.
You can wasn't Baskin kind of in on Malik Willis?
By the way,
because if you're pro paying Malik Willis $25 million and you're like, I cannot pay Geno Smith $7 million, I will fist fight you in public, even somebody I love like Andy Baskin.
The money was a big thing for him. But the both of them ended with the idea that they wanted Shedeur over Geno Smith for whatever that's worth.
That sounded like
for whatever that's worth. I don't know what that was. That a pig eating? Is that what that was?
No, that was Baskin earlier today.
Oh my gosh!
Can I get that sound?
Oh jeez!
Sounded like downtown Baskin.
Is he sleeping there? Is that what that is?
No, that's his boom noise.
Oh. That sounds like a.
All right, I don't know that I need to hear that ever again.
I kind of do.
I don't know that I need to hear that ever again. Now I feel bad for Mrs. Baskin.
About 4 people in history have heard that noise out of Andy Baskin. So Geno Smith. Now, and here's what I ultimately do think is what I like even more about the Geno Smith than the Kyler thing is. I think if you sign Kyler, to me, the question's answered. Kyler's your starting quarterback, and the only way Shedeur sees the field next year is injury. I think Geno versus Shedeur allows me a chance to get Shedeur real competition, and it protects me from 2 things. Shedeur just not having anything, and the coaching staff seeing that in OTAs.
Right.
And ever seeing Deshaun Watson ever again. Like,
yeah, 100%.
I don't know you could thread the needle so perfectly because I would trust Geno Smith to start a full season here if we had to.
And Geno falls into that bucket of players that would actually come here. Because I don't think he's going to have interest from the other guys. Like the Vikings have no interest in him.
The Jets
Colts
aren't going to bring him
interest.
back.
Jets aren't going to do that. The teams that would, and then to be fair to Geno probably looks at Shedeur Sanders and says, I can win that battle. And so if that's how he has to think in order to get in here, then fine, come in here and go try to win a battle. That's what this should be all about. But yes, there's a parachute attached to if you throw Shedeur out there and it's not going great, you have Geno in back of him. And there's a lot to like about this. There's no denying that. But I wouldn't do the same thing I do with Kyler, where I'd say you're the starter out of the rip.
100%.
That does not happen for him. It happens for Kyler. It doesn't happen for Geno.
Now, because these videos get clipped, and I will not be making a pronouncement that I will be flip-flopping on this anytime in the future, I'm not telling you Geno Smith would change the course of Browns history. I don't know that he would even beat Shedeur out in a quarterback derby.
I think a lot of it would look like what it did last year with the Raiders, if we're being truthful.
But I actually think he'd look better.
Well,
I think
it's
last year
hard to
was
look worse than what he did last year, for being 100% honest.
Like,
about it.
I know Brock Bowers is a hell of a football. They made Ashton Genty look like Trent Richardson. I mean, it was the perfect storm of awful, and Geno actually did still aspire to some level as a player.
I mean, I had an out-and-out fight with our guy from NFL.com about who has a worse offensive line between the Raiders and the Browns. That was a full-on fight, but the idea that we could have that fight and that argument, and I'm throwing KT Levinston in his face, and he's like, I think I might have you one more beat. That's the sad state of the offensive line that they had.
And even though Kevin Stefanski got fired last year, so it's clearly the coaching staff didn't do the greatest job in the history of the planet. Somehow, what happened with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly last year was one of, there should be a 30 for 30 on how bad that situation was. So there is an element to me where I'm like, Geno is a nice player. He is what he is. He is maybe the 20th best quarterback. I do think his arm strength is a little bit wanting from where it was 2 years ago. But look at his stats 2 years ago and look at him this last year.
I mean, he still throws a lot of interceptions, though.
Yeah. I mean,
and
he's going to be available for
2 years ago, he did that as well. And it's not as if but he has a high completion percentage. He's gonna be fine in that department. There's a lot to like about Geno. I wouldn't sell the farm for him, but again, you're not doing that here.
It should be noted, no one here is pounding the table for Geno Smith.
We can't say this enough.
Just like Kyler Murray. When we're making valid points on why Kyler Murray would make sense here, that's different than I think Kyler Murray is going to be your Alex Smith. Understand that. But do I think Geno Smith could satisfy my curiosity? No. My need for an adult in the room that if Shedeur can't take a jump this year or is just unplayable, I have someone I can go to for 17 games. Mm-hmm. Yes, he does.
Yeah, this feels very realistic, and it feels very practical from a Browns perspective. It checks off a lot of the boxes that we've been talking about this offseason, and it's just we were just waiting on something like this to happen. It's right there.
And I kind of think in a season where people don't have expectations, I know the interceptions are going to upset people. I think people would like kind of the Geno Smith gunslinger kind of thing that he does. In the same way that guys, not only did they win more games with Shedeur down the stretch, I kind of just enjoyed watching a guy go out there and just try and sling the ball around the yard with a team that was falling apart around him. There's an element of that where both Geno and Shedeur are guys who try to make plays. That is so much more enjoyable in what could be another 5-win season than a check down Charlie 5-win season.
Yeah, I mean, check down Charlie 5-win season. That's the Dylan Gabriel season. No one's signing up for that. We're just not where we need to be out of that. Stefanski's gone. Monken's no risky, no bisky. Remember that. Monken's not going to do. He's not going to do us dirty like that.
And Todd, I need you to be Bruce Arians. I don't need you to be Marty Schottenheimer with any running back or any quarterback ever.
No, I got a lot of belief in Monken in that. I got a lot of belief in Monken in that. He's going to be able to throw the ball around.
Can I interest any of you in Geno Smith for the Browns in 2026? Yes, you can. For limited money and one season, sign me up. And sign me up for the World Baseball Classic. That leads off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Gavin Williams will get the start. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The latest conference tournament news and scores every 20 minutes with our 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman. We'll talk Geno Smith. We'll talk quarterback options. We'll talk Joel Bitonio's future. In about 40 minutes with Jason Pinkston. Always good to catch up with our guy, Pink. But we got planned to get to the World Baseball Classic. Officially got underway yesterday, but Team USA leading off today. Not leading off because it's an 8 p.m. first pitch, but that's going to lead off quick hits here in a minute.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel! Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, as mentioned, Team USA versus Brazil tonight. First pitch on Fox in the 8 p.m. hour. They always say like 8:05. It's never 8:05. But the U.S., the odds-on favorite to win the tournament, followed by Team Japan, and then closely after the Dominican. I have a take that I want to workshop.
All right.
I think being the favorite in this tournament just doesn't do as much for me as an American as when we're like a dog, like in Olympic hockey.
Or like in basically every other year that this tournament has existed.
Yes.
So did we load up too much? Did American baseball players care too much now?
No, I like that they care, but there is an element of this where I'm like, it takes a little, like being the favorite, I don't know. It's just...
I like being the favorite. I like the idea that we should go domination station, especially since no one thinks we're actually going to go domination station on it.
Yeah.
Like it's not as if it's like an overwhelming amount of people are like USA is just going to bring this thing home. Like there's legitimate, I don't know, excitement around whether or not they can actually pull it off.
So I'm trying to recall this off memory. I think they're -1 something to win the whole thing, and then I think it goes Japan is +1 something to win it, and then followed closely
not
after
crazy odds
after Dominican. Can I just tell you though? I think we finally gotten to the point where. Then this kind of coincides with my NBA Cup thing of like we were always the generation that eventually was going to have to care about this, and they've just done it long enough and consistently enough that I think people have really started to kind of enjoy this kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a sense of pride in it.
And I think we're there. Like I am genuinely excited for this tournament, which I'll watch 30% of the games for.
So the WBC had to get legitimized first. I think there was a real hang-up in that for so many years. Once we had that moment where it was Ohtani versus Trout, the last WBC, I felt like that really hit for a lot of people. Like, oh, wait, that's one of the game's greats against one of the game's greats, and now they're going in an important moment, in an important game. Let's see what happens. And I feel like that ripple effect is now being paid off there. It took a couple of the game's greats to commit to it, and now all of a sudden Skeens is playing, and Skubal is playing, and Bryce Harper is playing, and all these other guys are into it. And I feel like that was a tipping point moment. The WBC had to get legitimized first, and now it is. And so that's why we have a lot of good players playing. All right, this is a crazy story out of the NFL, Nick. All right, if I were to ask you right now, what do you know about Rashawn Gary?
He's a Packer. Went to Michigan. Good football player, not great football player.
All right, what have you heard today about Rashawn Gary?
He got released.
Okay. That's where the interesting part of the story comes in. Rashawn Gary is claiming that he has, first off, Rob Domofsky, reporter for the Packers, is saying he has not been released. He has not been traded. Nothing has happened on the Packers' end. And then Rashawn Gary and his people are now coming out and saying that his IG has been hacked. And so the only part of the story that existed was Rashawn Gary coming out on his Instagram and putting out a post initially that it said all these things about thank you Packers fans. I was so happy to be here, but I'm obviously going to be moving on to other things because the Packers no longer have an interest in me. Gary's claiming his IG was hacked. Domofsky, who covers the Packers and is like the guy to cover the Packers, is saying the Packers are not aware of any of this. He has not been told he's been released or traded, and his IG account has been hacked. This is a wild story. There's legitimate NFL reporters, Nick, that have gone on after he used his IG to say this, that have made the suggestion that he is in fact being no longer a Packer, and here we are.
But why would somebody hack your Instagram 3 days before? Why would somebody do that just to put out a fake thing? Like I don't understand. Like why? What's the upside for somebody hacking? This is why we need a better excuse for I said something I probably shouldn't have said. Then I got hacked. right?
Oh, you think that Rashawn Gary legitimately put out a post because he thought he was being released or traded?
Or he got legitimately pissed that he's not going to get a new contract in the wake of the Micah Parsons trade.
And this is him trying to get leverage or something?
And
or
he
try
threw
to...
a little bit of a hissy fit, and this is his people trying to cover for him. That
Okay.
sounds more likely than I'm going to hack Rashawn Gary's.
It's just a random. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people. I don't understand the motives for a lot of people online in general. I just don't.
Man, I really showed Rashawn.
It's not. I don't know. It's about showing Rashawn. I wonder if it was just about trying to just cause chaos in the NFL and try to maybe I don't know, just highlight how stupid this whole entire process can be sometimes, and how people just run with whatever is just thrown out there on an IG.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work to prove
welcome to the internet.
point.
Welcome to the internet.
Yeah.
People
Somebody on his team actually have maybe tried to schedule this out, like where they got word that it was going to come down in the future, and maybe try to schedule it ahead of time and accidentally hit post now.
Yeah, but then you would just say that. You wouldn't say hacked.
Right? Yeah, right. You would just wait for the Packers to then confirm it when it actually does go down.
Yeah.
This is a complete denial of the IG and the idea that he's going to be released or traded. And then, again, the Packers are telling people that his IG account was hacked.
This stinks. Stinks to high heaven, I tell you. 10 days away from the Hawks tribute to Atlanta's Gentlemen's Club Magic City, dubbed Magic City Night. They got real creative there.
Yeah.
And the controversy continues as Luke Cornett and Al Horford have spoken out against it, saying it disrespects women. Well, Magic City manager Juju Barney and dancer Yaya chopped it up with TMZ this week about the blessed event.
It's more of just a fun night where we celebrate good music, the Wings, and sell our merch. There would be no nudity at all. It's strictly just Wings and music and people having a good time.
I honestly feel like where he's coming from is a good space, and he's coming from his heart, and he feels like he's doing what's right. But I don't feel used. I don't feel degraded. And I feel like this collaboration, honestly, is more celebratory energy than anything that he's trying to make it seem like.
So we're going to get to this story later in the show. I just want to tell you that this has become almost a parody level thing with the NBA.
Yeah.
With Draymond weighing in and Michelle Beadle accusing Luke Cornett of white knighting for women. And now we've got TMZ talking to a strip club manager and a lovely dancer who I'm sure is working her way through medical school. And it is just like any other league would have destroyed this story and shut it down. But the NBA cannot help itself but create this into what is becoming just a laughably silly and outsized story.
Well, the problem here is that the Atlanta area and then obviously the Hawks themselves are trying to convince people that this is just a celebration of a culture or like an iconic moment in the city, right?
Uh-huh.
And like T.I. is behind this. They got all sorts of things there. Call it what it is. It's still a strip club, though. Like, that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, but there's no nudity.
That's the enjoy. I know. And so
there's no nudity.
I know. So that's like weird.
How much are you really celebrating if you're not honoring the nudity?
Well, they're honoring the wings.
That's true.
They got all sorts of lemon pepper Lou wings that are going on. Like there's some things that they're doing.
I want to try these wings. Because I hear that many people say they're the best wings you'll ever get.
That's why you want to go into that strip club?
No, I want them to like deep freeze some of them and send them to me.
How would that sell go to either of our wives? We go to Atlanta and we're just like,
Honey, I'm trying to honor Atlanta.
Iconic. They're iconic wings.
Like Draymond Green says this is basically more like art than it is nudity. So
it might go as well for us as when Jason tried to pitch the story about the Atlanta strip clubs. And I think he had to sleep on his couch for weeks after.
Wow. He just didn't sell it the right way. But I do want to try these wings. But in the history of humanity, it will never pass the mustard for me. They could be the greatest wings ever. I could re-find my love of life because of these wings. And I'm still going to know what you're going there for. And it's not to celebrate Atlanta. Okay?
All right, Lamar Jackson. Speaking of IG stories, now we have Lamar Jackson.
Has he also been hacked?
He's not been hacked, but he's putting things out there on the IG. Also on Twitter too, though. We are crossing platforms. That's how you got to do it these days. You got to cross platforms to make sure that we know
audiences
we
and
know
different
that you're
demographics.
not.
Yeah.
All right, so let me take you back to 2023. 2 days before he signed a contract extension back in 2023, he posted a cryptic tweet featuring SpongeBob and a smiley face emoji. Okay, today within the hour, he has posted another cryptic tweet featuring Training Day and that same smile emoji, and people are leading this to believe that Lamar Jackson has signed an extension with the Ravens, and he's expressing his gratitude and his happiness.
Man, Man, I got to tell you, I think this one goes beyond my interest in, like, internet sleuths on IG and Twitter trying to figure out.
Same smiley emoji.
Cool. Why not just wait until the contract is signed and then you don't have to do like. There's an element of like people that try and get cute and I'm gonna play on social media and it'll give people hints.
I mean, well, I would imagine you're not doing a smiley emoji if you ended up getting traded to Las Vegas for Fernando Mendoza. I would imagine that's not the case.
Unless he's really big in the bunny range.
There are enough Ravens fans right now that are living in their fears of the idea that Lamar is just going to go ahead and demand some sort of trade and be off the Ravens and not want anything to do with this team anymore. And on top of it, not be able to find an extension if they can get that done. And so, like, I think there's an understanding of Lamar being able to stay with Baltimore and figure this whole thing out based off of the smile emoji. Might just be a smile emoji, though.
He's trolling. And I as an older man, I have, as an esteemed gentleman, ain't nobody got no time for that. Come on. Although the training day one's better than the SpongeBob one, if we're just...
Wow, it shows maybe he's aged a little bit.
Reuben Pizza. Are you in or are you out?
And so what is it like? It's like pizza that it's like describe it to me.
So it's a pizza.
Yeah.
That has all the Reuben flavors.
Like Reuben flavors or the Reuben toppings?
Yeah, no, that's same thing.
Like okay.
Yeah. So it's built. It's a pizza. It's all like a chicken bacon ranch has chicken bacon ranch. A Reuben Pizza has. Corned
I had to think about the ingredients of a Reuben for a second.
Thousand Island, and I'm assuming some sour.
I love corned beef.
Cream.
I love corned beef. I love Thousand Island. Here's the thing. I think old me would have been like, no, you can't do this to pizza. We've screwed pizza up so much anyway. Who cares? Like whatever you want to put on it, go ahead and put on it. It doesn't bother me. Specialty pizzas are a thing these days. 10 years ago, it was still too new for people. Now, do whatever you want to do with a pizza.
So Vanessa has been telling me there's a spot in Seville.
I don't know that I would ever order one, but like if it was at the table, I would eat it.
There's a spot in Seville, Sparky's, what up, that is known for their Reuben Pizza, apparently. And it obviously is our first year living that close to it. So we're going to be getting it. The problem is she's been telling me about this, because we're going to do it tonight. She's been telling me about 5 days. And so I've been trying not to eat a Reuben for 5 days because once you get Reuben on the brain...
You just accidentally eat Reubens all the time?
You got to do it. And if I do a Reuben, then I'm going to start thinking about some Guinness. I'm going to start thinking about some Killian's. And I'm going to go full Irish for an entire month.
You just turn it into St. Patrick's Day.
Pretty much. And so I'm trying to withhold my... Even across the aisle over there has a Reuben, and I know it to be good. I'm not even talking like Slyman's good, like great. I'm saying it's good, and I'm thinking about a damn Reuben.
I love corned beef. I hope this is good. I can't see myself ordering it, but if you told me it was good, all I need is like one recommendation, and I'm like, all right, I'll give anything a try. But I think the people are going to be pissed about this. It's the same people that are like, oh, you can't put pineapple on pizza. You see, we're doing Reuben pizzas now. You can put pineapple on pizza if you want.
Listen, I wouldn't do it, and mostly it's a consistency thing, not a sweetness thing. When it comes to pineapple, however you want a pie.
I think at this point, anything goes. Anything goes on a pizza at this point. There's no rules. The rules existed 15 years ago. Now they just don't.
And in that vein, because social media has become so judgy, so awful, just an awful place to be, in my actual life, I think I'm becoming such less judgy because I just hate how judgmental people are. That's a nice little boomerang. So Reuben pie, get ready for that. Oh, man, I'm hungry. I really want a Reuben. It's going to be really hard. Because I know there's one right across there if I just order it now.
We still got to judge people in life, Nick, because if not, then they're just gonna be wearing no shoes on airplanes, and we can't have that.
Yeah, but not on pizza.
We don't judge people. Then all of a sudden they're just listening to whatever they want, all willy nilly. No earbuds, no AirPods, no anything. Just like out in the open. We got to judge people a little bit. Just keep society in order. Just
not
a little
too
bit.
much. And I think
not too much.
I think you're with the AirBuds thing as a hard and fast rule is too much. I think as a decency thing, I think that's the right. We're threading.
But I won't judge on pizza. The pizza game has changed so much. We've gotten so crazy with it. Just let people let the hair down a little bit and do whatever they want.
Joe Batoni's.
Hey,
Joe Batoni.
Reuben pizza. Batoni's.
Hey, come on down to Batoni's. Have some Cinca.
We couldn't get Joe Batonio, so we got Joe Batoni's.
It's actually probably what the Browns are going to do at left guard in 2026.
He costs $8 million a year.
Joel Batonio's many options in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
of the league in many, many key categories. And of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff. So I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Jason Pinkston coming up in about 20 minutes, former Browns offensive lineman. Always great to catch up with Pink. Obviously, we're on the eve, of NFL legal tampering, which is the eve of NFL free agency. And so plenty of moves being announced today. Taylor Decker, former Ohio State offensive lineman, taken, I believe, 3 picks, either 3 picks after or 1 pick before. Corey Coleman by the Browns in 2016. Either way, it should have not been Corey Coleman is what I'm saying. But we got that move out there. Geno Smith is likely to be released or will be released. Kyler Murray's going to be released. As a reminder, it's going to be a busy next week to 2 weeks as the Browns try to figure out what they're going to do with the cap space and the restructure they got with Deshaun today and potentially a restructure with Denzel Ward. But there is... While we're thinking right now, all right, when will Joel Bitonio make his decision and what will that decision be, right? There is one thing that won't go away, and that is Connor Orr's assistance of the MMQB that Joel Bitonio would make a Los Angeles Charger, and a very neat one at that. Because he wrote another piece about this.
Does he always give an example as to why? Is it a consistent reasoning outside of just the Chargers need offensive linemen?
Well, it's Mike McDaniel was on staff here when they drafted Joel Bitonio. So
we're going to the very beginning of Joel Bitonio's career to get Mike McDaniel.
Got to go back to the beginning, origin story. And I think the fact that he doesn't address the idea that it's retirement or Cleveland. He doesn't address the retirement thing at all.
Mm-hmm.
But so the first time we noted this was, oh gosh, it was like 4 weeks ago, and Connor put like a surprise fit for every team kind of thing.
Yeah.
And now it is in his, he for 10 different teams he put dream fits in free agency.
Yeah.
And Bitonio, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Charlie Collar, who's the former Iowa State tight end who also has been linked to the Browns. That is his dream team for the Chargers.
All right, so we're trying to figure out, is it because he talked to somebody with the Chargers and this is what they're telling him, or is he just coming up with these all willy-nilly?
Yes. Or, by the way, could he have talked to Joel's agent, and maybe Joel's agent doesn't like the offer the Browns are putting in front of?
That's another possibility, for sure. I have a hard time thinking Joel Bitonio is going to play for somebody else if he comes back this year. I can't convince him in any sort of logical way why coming back and playing for the Browns is a great idea if he wants to win a title, though.
I mean, listen, if you're already thinking about playing in 2026, and the Browns are describing this as a transitional year...
Yeah.
I don't want to say put it past, but could I fault Joel for saying, well, LA's closer to where I'm from because went to Nevada. Also, they have a chance of winning this year in a down AFC West if Mahomes is going to be in all that kind of stuff.
I wouldn't bet on them with your money, but they have a chance.
But and by the way, play for a legit head coach. And I don't mean Todd Monken isn't, but Todd Monken hasn't been proven to do diddly squat. Jim Harbaugh has done quite a bit as an NFL head coach.
He's not Jim Harbaugh is the point. I get the reasoning. Listen, if I was Joel, I wouldn't have come back this last year and given Kevin Stefanski all the respect and everything that he did there, and basically seeming like he did it as a favor to the Browns. I wouldn't have done that. I would have gone ring shopping a couple years ago, but he's obviously built a little bit different. And so if he comes out of this and his end result is he wants to go play for the Chargers, who am I to be like that's a bad idea?
Does anyone know definitively Joel wouldn't want to leave Cleveland? No. Does anyone know that he does want to leave Cleveland? It could still be Browns or retirement for Joel. I don't think this is out there by accident. Whatever the reason is, I don't think it's out there that while we've been on cruise control of either Joel's going to be a Cleveland Brown in 2026 or retire, I think it's quite purposeful that's out there. And I would say if the Browns see this coming, this would be one of the ones that I think it would have made sense and that you really could have maybe been smarter about if this ends up happening, of getting out in front of.
Like, does it hurt differently if it's a different team than as opposed to retirement? Because for the Browns, the answer still remains the same. He's not playing on the team next year.
Yes. Yeah. I think Joel saying, not only am I not going to retire, but I'm going to go finish my career elsewhere, I think there are going to be a lot of people really upset with the Cleveland Browns. And I think rightfully so, because if you knew this was a possibility, you could have addressed this earlier. And what I mean by that is, you're not going to come out and say, well, Joel's got options and all that, but you could have put out a report saying the Browns aren't sure, even if Joel doesn't retire. And I think that's like a little thing. That's a little fan service thing that you can do through the media, through all the national guys that they constantly feed things through, or even locally here if they ever wanted to treat the beat with respect here in town. That this would be something that I think you could do that would minimize the blow for Browns fans.
Sure.
And just make sense whilst you're in the sea of disappointment of the last 2 years and the Deshaun and all this other kind of crap.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously we'll wait and see what happens too, because if he comes out and is like, I'm coming back to the Browns, and or I'm retired, then all this just was for naught, and it just is what it is. But like, if he ends up with the Chargers, then we would have some. Hey, what happened here, guys? How long did you guys know this was a possibility? And is that why you went out and got Titus Howard, because of the flexibility? Everything else that at least comes with that conversation.
Yeah, and like, I don't know that inevitably I would be furious with the Browns.
I probably wouldn't be.
Well, because my thing would be, well, you're still going to have to replace Joel at some point in the future.
Yeah.
I think maybe it would speak to the idea of you could have done it a different way.
I mean,
which is just like the through line of my Browns' existence over the last 6 years is you could have done it a better way.
Yeah, they just always fumble these moments. I think more for myself, I think the reality would just be that they're obviously not signaling anything to Joel that gives him the belief that they're going to try to win anything of consequence this year.
Mm-hmm.
Or even make a run. Because I think Joel... it's not as if the Chargers promise you a deep playoff run here, okay? I think Joel would be looking at this. If he thought they were even an 8 or 9 win team, I bet he'd be signing up to come back in here and make sure that he had a real threat with it. But there's obviously no guarantees there.
Now, the criticism I might level at the Browns, again, getting into the idea of how you do it, is you've seen the dead cap hit coming from Bitonio and Teller for multiple years now, and at any point you could have mitigated that. And I know that they're probably going to release Wyatt, which is post June 1 and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, Joel leaving in free agency and signing somewhere else when you could have done different cap shenanigans at any point in the last 6 months to a year with either one of those guys, it does feel like okay, well, how could this not have been avoided, and opening up even more cap room going into 2026?
I mean, clearly at that point they didn't think that this was a possibility, and then obviously at some point it became a possibility. And the idea that Connor Orr has it in his articles, it is a legitimate possibility. I wouldn't be. I'm not upset at the Browns if this happens this way. I'm just kind of looking at it as that's an unfortunate break.
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of like the Jim Schwartz thing. Like, if it can be avoided, and I'm not talking about Joel leaving being avoided, but kind of the frustration that might come with it. If fans can be prepared for that, you have a whole department of people that should be doing that, right? Like this to me wouldn't be like, oh, Andrew Berry, like he gets this like Machiavellian thing, like, oh, he's so good, he never lets anybody know what he's gonna do. And I was like, yeah, I know he's gonna win 8 games in 2 years. So I'm a little leery at giving him credit for all he's a shapeshifter. Look at the way he crafts narratives. It's like he crafts crappy football teams. That's the beat on him right now.
Yeah.
But specific to this, there's a certain, listen, they didn't feel this way about Wyatt. They didn't. I felt Wyatt had done enough to deserve a level of respect that I don't think he got at the end. Now, in the end, I don't think every fan was in line with me about how that departure was handled. The Joel thing and not being prepared for it, it's not Joe Thomas, it's not Miles, it's not maybe even Nick Chubb, but I think it is in that conversation of just do things a little bit, just have a little bit of kid gloves with this one, because there is going to be an element of whoever you replace Joel Bitonio with, if Joel's in the NFL next year, will be directly compared to Joel Bitonio, which is probably not fair to that guy, given what Joel's done in this town.
And I wonder if they just look at it the same way as if he retires, we have the same result of needing to replace him as if he goes to the Chargers, and we have the same result of just needing to replace him.
Now, I would want to know,
Yeah.
Is this about money? Because if it's about, playing, I mean, it can't be about playing time. Joel was one of your 2 best offensive linemen last year.
Yeah, he was good.
So not wanting to pay Joel, I think, would be another. Because I imagine Joel on the open market could actually still get decent money even with his age.
I wouldn't think this would be about money. Because first off, they're not shy about paying money ever, and it just doesn't scream like this would be about money.
216-474-0092. Is Joel leaving the Browns on the table, and how would you react to Joel Bitonio signing elsewhere instead of retiring, as opposed to Cleveland or retirement, as we had previously thought? There's another element, and I've had this thought when we first saw it, of maybe Joel needs like a prove-it move. Right?
What do you mean?
Meaning like maybe Joel is on the fence about coming back to Cleveland, specifically to this Browns team.
Okay, so we need to see some sense of, hey, you're going to do 7, 8, 9 wins.
And so if you sign a Tyler Linderbaum, maybe that's a package deal for Joel.
Is that maybe all he's been waiting on, too? Is this why he needed the extra month? He needed them to go ahead and actually show them that it was going to be more than Titus Howard when it came to free agency and everything else that's associated with it.
I think it's a fair thing to ask. Because
I do as well.
I would imagine that... kind of like the Myles Garrett thing a year ago, but you're not going to throw $40 million at it. I would imagine that there's a fair amount of Browns free agents that think, I'll come back, but what's it going to look like? And I don't think you can really answer that to Joel or anyone until you have a veteran quarterback in that room that they might want to play with, until you have at least one offensive lineman additionally signed, and maybe until you have an understanding of what might or might not happen in the wide receiver market.
I mean, it just seems fair. But again, I'm the same person that would have told him last year to go ahead and go on a different team and then try to make a run for a Super Bowl somewhere else. I've always thought differently on this. Joe Thomas always tells that story about the Broncos and how they wanted him for that season that they ended up actually winning the Super Bowl. And so he'd be a Super Bowl champion if he just went and gone to Denver. But it was more important to him to stay in the Browns uniform. And I get that and understand it. But for myself, I'd be like, all right, I'm gone.
Is Joel Bitonio leaving the Browns on the table, and how surprising would that be? We'll ask that of the man that he replaced, Jason Pinkston, former Browns offensive lineman, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Kohl's believes new decor counts as spring cleaning. Not that you're trying to avoid spring cleaning, but if you were, fresh decor from Kohl's is a great place.
by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Next week brings legal tampering. Next week brings NFL free agency. And I don't know if you guys know this, the Browns were not good in 2025. To see, is there a pathway to productivity for the Browns? We're going to welcome in the man, the myth, the legend, former Browns offensive lineman. I almost called him Todd Monken. My brain is skitzing out here. On the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, Jason Pinkston with us. Pink, welcome back to the show, buddy.
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing today?
We're doing very well. I'm going to lead with a food question because JP and I talked about it at the end of Quick Hits about 40 minutes ago. Reuben Pizza, would you give that a whirl in the Pinkston household?
I would not. I'm sorry. I would not. I stick to the pepperoni sausage, banana peppers, mushroom here and there. Reuben Pizza is just doesn't sound like it's for me.
I mean, asked and answered. It's not for everybody, I guess.
That's fine. I mean, we judge you for your judgment, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, would I give it a shot? I'd give it a shot, but I don't.
Well, so you try it. Hold on.
It sounds like you're flip-flopping here on the old Reuben Pizza.
All it took was 20 seconds.
No. I'd give it a try, but it's not like if I'm picking up a pie, I'm going with my go-to pepperoni, sausage, banana peppers. You can never go wrong with that.
How do you know what else life has to offer if you never try something new, Pink?
I'm a simple man. I stick to my guns. I got my couple places I like to go get my pie from, and I stick with that.
So I don't think we've had you on, Pink, since the Browns have hired a new head coach. So I guess we'll start there. Your kind of early take on Todd Monken replacing Kevin Stefanski.
I like it, man. It seems like, he's very, very outspoken. You can tell that this guy's a leader. And, it sounds like a lot of the guys are excited about the change. Listen, everyone, I would say most of the players like Coach Stefanski, but you can definitely feel there's some kind of buzz coming with the new coach. And I like that. He's up front. He seems very direct in what he wants to do with his team and where he wants to lead us to in the future. And you know what? I'm here for it to give him a chance. And hopefully, everyone falls in and we can get behind this guy and he can finally get this thing turned around for us.
Have you ever had a time in your career where you just had you went from one coach and then the next coach was completely different from a personality standpoint? Because there's a lot of Browns players that are going through that right now.
Absolutely. My first year we had Coach Schumer, and then the second year we went over to Coach Szczynski, and they were two completely different type of guys, different energies, personalities about themselves, and it's. I mean, obviously I went on to have another head coach as well, but yes, completely different. You learn your coach. Coach Sherman was kind of more laid back, and he was it seemed to me like a little shy, didn't like to talk much. It was, and obviously I was just a young kid coming out of college and didn't know anything about the National Football League, but there was definitely a big change going from one coach to another. Absolutely.
All right, speaking of going from one coach to another, there is a new offensive line coach, a name you're familiar with. George Warhop was here from 2009 to 2013. What are the Browns getting, bringing back their former offensive line coach?
Coach Hop is he's an amazing guy. He's a great father, great husband. That guy, he put so much work in on our offensive line group. That dude is just a complete leader. The drills he put us through, the way he broke down film and game planned, there was never a game we weren't prepared for on the offensive line. I was telling, I think I shot Ken Carman a text earlier this week. I was listening to his segment on the show, and I told him, I said, listen, when we went into those games in an offensive line unit, we were so prepared. If there were mistakes, it was on our end more than on the coach's end. Just a great guy, knows football, knows the games, been around. He's coached some high-caliber players. Obviously, he coached Joe Thomas. You really didn't coach him too much. Joe was already who he is and made a name for him. He tweaked things. But dude, he made that unit overall better, and I'm extremely happy and excited to see what's going to happen with the offensive line this year.
All right, discussing quarterbacks, what's your read? Is it Shedeur week 1? Is it Deshaun week 1? Is it a quarterback that we're not even discussing week 1? How do you see it?
You know what? I honestly think it's going to be Shedeur week 1. If you look at our roster, and I thought about this, and I listened to some of the analysts talk about it. I think our team, we have so many holes to fill and so many players that, so many positions that need attention to. I would be interested to see what the team does and where they actually see us being in 2026 for this upcoming season. What do they truly believe that we can get accomplished? And I think that'll tell us a lot about how our team is going to look here in the future. I think that they are aware, I hope they're aware that, hey, we need a lot of pieces to get this going. I mean, I don't see ourselves going out on the market and spending another $30 to $40 million to bring another quarterback in when, we do have someone who's capable, maybe two people who's capable on that roster, maybe to get through the 2026 season and be competitive and put a product out there that we can live with, and then see where we're at the end of 26 going into 27.
Pink, it's interesting. One kind of phrase or one kind of idea behind the season is that this could be a transition year for the Browns, and that I struggle with that because last year was a transition year. You can't transition to a transition year. That's not how transitions work. But it's interesting. Like, you came in 2011 at a really interesting time where they were going from Mangini to Pat Shurmur, and there was we're trying to get better, but we're not trying to win every year. How cognizant, how aware are players in a situation where, yes, there is an effort to get better, but maybe not an effort to do everything you need to win that next year?
I think it's and now listen, like I said, the year I came in was so unique. It was a lockout year. My first time being introduced to my team and teammates was literally the first week of training camp. I had no off season going into that year. Once we finished that year, actually, once we were going through that year, we ended up being 4-12. And, players start to talk in the locker room of frustration. But I was so young that I really didn't understand how the NFL actually worked and what the leadership was trying to do for the team. But for this team here, I think we all have to be aware. Like, we know that we have so many holes. I think if we can put a product out there that's very what's the word I'm looking for? If they can compete and win some games and maybe take a step forward into the right direction, I think you can kind of understand and sell that a bit. Like, I think there's just too many holes on this team right now, more so on the offensive side of the ball, to where it's like, are we going to be able to? Are they willing to trade in free agency and get enough people that we need to fill these holes? And then what are we going to draft? Are the guys that we're going to draft, are they going to be ready to step in from day one and be a part of the team and contribute in a way that, well, you know what, we can take it. We built this roster, we can take a shot and we can be competitive and we can go for it. I don't know what our goals are. Like, is it going to be just to win games and get to the playoffs, or are we going to say, all right, we're going to go all in on this roster right here and we're going to try to go win it all? Like, that is the questions that needs to be answered. And I think we'll see more over this free agency these next couple of weeks with some of the trades and the signings. But I just see that roster, and there's a lot of spots that need to be filled.
All right, what spot do you feel like needs to be filled the most?
I think we have to address the offensive line first. And obviously we signed Titus Howard earlier this week. I thought that was a good signing, but there's still questions. We need to figure out, is Joel returning? Is he going to retire? There's pick a spot, man. There's some holes in that offensive line. Needs some warranted help. I believe we need a receiver, another receiver. I think we need a true number one receiver who we can get the ball to. But the question goes back to, do they really believe that we going to go all in on a true number one receiver and pay him $80 million right now? I don't know if that's the belief that, let's go get this receiver, a big time player is going to make plays for us, and still have questions about the quarterback.
That's interesting. We're talking about Joe Bitonio. We had previously been on the retirement or Cleveland tour multiple times in the last 4 weeks. Connor Orr of the MMQB has linked Joe Bitonio to the Chargers. What would your reaction if instead of retiring or coming back to Cleveland, Joe Bitonio walked off and signed with the Chargers in free agency?
I would feel for the type of person that I know Joel is, I don't see him at this point in his career picking up his family, going to a new city, and playing maybe 1 or 2 more years, 3 years max. I don't see him doing that. I would think that Joel is a Brown until his career ends. The dude's been a Pro Bowl player, captain. He's been the heart and soul of that offensive line for many years since Joe Thomas retired. I don't see him leaving now to go somewhere else. I feel like he's the type of dude who's going to stick it out and he's going to fight through it with the guys in that locker room.
What would it mean if he did leave? Is it just a really bad sign, I would imagine, for the Browns?
Yeah, that would sting a little bit, man. That dude is such a great guy, good person. He's obviously a great football player. That would sting a lot for us to lose him. If we lose him, either he retires or he goes somewhere else, it's going to be a big loss for us, and then that's just another hole that we're going to have to fill.
You want Tyler Linderbaum in free agency next week?
I absolutely do, 1,000%. I'm praying to God that the Todd Monken, the relationship, that, he understands the offense. I'm praying that he's like, I'm going to go over here with my old coach. He's called the plays. I understand his offense. I know what we're going to do. That's my number one player I would love to have is that guy right there. If you have an opportunity to get that dude, you get that dude. He makes your football team better day one when he steps on the field.
How does a great center change the equation on the offensive line as somebody who's had to play next to a great center in Alex Mack once upon a time?
It just made your job so much easier. Alex Mack, between Alex Mack and Mitchell Schwartz and Joe Thomas, I couldn't ask for a better position to fall into and be the start left guard. Alex was a genius. The way he prepared during the week, his studies, his film breakdowns. Alex comes up to the line, he finds the middle linebacker, he points, he sets the front, he tells everybody where they're going, and you wouldn't play football. It was fantastic. That is such he's like essentially you have two quarterbacks on the field. You have a center and your actual quarterback. And dude, having a center that knows how to read the defense and knows how to read the front, who can adjust and change the protection if he sees something, you need one of those guys, and that's the key to an offensive line.
Do you have any sort of analysis on Titus Howard, the new acquisition for the Browns?
You know what? I do not know a lot about him. I know that, I took some customers to the Steelers game when they lost to the Texans in the playoffs, and I thought that their offensive line did a good job playing. I know he's saying that he's a tackle, but obviously, when you're a tackle, you want to be paid as a tackle, but sometimes I've read a little bit that he was bumped inside the guard, and I think we have a good coach in Coach Warhop that can work with him and really get and sharpen his skills for tackle or guard. So, it seems to be a plus so far. We'll know more, obviously, once we get to see him. But I did not follow the Texans as much, obviously, this year or in the years past, so I really don't know much about him. But it sounds like we got a good, healthy body, someone that's going to be in there, and he's played a lot of good football.
Are you wide receiver or offensive lineman at 6, or are you opening the door to a Caleb Downs, a David Bailey, and Arvell Reese if the right blue chipper drops to you?
That's tough, man. That is so tough.
It's the only kind of question
so
I ask there, Pink.
I'm so happy that I'm not in that position to make that call. I think if you can find a cornerstone tackle, left tackle for your offensive line, I think you'd have to make that pick and maybe pass up on, a great wide receiver or a solid, or I shouldn't say solid, say a great DB or defensive end. I think we need to find a cornerstone for our offensive line. And I think that would be the left tackle position to really solidify that spot, to know we got somebody that's going to be a strong player, who's going to be there. I mean, we've been banged up so much over the last couple of years, and, we had Jack Conklin, and he started out so well for us, and he just was injury after injury after injury. So I think you get a cornerstone there, and that's just me being very biased.
All right, 3 years from now, and I'm asking you this because you're a Cleveland Brown that lives in Yinzer territory. 3 years from now, who's a better football team, Browns or Steelers?
The Cleveland Browns. I think right now, if you look at the situation, where we stand to where they stand right now, I don't think we're that far off. Everyone talks Pittsburgh Steelers football, and it's all the one for the thumb. Like, dude, that story died back in 2011. Like, we are as Browns fans are tired of hearing about how good the Pittsburgh Steelers are. They haven't won anything. They have not won anything in the last couple of years, and I just think that our franchises are a lot closer than what people think. And I truly believe that we will be the better team in the next 3 years.
Pink, always great to talk to you, buddy, and I'm sure we'll have you on as we get closer to mini camps and the draft and all that nonsense. But be good and be safe.
My man, I appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend. Enjoy this nice little weather we got here. Hopefully it's not raining up there too much, but it's actually not a too terrible day down here in Pittsburgh.
You golfing this weekend?
I would love to, man. I got my clubs all cleaned up, and if I can find a course where you can get a cart, because I ain't walking, I would love to.
This is the first weekend out, Pink. For a lot of people, this is the first weekend out.
I played 9 last week, and it was very fun. It was very nice to get back out there and swing the club.
Pink, great talking to you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Jason Pinkston, former Cleveland Browns offensive lineman on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I have some reaction to what Pink had to say there, and a tribute is just a tribute. Even in Cleveland, even in Atlanta. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator, with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have
spicy, it's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
The quarterback rumors are swirling in Berea.
I'm excited about Shador. I'm excited about Deshaun and Dylan. I'm excited about the prospects, not only in free agency, but also in the draft. And we'll see where it all falls.
Get all the latest news and rumors ahead of NFL free agency right here on your home for Browns football in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive on a lovely afternoon in Northeast Ohio. Sun's out. Happy mood, which I will tell you, for a story that does have some people feeling some sort of way, that there's a seedy element to the story, has brought me nothing but joy.
Okay.
So the Hawks about a week ago announced that they were going to have a Magic City night. And it's coming up, I think, in 10 days from now. And so if you guys aren't familiar with, in Atlanta, there's a legendary strip club called Magic City. And it's not just known for its entertainment. It's apparently known for its food.
Yeah, it's got good chicken wings.
So much so that Lou Williams got in trouble in the bubble for leaving the bubble to go all the way to Atlanta to get Lemon Pepper Lou wings, which they're named after him. So it's a whole thing. And now multiple NBA players, including Luke Cornett and Al Horford, have spoken out about it.
Yeah.
Well, now, so we got the reaction, and then we got the reaction to the reaction, and now we're getting the reaction to the reaction to the reaction.
It's a lot of reaction.
I actually want to start here with Michelle Beadle, who, again, Michelle is a Beadle and Decker, right? At first, I thought it was on the run it back thing too.
Yeah, but she also has so many. I think Lou Williams is like a daily guest, isn't he?
Oh, I didn't realize that. Maybe there was.
I think he's on that show, isn't he? And then also, Chandler Parsons is the other guy, and I know you love Chandler Parsons.
That guy, what a person.
I know you're a big Chandler Parsons guy.
I guess before we even get to Michelle Beadle, I have no problem with this.
I like Michelle Beadle, by the way. I have no idea what she said, but I like her.
As a dad of 3 daughters, if the Cavs did this, I would not care.
Like a Lido Lounge night?
Yes, or whatever. If we had Magic City instead of Atlanta, I just wouldn't care. And I don't quite understand why anybody does care, which is where, to me, the glee comes in with a story. That this is becoming one of the 3 biggest stories in the NBA, depending on who's talking about it on any given day.
I thought it was funny, like when we did it in Quick Hits a week ago or whatever that was, it was like the idea of them having like a stripper pole come down to mid-court.
Yes.
And then it was like, but we were trying to figure that out. Like, can you have strippers there? That can't be a thing. It can't be like in order to go to this game, you got to be 18 plus. Like, that's not, that can't be a thing. So how are they going to maneuver this?
And the people from Magic City have come out and been like, no, this is just about wings.
Yeah, just about wings.
It's just about wings.
And really selling merchandise, too.
Yes. So they're not going to have any nudity, which again,
no nudity, and
no one expected that they were going to have nudity in the first place.
Well, I don't know. Do they think it's going to get raucous and just all of a sudden the females that are in attendance
are
part of the
they're going to be called to action,
that are part of the club, are just going to turn it into their own little show?
They're going to be like, not since college, and I did it that one time.
No, I'm talking about the professionals here. I'm talking about the.
They're just going to hear the Motley Crue and just be like, just black out and start dancing.
You ever have anything where it's like, so the NBA says clearly we can't do any stripping around this event, right? But once we're there, if things happen, things happen. One of those type scenarios.
It's like the Winter Soldier activating.
They just hear the code words and it's that's Motley Crue, for those of you wondering. So with Luke Cornett writing, I guess, a blog, because
was it a whole blog?
Is that the most thing that Luke Cornett could do?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like any other NBA player is gonna have like an Instagram video and maybe a Players Tribune, and Luke Cornett's like, I'm gonna blog about this because I respect women. Well, Michelle Beadle responded to this story, including what she's considering to be the actions of Luke Cornett and Al Horford.
As a woman, I am not offended by the idea of Magic Monday. I, again, cannot say this enough. Magic City, for anyone who's been to Atlanta or lives in Atlanta or goes there, it's not just like it's not a bar. Like, I feel like that's sort of the vibes that maybe people are getting. Secondly, and most importantly, is thank you, White Knight. We don't need this. I've had enough of men telling us what we can and shouldn't, and what we should want, and what we should need, and how we should act. No, these are grown-ass women who have a job.
The women that have a job aren't going to be there, though, right? Isn't that part of the deal?
No, they are going to be there, but they're going to be clothed.
Oh, so we still have a chance for it to go down the way I described.
It's not an orgy.
No one said it was an orgy. Why did you make it an orgy?
Well, because you're like,
why did you make it an
something's
orgy?
going to happen, and all of a sudden,
with the pineapples.
instinct's going to happen, and they're going to like kick in, and they're going to be like, well, they said no nudity, but I don't think they meant it.
But if I don't know, if Misty is like, who cares if I get kicked out of Hawks games for the rest of my life? I'm here to make sure Magic City has some nudity in this game. Then here we go.
I think I want a T-shirt that says Magic City. It's not just a you-know-what bar. Because I did not have this is one of the reasons why I do love Michelle Beadle, is that she will just say a specific thing or a specific reference that most people wouldn't, because it would be undignified.
Yeah.
I need this T-shirt. I've never been to Magic City. I will never go to Magic City.
Where are you wearing this T-shirt?
Just around the house.
Okay, yeah. It's not an in-public T-shirt.
Maybe for our YouTube channel there.
I don't know about that one.
Also, why does anybody care what Luke Cornett thinks? Or Al Horford?
They don't. I don't think they do. I really don't think they do.
I think she took umbrage to the idea that Luke Cornett is white knighting for women.
That he's a guy trying to be like, let me help out and protect the women here, whereas Michelle Beadle knows women don't need protection in this issue.
Yeah, but Luke Cornett doesn't speak for all guys, and Michelle Beadle doesn't speak for all women.
Very fair.
And so it's gotten into not a war of words, because again, it was she's pointed
Isn't this
and
supposed
sarcastic.
to be just fun about like wings and such and merch and then the potential
and the idea of nudity,
occasional,
but not real nudity.
Brief nudity, maybe. I don't know.
All right.
Well,
so,
halftime nudity, maybe.
If this story couldn't get any more ridiculous, we already played the Magic City general manager and one of their dancers.
Yeah.
Sorry, talents.
What was her name?
It was like Zaza or something like that. I'm now thinking of Zaza. No, his name was Juju.
Okay,
and
his
her
name was Juju.
And her name is Yaya. I wasn't that far off.
Juju and Yaya?
Juju and Yaya.
What I can't take these people serious.
Which, by the way, are two nicknames.
No. You tell me her birth name isn't Yaya?
That sounds like a hell of a morning show.
Yeah, I definitely called them Yayas before.
So it's Juju and Yaya in the morning.
Now, so they went on with TMZ and were like, no, it's a respectful thing for, it's about tradition. Well, Draymond Green has since weighed in on this.
Because of course he has.
On the Draymond Green show, and disagrees with Luke Cornett on Magic City night.
Oh, I found Yaya's Instagram.
I think to point out that they have esteem issues because that's the line of work they chose, I actually think is less protective of women. Because you're condemning something as if it's actually an art. Like, I don't know if you've ever been, but like if you see it in action, it's actually a form of art that some choose to indulge in and some choose not to indulge in. But to say that because a woman decides that that's the art that they want to partake in, I think is reflective on society's thoughts and how they once viewed things.
Yeah, Draymond, you're a real feminist. Baby, it's art. All right? You wouldn't bash me.
He might be coming up with a good excuse here.
You wouldn't be mad at me for going to the Guggenheim, would you? All right? When I go to the Louvre and I see Mona Lisa, I'm not getting any static from you, but I go to Magic City and see Yaya, and all of a sudden I'm a pig.
Well, you just got to rebrand it is all. We need a rebranding for strip clubs everywhere. Just call them art museums.
Oh, my God. And here's the funny thing. To me, the entire story and the level that it's gotten to just proves that the NBA has gotten to like a Spinal Tap level of parody.
Okay.
That there's just no one has self-awareness, and everyone's talking about this like it matters. And it's a individual promo night, one of 41 for the Hawks at home, that will come and go. There will be no nudity. There will only be wings.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, T.I.'s performing at halftime. I think it might get crazy.
Yeah, but it's not. Nope.
You can't promise me no
TA.
nudity here. There's a real chance. There's a real chance Yaya lets it fly.
You don't know Yaya like that.
I saw her Instagram.
She's an artist.
All she does is let it fly.
She is an artist. Okay, that's what artists do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of art
You don't
that's
go,
happening.
hey, Banksy, don't shred that painting.
Yeah.
But apparently Yaya can't let the Yayas
See,
out.
you and Draymond, you guys just all came up. You guys are in the same boat together.
Oh, well, what do you see? I see a strong, independent woman. What do you see? I see some Yayas.
See? They didn't have to think too hard
See,
to get
that's
that
what
nickname.
that beauty about art is. We all see something different.
Yeah.
I see a birthmark.
I was going to say,
Easy Baskin. Oh, my God.
I see some stretch marks.
Not that club.
No?
No.
Yeah.
Would you care if Magic City, if this actually happened in Cleveland? I think it's the funniest, dumbest, funniest story that we could possibly have. Let us know your Yaya thoughts there. And turns out the Browns aren't out on a big name in free agency. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The NFL's legal tampering period gets underway Monday at noon. Get all the latest news right here on your home for breaking sports news in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy.
The lead coming up in 1 hour's time. Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk NFL writer, Cleveland's own, coming up at 6. Talking about the developments of the day. Deshaun Watson's contract being restructured, with Daniel Oyefusi saying a Denzel Ward contract extension is expected to be following that as well. We got a bounce-back candidate this hour. We will get into some Cavs basketball as well. James Harden's got a fun event we get to talk about as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as fun as Magic City night. But listen, again, I'm an art critic. So that's just that's how I think every man can position himself going forward on the topic of Magic City night.
Yeah, really get into the arts if that's how it's being described.
Listen, I painted something in college once. So basically,
yeah, what'd you paint?
Yeah, something.
Something.
Yeah, it was a canvas.
Yeah,
wasn't any good.
You ever do one of those like paint by numbers classes where you guys like drink wine and have paint with the wife or no?
So you drink wine and have paint?
Sorry, you drink wine and you paint by numbers.
No, I
Words
haven't.
are hard today, I guess.
Have you?
Yeah. No, it seemed like the type of thing you'd be into, though.
If Ness asked me to do it, I definitely would. My grandma Jo was a really gifted painter. The kids are all have some sort of gift. Vanessa, I draw stick men. I cannot paint. Like, creative in a lot of different ways. When it comes to, like, art.
Yeah.
And none of it.
But it's paint by numbers. You don't even have to be good at it. You just kind of, like, when I first met Elise, she had done a lot of these different classes just as, like, a fun thing with girls. And so we had, like, 5 or 6 different of these, like, they'd paint the Cleveland skyline and all these things. And they're not, you didn't paint them. You just did paint by numbers. I think she wanted me to treat them like they were, like, some, like, actual, like, art.
Yeah.
And something that, like, was like, hey, wow, how incredible. And I'm like, this is, you went and did what they told you to do when they told you to do it.
And she still married you.
I mean, listen, these are thoughts I had in my head. I didn't say them to her. I'm not an idiot.
So do you like the Cleveland skyline?
I'm not an idiot. I'm like, hey, looks nice. Looks like you might have some talent.
I think any child could do this because it's paint by numbers.
In my head, I'm like, anybody could do this. This is an easy thing. No, there's no skill attached to this. So, yeah, these are things we don't vocalize to anybody, but this is the thoughts I had.
216-474-0092. If the art community would like to respond to this paint by numbers, I would say strong take. Go ahead and give us a call there. But as we mentioned, Deshaun Watson contract gets restructured. Denzel's expected to get a restructure here as well. And I thought you made a good point we didn't get into at the start of the show because we was more focused on the Deshaun thing. It's all right. Now you've got money. Now the question, I think, just becomes, what are you really going to try and do with it?
Yeah, and I think that's the fascinating part about what the next couple weeks are about. Will they spend like drunken sailors, or will they just kind of hide and hang back? Because we know they have the resources. Mm-hmm. That's the different thing about this. This isn't like as if they're choosing one or the other based off of, well, we have to be stingy here. Like a baseball team, for instance, being like, well, I can't afford an outfielder and a shortstop. No, the cool thing about the Browns is that they have the money. They spend more money than anybody in the NFL for the previous 5 years. They can do whatever they want to. It's just whenever Andrew Berry feels like he's ready to make some sort of swing, and it doesn't feel like he's ready for that right now.
Yeah, I don't honestly know what to expect. I want them to be aggressive. I want them to act like a real NFL team with cap space, with a locker room full of guys. Like, let's not forget, like, you kept Myles Garrett here by telling him you weren't going to rebuild, and boy, does this thing smell like a rebuild. So there's an element of this of like, you know, when I understand I've had a complicated situation with Myles because of the way he went about his trade request, but like, there's an element of this if you kind of half-ass it. Or I mentioned this earlier, like Braxton Jones as one of your offensive linemen, I get it. But if you sign 4 guys that fit that criteria, and in a year from now, you're going to have to replace another 4 offensive linemen, you can't tell anyone you really tried this offseason.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, listen, we'll see what they do in the next couple weeks, and then we can go from there. But as of right now, I just don't get the sense that they're going to be going any sort of big game hunting. I think they're going to try to fill in some of the holes. You have to. They have to have people actually play at the position. But I'm not expecting anything awesome out of this.
So Nathan Zegura was on with the Morning Boys and Daryl today, and kind of put out his expectations for the Browns in free agency.
Offensively, that's where I think you've got to get a little bit more active. And I think that, you're talking about guys on the offensive line, especially the interior of the offensive line. I could see them be active there. A second tight end, probably more so in the blocking. Charlie Kohler, who was with Baltimore, and Todd and Travis a year ago, would make a lot of sense there to kind of be that complement to Harold Fannin, who now emerges as your number one tight end and certainly as, a real pass-catching threat as your leading receiver a year ago. I think if they find the right free agent wide receiver at the right price, that's somebody they can look at. A guy I like is Tyquan Thornton. That's kind of where I would be looking at it for the Browns over the next couple of days in that free agent market. I don't think they're going to be going big on day one with huge names. I think probably the biggest guy they could get or keep is Devin Bush.
So when it comes to the offense, I actually do have a pretty clear distinction of what I expect for them, and I expect at least 2 definitive starting offensive linemen in free agency. The position, I think, is going to matter on who's out there and who actually wants to come in. I probably would put another 2 bodies, meaning like guys who are going to compete for starting jobs, also in that vein. So whether it's guys who either didn't work out, like a Braxton Jones, like a Sean Ryan in Green Bay. Okay. So, but I need 2 definitive starters. 2 guys that you can look at and go, even with Tristan Howard, we can't say whether he'll be your right tackle, right guard, or left guard. But that's going to be one of your 5, what did I say?
You said Tristan Titus.
Him too.
But we're still learning names here, guys. We're still learning. It's new.
I'll say your name right when you earn it. No, I'm kidding. it just mop the floor
That's
with
right.
me.
You keep calling him Mick Robinson.
That's true. Yep, Mike Robinson's a great board up, I think, and supreme leader. But 2 definitive starters on the offensive line and likely 2 lesser pieces. I do need a strong number 2 tight end. And Kohler makes a lot of sense given that there's the Baltimore familiarity and given the fact that I think, he was kind of situated as tight end 3, so it's kind of a promotion for him. Or
even shooting higher, like an Isaiah Likely type or something like that.
Yeah, the interesting thing will be like the markets for Likely supposed to be all over the place. I don't think it's likely Isaiah comes here. But I could see if people look at him and are worried about his production last year, that's certainly an interesting name. And then beyond that, it's okay, what's out there and what comes available.
Yeah, I guess I feel like it's different because I know they could deploy a lot of resources. That sounded very analytical and very much like how they speak. But I know they could, and that's the sad part about this. It's not as if I feel like there's some sort of, restraint that the organization has. They could do a lot of things, and freeing up all this money obviously gives them way more flexibility, but it's there. It's open for them. It's just whether or not they want to start taking swings. Now, I don't know what Andrew Berry's waiting on. He didn't do it last offseason. If he doesn't do it this offseason, is he just waiting for one big offseason? Because you might not get it if you keep waiting around.
Yeah, and I think this idea of – because I do think there are some people who don't want them to go to kind of pursue big fish because it's like, well, don't make yourself any better than you have to be. Now, this offense is a 2-year build at the minimum. It's going to you need to get to the bare bedrocks of what your offensive line is going to be, and then next year's hopefully where you can put the accent on it with either a great quarterback and a great this, that, or the other, right? I do think it's interesting that, we had previously talked about Tyler Linderbaum, and we've had people on here like Zach Jackson who was definitive that was not going to happen. Albert Breer, in his mailbag today, said the Browns are one of 5 teams expected to be right in the fight for Tyler Linderbaum. He also mentions the Lions, the Bears, the Chargers, and the Ravens.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's a center, and it's tough to sell that as a sexy thing. I do think it's a name because it's been in the division that would get a lot of interest and a lot of maybe hopes up for the Browns fans if you see them sign Tyler Linderbaum on Monday.
Well, I kind of feel like it's the perfect type of signing in many ways, not only because obviously he's great at what he does, but the idea that it would help out whatever quarterback is there, and then centers do matter, and they matter in the equation, but he's not going to change the math completely on whether or not you're a 6-win team to then being a 9-win team.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would just be over the moon. I think he's a really, really good football player, and I think he is covered up. They have not drafted well in that offensive line. Fa'alele might end up being your right guard, by the way, so hopefully not. But
and they were not a particularly good offensive line last year.
But for him to have basically 3 of the 4 spots around him of just not good enough players for what we're accustomed to, for him to still be a roughly 80 grade PFF, I think it was the 4th best center grade in the NFL last year, tells you how damn good he is and how much he can actually help you.
Yeah, he's a massive upgrade, but the cool thing about it is that he's an upgrade in the way that you obviously the team becomes better across the board, but your win-loss projections aren't going to change a drastic amount, and it's so if they're worried about that, it is the type of move you can make.
Well, but that's to me there's a really interesting philosophical conversation about building this offensive line and paying Tyler Linderbaum top of the center, maybe $25 million a year, versus where you have Luke Whippler, who I don't know what anybody thinks about him. I thought he was fine last year, but maybe not a starter.
Mm-hmm.
Where you already have a body that you could throw into a competition, versus a Rasheed Walker, who is a nice player, but maybe not as good as Tyler Linderbaum. But you really don't have anybody that can play left tackle.
Yeah, just interesting because the way that the analytical world looks at this stuff right now, they look at positions like center, as important as they are, and these are the times to get them. And free agency are the times to go after those guys. And then you want to get the skill position players and some of the higher paid positions. You want to get those in the draft. And so this would fit the type of mold that it currently exists in the NFL.
Now, I don't expect both of them. But give me one of them.
No, I don't expect Linderbaum, if we're being honest. But it's nice that we got mentioned.
I actually think the Walker thing might be more likely.
That one feels that one's on the table.
But if you could get me Walker and an Elijah Vera Tucker, I know he didn't play last year, but that would be a kind of a bounce back guy that I think, one of the guys you sign or bring in, Howard is a nice offensive lineman. He's fine. He's not great. He is, I would say, league average, right?
Versatility is the best thing he brings to the table, and he still wants to be a tackle for some reason, but yeah, he's fine.
Walker, I think, is better than fine. I think he's probably above average, but he's not great. It would be nice if one of the 3 guys, or one of the 2 starters you sign, or one of the 3 main guys that are maybe penciled into a spot are upper echelon level talent, because that would be what Elijah Vera Tucker brings.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have all sorts of different options for just kind of fill out the line, but Linderbaum isn't that. Linderbaum's not filling out the line. That's a big splash move. Now, do you think he'd come here just for money and money purposes alone?
And Monken. I think Monken and
the
Warhop,
relationship with Monken.
Yeah, I mean I don't know that's. I think money matters in this conversation. I think a center being able to reset the market is something that very rarely happens. And I would be surprised if that wasn't the thing driving Tyler Linderbaum.
Because the Bears seem like they're ready to just throw in a whole bunch of cash in his direction. So I'm fascinated to find out how that actually works. But I keep thinking about the comments they just kept making over and over again between him and Barry about how money's going to basically just get them anything they want. And I want to see that in action.
216-474-0092. Would Tyler Linderbaum be a game changer for the Browns and a bounce back candidate that I think I actually might have to agree with for the Browns in 2026? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
The Lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. At any point, NFL news has to happen, right? It's been like 4 hours.
I mean,
no one's been cut or kind of not cut, really cut. The Rashawn Gary thing.
Most interesting thing we had was somebody get cut or released, and then it's like, no, my IG has been hacked, and that's all we have.
I think the real surprise here is that it wasn't the Browns.
With like an IG being hacked?
Yeah, well, it was somebody saying, I think I've been cut, and then the team comes out and says, we didn't cut him, and then the guy goes, oh, I've been hacked. That feels like something.
I like that you maintain a skeptical nature towards this story.
Yes. Well, also, it's like we've gotten to a point where, from the PR perspective, we know that there's like 3 blank responses to something happening that nobody wanted to have happen.
Yeah.
And so I was hacked has become synonymous with I do not want to take accountability for this, but it happened, so it has to be addressed in some way.
I call me a skeptic in a lot of areas of life. I don't know why I took this story at face value, and I believe what they're pushing out there is the reality. I feel like somebody just thought maybe I know where this is coming from. I have such little belief in the internet is where this is stemming from, and
That's fair.
I feel like the internet. There's people on the internet that would love to hack Rashawn Gary's account, put this out there just to mess it all up. Just to make things a little muddy, just to go ahead and spin it whatever way they want to spin it. And so that's where I think I just continue to just kind of believe in what the actual story tells us as it is right now, which is not typically how I ever operate.
But if you're that person right now and you're like, oh, man, I got him. Like, what's the pay? Because that's always my, like, I understand, like, hey, I hacked your account and then I blackmailed you because I saw your DMs. That one makes sense to me.
No blackmail. It doesn't have to be that extreme.
Love of the game. Love of the hack.
Love of chaos is what that is. So you'd have to be...
We're chaos guys, and this sounds like a lot of work for very little payoff. That's a problem.
Welcome to the internet. The internet does a lot of... the internet should be rebranded as a lot of work for very, very little payoff.
Oh, look at that. We got a post out there. Is this from Shador's IG? There, Mac?
Oh, the Jerry Jeudy and Shador post?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think that one came from Shador. I think it came from the facility he was training at.
Look at that. Well, Shador and Jerry Jeudy, there's a picture of them working out together. So
yeah, T3 Performance is the campus that they were working out in Avon.
Is it? Oh, so it's in Avon. It's not in Boise because they got a blue floor there.
Yeah, no, it's Avon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Boise doesn't have exclusive blue floor rights.
I also haven't been to T3 yet, so I wouldn't know. I mean, that's the only place I've ever seen any sort of blue turf kind of situation.
Have you been to T1 or T2?
Not yet, but I would.
They had a photo. It was like the guy that runs the place with Jose Ramirez as well, and then they also put out this photo, the photo of Jerry Jeudy and Shador Sanders.
Well, while we're on the topic of Jerry Jeudy, Travis Switzer. Damn it. Here's the bad thing.
It was a 50-50 toss.
On my dad's side, Schweitzer is a name. And so when Barry Switzer would say Barry Switzer,
I think Barry screwed up a lot of people in this
As
convos.
a little kid, I'd be like, that's not how you say that name, Barry.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say it to him because we didn't know each other. But that's how I'd say it when it'd be on the TV. I'd be very upset about it. So I should. But now Barry Schweitzer is brainwashed me.
So I always thought, Switzer is what I think should be more of what it is. I don't know. Is Schweitzer more common? Or did Barry popularize Switzer to such a degree?
I think Switzer is the southern version of Schweitzer.
Oh, is that what it is?
Schweitzer, it's a German name. And
yeah,
so Schweitzer...
At some point, Alabama took over.
It's a very German pronunciation there, Schweitzer.
Yeah, no, it sounds like that.
Yeah, doesn't it?
It really does. Yeah.
Schweitzer.
Yeah.
Not a bad... Because you didn't go full German.
Well, I never go full with any impersonation.
But you win about 50%
and I never go full German in general.
That's true. You shouldn't.
That's not...
Very few do.
Yeah. Oh.
Although the schnitzel has its benefits. That being said, Travis...
Schweitzer.
Schweitzer. It's really in my head now that I've said it. Travis Schweitzer. Earlier this week, the Browns' new offensive coordinator had interesting comments on Jerry Jeudy in the wide receiver room.
anytime you have somebody very similar to the Deshaun, point, you got Jerry Jeudy, who is a very talented player, and that'll be something that we're looking to try to tap into. A skill player's production year to year, I mean, there's just so many variables that go into that. You know what I mean? I think you can overthink things a lot of times outside of that individual player's control. So we'll be looking at all those things, and we're very excited about Jeudy and Bond, and then obviously, like I said, I mean, I think we include some tight ends in that as well with Fannon's skill set. So we're very excited about our pass catchers here.
I don't think it's going to be hard for Jerry Jeudy, provided he's here, to have a more statistically prevalent season than last year.
Yeah.
And I understand we do these kind of titanic swings from one side of the extreme to the other, and a lot of that's based on Jerry's lack of production.
He kind of gave us a titanic swing, did he not?
Well, he did, and the most concerning was the personality swing, right?
Well, I mean, just even year one. Year one was really good.
Yeah, I mean, year one was 1,200 yards. Last year was half that production. I listen. I think I'm going to give Jerry Jeudy the Peterlin pass for 2026 or 2025.
The Peterlin pass.
How generous of you. Too many quarterbacks at play. Too many bad situations at play.
It's a lot. It is a coach getting ready to get fired in Kevin Stefanski. It is a new scheme that was different from the previous scheme that he had his career high in, and it was quarterback instability to the highest level. Like, I don't know, outside of Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, we just expect to have
Which, by the way, Justin Jefferson, when you throw Max Brosmer in there, did not have a statistically awesome season last year.
So I think with a different quarterback approach and a new scheme, I would expect Jerry Jeudy to be much closer to his 2024 iteration than his 2025.
Okay, so I am happy you brought up Justin Jefferson, though, because I think, and not that Justin Jefferson and Jerry Jeudy need to be living on the same planet. The only thing they have in common, double J's. That's it. That's the only thing they have in common in my mind. But Jerry Jeudy having a down year last year in many ways, when you see Justin Jefferson and the fact that he limped to 1,000 yards with that combination of just bad wide receivers last season, it does tell part of the story. Like, we think that these wide receivers can just do it with anybody, but the situation does matter. Now, Jerry had way too many drops for me to completely absolve him of what happened last year.
And the attitude thing was for real.
Very just
that's
bad.
The biggest concern, because that's why things went south in Denver.
Well, and so I hate the part of that I hate is that you realized really, really quickly and very early on that Jerry just cares about you paying attention to him.
Yeah.
And that's a toddler, though. That's not a football player. That's a toddler.
Well, a fair amount of football players are toddlers with love and respect.
And so, but I hate that, though. I hate that that's like, if they didn't involve him early in the game, then he just lost interest all throughout these games. And so I don't know how much of that is redeemable for the following season, but I do like the idea of recognizing the circumstances he was under and how basically every receiver across the board, when you have that type of combo of quarterbacks and bad offensive line and everything else that comes with it, you're going to have a down season.
I would love to know from a real football guy like Schweitzer or Todd Monken, I'd love to know whether they thought the quarterback play was a bigger issue last year or scheme was. Because we kind of took for granted that the Browns were going from whatever spread we thought they were going to build with Deshaun Watson back to the Stefanski offense. And I feel like I made this commentary about a lot of wide receivers. I think when you look at certain kind of wide receivers, they like more free-form situations where, yes, there's a route to be run, but it's not an on-schedule thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Odell Beckham Jr. was neutered to some degree by not just the injuries, but by the Kevin Stefanski system. That's not a criticism of that system. I think it's just a downside. Not every wide receiver feels comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for Jarvis because Jarvis was really good at that.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing that Jarvis did really well, whereas OBJ was a playmaker. I don't know that that's entirely explains it with Jerry, but I got to say, like, do I think it's a coincidence that they went from one style of offense and he was at career high, the best we've ever seen from Jerry Jeudy, and the next year it was completely different scheme and we saw the worst Jerry Jeudy we've ever seen in the NFL? No, I really don't.
Well, I mean, he also just stopped getting targets, too, is the other side of this equation that we just kind of swept under the rug. And I don't know if that was, and maybe this is why him and Shedeur doing work together matters so much. I don't know if that was Shedeur just, because when he walked into Harold Fannin, like, there was just nobody else getting the ball there.
Yeah.
And look at the last 7 weeks of the season, he got 7 targets once. He got more than 5 2 times. Like he just didn't get a lot of passes thrown his way at a certain point because you couldn't trust him.
Well, and they were trying to get touches to Isaiah Bond to see how ready he was. And there's a little Tillman run where they kept trying to force the ball to other receivers, which, by the way, I don't think was just about those receivers. I do think it was trying to help Jerry. Like, I think some of the targets
so
going on.
Maybe put some attention elsewhere?
Yes, just trying to get defenses to cover somebody else. Because
if you're a defense, try planning for anyone in that offense.
Yeah.
You're gonna isolate out Jerry Jeudy and then say, okay, let everyone else try to beat us.
So, I feel like for almost every doubt I have about Jerry going forward, and I still would be surprised at this point if he's here 3 years from now, but I think every doubt that I have, like attitude-wise, I got a head coach with a size 11 shoe. I think that's if Jerry wants to play football, I think Todd Monken's going to find that out real quick. So I trust Todd Monken with maybe a guy that's coming off a malcontent season more than I did Kevin Stefanski. Scheme-wise, I do think you're going to see the wide receiver have a little bit more freedom in this offense because it's not hard to when you're not doing unscheduled throws. And then from the quarterback perspective, I do expect the Browns to bring in at least not at least. I expect them to bring in a veteran quarterback that if Shedeur can't do it, will become the starting quarterback, whether that's Geno Smith, Kyler, or anybody else. So I think the quarterback play should be better. Oh, and by the way, I think Todd Monken might be in a better position to get that quarterback to play well. Oh, and by the way, I think you're going to take a wide receiver early, so I think that's also going to take some of the pressure off Jerry.
That should help. If all of a sudden Carnell Tate's in the building, all of a sudden it changes the math just a little bit. I'm still reserving myself here. I'm not holding out a bunch of hope for Jerry Jeudy, but I do think a new situation matters, and he's got to look at this as like some sort of fresh, clean slate.
If he's here,
that's got to be encouraging for him.
And I'm going to say if he's here, meaning like if he's here the full season. I'm not going to lock it in, but I'm leaning towards significant. I would say jump back. Significant step back in the right direction for Jerry Jeudy.
Are we talking 1,000 yards for Jerry Jeudy this year?
I think he'll threaten for it.
Can I get you?
Yeah.
Can I get you to 1,000?
I mean, that feels like we're like Price is
I'm
Right.
at an auctioning house now, yes.
It feels like
it's not a high bar. It's not what it used to be.
Can I get
1,000 yards really is not that impressive anymore in any sort of way.
Can I get the approximation of what he was between Cleveland and Denver the first 5 years in the NFL, which is averaging like 900 yards a season? I think he'll be back there at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, 600 yards and 2 touchdowns last year in a disaster of a season. I'd hope he'd be at 900.
Like, it's almost – because I think when we talk about the room, I think people have kind of written him off, which I understand. I didn't really love last year. He's one of the guys that I am, and not just intrigued, but kind of excited for.
Oh, so I have the opposite read on it, though. Like, I don't think people have written him off, or maybe let's put it this way: maybe people have written him off. I don't think the Browns have. In fact, the problem I have right now is it feels like the Browns are almost too reliant on him just going back to being what he was the first year here in Cleveland.
Oh, I don't get that sense at all.
Well,
I
we'll
don't
see.
think that, by the way, I think you're right. I don't think the Browns have written him off. But I think when Browns fans talk about this wide receiver room, it's as if Jerry Jeudy is a non-factor. I disagree. I think that's still a good football player. He's not a great football player. I don't think he'll ever be a number one. But do I think he can still be a productive number 2 wide receiver, especially if you get another wide receiver to play around him that's going to take the pressure off him? Yeah.
Oh no, number 2 makes sense. The problem is that he came here with number 1 on the tag, and then
not really. That was never my read on him.
That was my read on him. That was my read on him, was that he came here to be a number 1, and he was supposed to be a number 1. And after year 1 here, I think a lot of people started looking at him as a number 1.
I mean, I just looked at him. I looked at him as like whatever he was in Denver. Like, I don't know, 5 years in. And again, like statistically, it looked different, but like he's not the guy. It's not like a guy that at any point can turn anything into a touchdown. That's not really his game.
No, but I would just say then if they didn't look at him as a number 1, I mean, look at the receivers they put around him. Then it was a lot of, hey, Cedric Tillman's all of a sudden Cedric Tillman's going to do something, and then and all these other type of guys, and if they didn't look at him as a number 1, then they weren't even trying to put anything close to a good wide receiver room out there.
I think either an upgraded quarterback, which I think is going to come no matter what. Or an upgrade ahead of him in the wide receiver room. And by the way, just having an offense that actually might wow people. And when I say wow people, I mean like if you can use Isaiah Bond's speed. If you can unlock even the speed from Dylan Sampson, like I think just having better players around Jerry will unlock the better version of him that we've seen previously. 216-474-0092. I'm giving him the old Peterlin pass for 2025. I think Jerry Jeudy's going to have a bounce back in 2026. Where are you at with that? And big words from the NBA in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sponsor jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, the lead coming up in just about 20 minutes there. Dalvin Tomlinson released in Arizona. Thoughts?
Hate to see it.
Just,
I want them to be my answer across the board for anyone you tell me is released over the next few days. Hate to see it.
Here's the thing. Nobody on the show is high-roaded. Guys getting cut in the NFL, like, it's a brutal day for a lot of guys, you know. Now, careers ending today, and, you know, yeah, it breaks your heart. I mean,
what
you
is
know.
Perion Winfrey possibly going to do?
Yeah, and by the way, it's not that like, I think NFL players have a great empathy for other NFL players because they know what a day like today is. But when NFL media guys who never played in the NFL are like, my thoughts go out to them. Like, they didn't die. They might just have to find a new vocation.
I say their football life might have died, though.
Even then, like, if you made it, like Dalvin Tomlinson, I believe, has probably made about, $60 million in his career?
Oh, he's taken care of, yeah.
Like,
as long as he was smart about it.
We like Dalvin here. And I honestly thought he was an underrated guy when he was here. That said, like, he'll be fine. Like, it's going to be, there's always a negotiation. There's always an acclimation kind of time for guys if that's the end of the career, but
yeah,
you'll get it. You got resources now we didn't have 30 years ago.
I played for a long time. The Browns contract was 4 years, $57 million. He's fine. Although the AI overview then says his estimated net worth $10 to $20 million. You see how
Are you saying he didn't?
See how that doesn't add up?
He didn't invest well?
No, I'm saying the AI overview. Whenever they do the estimated net worth on Google, it's always wrong. It's just always it's just never even close.
All right, let me see here.
They just got they have no understanding of it.
Peterlin estimated net worth.
I'd be impressed if they gave you any number.
Oh, it says MLB financial structure is broken.
But is that my thoughts on net worth?
That's the first thing.
That might be it.
That's the first thing that comes up.
Yeah, I don't think it spits out just anybody's net worth. I think you have to actually have accomplished something in life.
Let me see Nick Wilson's net worth.
It's going to show you the guy from Survivor or whatever.
Nick Wilson, 92.3 The Fan estimated net worth.
Yeah.
The first one is Chicago Blackhawks.
Well, there we go.
Okay.
You just own the Blackhawks now. Maybe you're the Wirtz family.
I'd do better than them.
Well, yeah, you would. I
wouldn't be stuck in a 7-year rebuild.
I legitimately believe. Listen, not only do I think you could do better, I think basically anybody with a pulse could do better than them. That was hockey talk. That's all I have to contribute today when it comes to hockey talk today.
474-0092. The Hawks sell off at the deadline. How we feeling?
Yeah.
As a Hawks fan, not great.
Okay, then.
Connor Bedard's using big words. It's a tough. Don't get me started.
He's using big words? What words is he using?
Oh, he said potty words yesterday in the locker room.
Oh, did he now? That's a sulky guy right there. All I ever see is videos of him. And listen, I'm on his side in this discussion, but he just goes like right past these adult autograph seekers and just basically just acts as if they don't exist at all. And
that's the right move.
Well, and then the adult autograph seekers get very pissed about it and they post it online. And it's like, I side with Bedard, but his insistence on it is kind of impressive.
All right. So this is no longer a Connor Bedard conversation. This is adult autograph seekers.
Yeah.
I don't judge all of them. I do judge a fair amount of them. Because a fair amount of those people are like merch guys, and that just gets really kind of yucky and transactional really quickly. Like a guy, like, listen, I'm not huge into the don't give away your autograph guy kind of thing, but like, so you're just going to sign 17 things for a guy, then he's going to go sell them, to which Connor Bedard's not going to get any kickback. That does feel a little one-sided.
Well, it's 100% one-sided, but I don't know. I mean, with certain players, it makes sense. Bedard, you could probably make a decent amount of money on his autograph, but they'll stand out there for hours for guys that are like the 7th player on the bench.
Yeah, that's on them. That's bad decision.
It just makes no sense to me. Like the hours that are spent out there it's not worth the autograph. Who's buying that autograph for anything substantial?
And there are some people that are just fans. Like, I don't have a problem if you're an adult who's a fan and you want an autograph. That's, to me, is different. when we kind of professionalize
it's the people that show up with the 8 different cards that are on the books, and then they all want them all signed,
and they're
pushy, and then get pissy with the player when they don't sign all of them and only want to sign like 1 or 2. Like you see the guys at the airport that do this with celebrities landing in certain spots, but in particular Los Angeles, and they'll have 27 different photos they want to be signed. Yep. Who do you think you are?
I think we've arrived at the point. Bedard's right on this one.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah,
but he's not even shy about it. Most of the guys that you see on this thing, they'll sign one, or they'll be like, "Hey, not now, but I'll catch you later." They'll do one of those things. Yeah. Bedard he just blows him straight off. He doesn't even acknowledge them, and that's where they get all mad.
I think you need almost like a velvet rope situation, where because to me the coolest moments I can remember as a kid were like Travis Hafner sitting at the gate over here and signing stuff for like 30 minutes after a game.
Oh, we're getting into a Mike Piazza Shia LaBeouf story again.
Or Jim Thome, who was always incredibly kind to any time I ever saw Jim out, and he really took. And Bernie, by the way, Bernie
to this day
good.
Signs everyone and anything. We go to training camp and he's out there for an hour.
Like, to me, I find it inspiring when people really take I'm the face of a franchise or I represent something for people. I think that's really cool. Like, I think to me that's like the soft underbelly of sports, and it's one of my favorite things about Bernie. It's one of my favorite things about Jim Thome. But I, as an adult, will never stand there and ask for something to be signed. Simply because it's no longer about me. But I do think, I've always felt like there should be, the kids get to go over here, and they don't have to be,
kids should just be treated differently in all of this.
And the
adults, for a kid, it's fun.
You get to stand behind this line over here, and you get to call for autographs, but because when we've taken the girls over there, this last time when my buddy Nate was in town, we took his kids over there to get autographs for the kids. There were a couple of pushy adults around that I just said what I said. I just was like, hey, move back off my kids. Because it wasn't just it was my best friend's kids. And I was like, you can move off the kids now. Because I'm going to move you off if you don't move off. And I don't have any patience for that. When I see a kid get pushed by an adult, I go 0 to, I just cannot handle that. So you've triggered me now.
I can tell that.
I want to go back to that moment. I used my words.
You want to actually move that person?
I want to use my words. I used my words. Now I want to use my fists. Retroactively.
Okay, then. Bernie's the one that kind of changed that whole perspective for me on that, though, because we were at training camp last year, and he must have signed for 45 minutes, maybe an hour. It was a really, really long time. I went away, did things, came back, and then Bernie was still just signing for everybody. And then he did all the interviews with us, right? He talked to us, he talked to Browns Daily, all these guys, and it's like a half hour or whatever it is, and then he leaves, and then all these people were like, Bernie, and wanting his autograph. And it was just, it's impossible. And he had to go do something with the Browns. He had to actually go do something with the Browns. And for that, people that cycled in the half hour, they probably left being like, oh, Bernie couldn't even sign for anybody. And it's like, no, he signed for an hour. He was out there talking to everybody and doing everything. You just missed him by 45 minutes or a half hour.
Now, let's say you want to get an autograph today. You can go to, I believe it's a Speedway, and hang out with James Harden at 6 o'clock. It's in Berea.
Oh, so we're going to be on the air, so I miss it?
Is it Berea or Parma? Definitely one of those two.
I don't know. I just know it's a Speedway / 7-Eleven.
It's not great. I said Berea, and then I thought maybe it was Parma.
I think you're right, though. I think it is Berea.
It is Berea. And you can get, because basically it's an autograph.
Maybe now you're making me guess if it's either or, but go ahead.
It's an autograph signing for bottles of James Harden's wine.
Yeah.
Which I was today's day old when I found out that James Harden has wine and that the average price of a bottle was $15 to $20.
Yeah, I guess he was going for affordability there with his wine.
I think so.
Which is an odd move, too, by the way. If you're going to have an alcoholic brand to yourself, wouldn't you think you want... LeBron's got that, is it a tequila company or is it vodka? He's got one of them. But
it's supposed to be alcohol.
It's supposed to be very high-end. That's the deal on it, right? And it's this one competes with Boone's Farm.
Yes.
This is awful wine, and it's cheap on top of it.
And so the funniest part of this to me is that obviously James has been here 3 weeks, and his team said, all right, boots on the ground, let's get James an apartment, and the second thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we're going to get like a gas station where we sell James Harden's wine so we can do an event. And by the way, I like it because
Also,
it is something different that I see other NBA players do it. It's just funny to me.
We just talked about how autographs are basically only for kids at this point in life.
Mm-hmm.
He's only signing the wine bottles.
Yeah, no, this is different.
So, like, no, yeah. I know, but I mean, like,
because there's no
kids aren't getting this autograph.
No, this will be
like
the one time.
You have to buy the bottle of wine in order to then have them autograph it. Kids can't buy the bottle of wine. Like, it's exclusively against kids getting this.
Yep, this is the one time.
It's like the no kids at the wedding policy. This is like what are we doing?
If you want to buy 15 bottles of James Harden's wine, J. Harden Esquire, whatever the hell it's called, I will tell you, have them sign away. Because at this point, if you're James Harden, you're like, I just sold 15 bottles of wine. I don't give a rat's ass how many I had to sign.
I mean, I guess if I went, I'm not just going for one autographed bottle of wine. I want them all. I want like 10.
Now, do you want to split it? You like, hey James, let's split a bottle too.
There's no resale value on this though. That's the other side of this. It's not like you get to turn around and sell it for a bunch of money.
Listen,
people come over to your house. You just have like 15 James Harden wine bottles that are signed on.
At a different station of life, and certainly not this radio station. I know somebody who would take stuff that they got through working in the business, and put it online to sell for like $10.
No, that's here.
So
the person's here.
I was trying to be nice about it. I was trying
They would admit it.
Throw people off the scent.
They would admit it.
So the idea, if you're buying a $20 bottle of wine and then you get it signed by James Harden, it might now be worth $40.
I doubt it. I want to see you try to sell that. Because it's alcohol too. So there's another layer of this that comes into play.
You want to know what the reviews are for James
Harden? Yeah,
Harden?
I would. Yeah, if you had some reviews, I'd like to hear some because I'm imagining it's competing with Boone's Farm and all the real like Franzia, where you slapped the bag.
Slapping the bag.
I have a really, really low expectation for the quality of wine that James Harden is putting out there.
All right, here's the first one. The first sip of James Harden Cabernet Sauvignon caused a visceral step back and the sudden urge to chuck my glass at any wastebasket within 30 feet. Completely bereft of any tannins, the bouquet was as generic as seemingly any bottle picked off the shelves of a 7-Eleven and went down with equal ease.
It's the other thing, it's gas station wine. I mean, what are we doing here?
You were expecting Farniente. All right. This is a better one. Jay Harden day drinking. Look, I bought it for the bottle, which looked better on the website, but still looks good. The wine itself is a lovely deep red, but the glass has little/no legs. Surprise, surprise. Aroma smells very fruity and smooth.
Okay, well, your gas
Isn't
station
that wine?
Yeah, your gas
Isn't
station
that wine.
We're gonna watch Sideways to get more into this.
I'm getting hints of fruit. Do I think a single tannin, I think, is what I have here. Also, then taste. My initial comment was, this tastes like juice.
That's not bad.
That's actually, yeah.
Get some juice
like
with
when
alcohol.
I go for wine,
people do a lot with that.
When I've gone for communion and I've thought the wine tastes like juice, I've been all on board.
That's not bad at all.
All right,
I hope people are lined out the building for this, by the way. It's one or two things. It's either it's James Harden and a table and like 3 people, or it's like an hour and a half wait. Something insane for this.
Here's the target description. Jay Harden Cabernet Sauvignon is a medium-bodied wine with delicious notes of strawberry, cranberry, and cedar, offering smooth tannins and a medium finish. And then the charge for it.
Only a medium finish for James, huh?
Is $17.99.
Yeah. I think I saw like a 3-pack for $60 on one of the websites. You just get this thing. The bottle's cool. Can we give him that? The bottle's cool.
You guys going? 216-474-99. If you are going to the James Harden wine bottle signing, we do want to know. And the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an
things you did. No, I'm out on Mac Jones. Okay, I'm out on Anthony Richardson. I'm out on anybody unless they're Sam Darnold and just won a Super Bowl. Well, you can't get that guy because you weren't in on him early enough.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a pair of tickets to the 2026 MAC Tournament Men's Championship game Saturday, March 14th at Rocket Arena. Enter the word finals, FINALS, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Get tickets at rocketarena.com. It's all from Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back with you. Miles Simmons coming up, Pro Football Talk writer, Ohio, Cleveland native, coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk NFL free agency with him. And again, guys, we're in the heart of it. From now all the way over the next couple of weeks, the Browns going to be making some moves here. So we might be able to see how many people are going to stick to that, the cynicism that we've gotten so far in free agency, leading up to free agency. So you want to stay glued to the station all week, all month long. I will tell you, I've yet to see one text, one call, one tweet about people going to get those James Harden wine bottles autographed.
Are we worried it's going to be like a three-person affair? It's James Harden, a table, and like a couple measured adults.
I just got to know what's he getting ahead of this, right?
What do you mean?
The gas station's got to be paying him to be there. It's not like a per autograph basis, right?
I mean, I think the gas stations just happen to move a lot of wine in the process.
It wouldn't be.
The real issue is that I don't think James is making a lot of money out of this whole ordeal. I don't know that this is worth his time, all things considered.
He put it on the Instagram. I don't know why I said the Instagram. What I meant to say was he put it on Instagram. I guarantee he was getting something out of this.
I mean, I'm just getting something in the fact that it's his wine and he's got investment in it. But an Instagram post for how many followers he has, I have no idea how many he's got. I'm just going to guess
3 million,
a million, maybe 2 million or whatever it is. I have no idea. Like that alone is probably paying off more than he's going to make in wine sales today for hanging out for an hour.
Do you still have Yaya?
No, I kicked that off to the curb.
Well,
yeah.
I wanted to know how many she had.
Oh, it was only like 10,000.
Those are rookie numbers.
I know it wasn't a lot for Yaya.
12.1 million followers.
James Harden is 12.1 million.
Yeah.
You know what you get paid for? If you have 12 million followers, I'm going to guess an Instagram post is probably going to pay more than whatever you could possibly have made in selling wine for an hour straight.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
12 million followers?
Wait, are you sure? Is this the Yaya? Is this a different Yaya?
Might be a different Yaya.
I think so, because she's got Anyways, the point is, it actually might be the funniest that,
you think there's one Yaya? All of Instagram.
Yeah,
it could be multiple Yayas.
I can understand there's multiple Yayas. I just think I would imagine that she's the most prominent Yaya, given her.
I don't think it's a popular name for a stripper, but I mean, who am I to judge?
That's true. That's not what we do.
No.
Nope.
Well, we kind of do, but not in this instance.
No. We judge the people that judge.
I'm constantly judging athletes and people that we have to judge. It's part of the gig. Part of the gig is us judging.
And Yayas. The Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's deal today to open up nearly $36 million in cap space. Daryl Ryder was not surprised by this and explained why there's no reason to panic about this ahead of free agency starting next week.
It's just their way of working the way out of this contract. This is the last year the Browns have to pay Deshaun Watson any money. That allows them to lower his salary cap figure, should open up north of $30 million in salary cap space for them by doing so. This isn't a surprise. Nobody needs to freak out over this. This is just managing the salary cap and what the Browns have to do to help them hit the eject button on that contract and get out of it. But he'll technically be on the Browns salary cap books through 2028, but they won't have to pay him after this year.
No, I mean, he's right in that we shouldn't freak out. And March 2027 is when we'll be able to get out of this. It's nice to see them execute this plan and then set everything up, because it really does solidify what we've known for a long time, and that this is the last year for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now it becomes, what are you actually going to do with that money, and how aggressively are the Browns going to spend? I really want to try and set it so that we can react properly next week. I expect 2 legit starters in free agency on the offensive line. Within the couple weeks after that, at least 1 or 2 more guys that I think are going to be part of competitions. And then beyond that, like, I'm not really putting the bar too high. If you can get the right wide receiver at the right market, cool. Devin Bush at $10 million or at $12 million, cool. At Devin Lloyd numbers, which I saw was like $16 million a year, well, then Devin's going to go somewhere else, and you'll find somebody to go alongside.
The Bush number that was projected out is $12 million right now, which seems very reasonable.
And even then, you just never know with linebackers. But my point is, I'm pretty lenient. Like, I don't need you to go all crazy. I need a decent veteran starting quarterback. It's not even starting. A quarterback that can start if Shedeur can't do it this year. And at least 2 starting offensive linemen. And beyond that, I'm easy.
A reminder to a lot of the fans out there, the way the analytical world currently thinks is always evolves, right? But the way they currently are thinking, which is how the Browns, I would imagine, think as well, you get your high-priced ticket items, the ones that, for the positions that people typically want to see, like wide receiver, for instance, or edge rushers, those type of guys. You're getting these guys through the draft a lot right now. Like the common thought is you get them on the draft, so you're not paying anyone in free agency top tier dollars, and you do it through the draft. You're paying less, and then you move from there. Geno Smith expected to be released by the Raiders next week at the start of the new league year. Are you interested in Geno Smith for the Browns? There's no audio attached to this, by the way. That was just the question, Nick.
Yes. This is a much shorter deal. Like with Kyler, I think Kyler can be a bridge quarterback. I mean, like bridge quarterback, giving you time to find a long-term option, but anywhere from 2 to 4 years if things went well. And you do need quarterback continuity right now as much as you need anything. With Geno, I don't see him in the same light, but I think for 2026, I think they can give you effectively a similar level of output. Meaning it's a respectable quarterback if that's your starting quarterback in 2026.
I think he's almost perfect for the Browns. He's not going to cost you anything as far as trade capital because he's released, and as far as money's concerned, he's not making more than $18 million, which is what he's guaranteed for next year with his signings and everything. So you'll be paying him $1.3 million, and so from a cost standpoint, it's great. From the idea that he's more than serviceable, you can throw him in there. You compete with Shedeur. I would think Shedeur would still win that out. I would hope Shedeur would still win that out. And then you're kind of off to the races. Like I feel like it's almost a perfect setup, all things considered.
Donovan Mitchell, a full go in practice today with Max Strus participating in 90% of today's session. Kenny Atkinson talked about the challenge of figuring out rotations with injuries.
Can't wait till J.A. gets back. We'll have our full roster get mad, and then we have to make decisions. And they're going to be tough decisions to make. End of game, but like I said, just rotation-wise, kind of what that looks like. So that's why they pay us the big bucks, right, as coaches, to figure that out. But, like I said, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long Donovan stays out. If he plays on Sunday, if he doesn't play on Sunday. Max Strus getting close to full speed, though, so that's a good sign for the Cavs.
Yeah, I mean, where we are with Donovan, I think because we've gone from, with, 28 games to go, hey, I think we've got this outside chance at the 1 seed, to now, with roughly 19 games to go, you're 7 games back, that you've made no ground here. It makes sense that you're kind of playing the long game and just trying to get healthy. And I do think you got about 4 more games. If you got 15 games to go where you're at full health, and I don't include Strus as part of this because anything you get from him almost feels like cherry on top, given how long he's been out. But for everybody else, if you can have everybody all hands on deck with 15 games to go, I think that's enough time to figure it out before round 1.
Dan Shaughnessy, the Boston Globe, on with the Morning Boys today. He was critical of the James Harden trade when ranking teams in the East.
I wasn't afraid of him in the playoffs last year. And the Harden thing, I'm sorry, I'm just not a Harden guy either. So this doesn't move the needle for me. I don't know who it is in the NBA this year, and I think the East is dramatically changed. And your team picking up the big guy is a big deal. Boston getting Tatum back is a big deal. I like Detroit in the conference. I don't know what it is. I don't think he makes the team better where he goes. I mean, is there a lot of evidence that he's done that?
So I don't mind what he said about James Harden because I'm in the prove it mode.
Sure.
And it's funny, like when we've talked about this, one of the kind of cries from some Cavs fans is, you're holding the Cavs to a higher standard than the Guardians or the Browns. It's like, it's 4 years. This is the 4th year of Donovan Mitchell. So if the whole point of trading for James Harden was we're not going to rest on our laurels and let this play out, we're going to take our fate into our hands, I understand what Shaughnessy's saying. Now, his assertion that the Pistons are the team to beat in the Eastern Conference.
Pistons are the team to beat in the East.
I'm going to assume he thinks he's still talking about the bad boy Pistons in 1988.
You're not buying that one, huh?
No. No.
It's funny because it really was the predominant thought about a month and a half ago, and now it's just kind of, I mean, it's been a really bad 10 days for the Pistons. There's no other way to look at it. They got clowned by the Cavs. Even last night, you watched that game a little bit, I'm sure. It's every good team they go up against, they just don't have it.
I've just never bought into it.
Well, they just don't shoot enough threes, though. Like, the math never makes sense. And, being gym class heroes during the regular season and then shooting a lot of threes, or sorry, not shooting a lot of threes, it just doesn't translate. Like, there's just in no world does it work.
I just don't get how anyone expects the Pistons to win in the playoffs. Oh, they're going to play real hard and play defense. How many shots are they going to make? I think they're the easiest team to shut down in the NBA. Take Cade Cunningham off his spot. Honestly, shut him down offensively. Don't let him make plays, and let Duncan Robinson make his own damn plays.
Yeah, well, and that's going to be part of the equation as well, is them trying to figure out what they can do from the perimeter in any sort of way. I find the convo fascinating, and the turn on the Pistons in this 2-week stretch has been really fascinating. And if you're a Pistons fan, you're not even bummed about it because you didn't expect them to grow at this rate anyway. You're still probably thinking they're a year away from where they probably should be.
Shaughnessy let me down.
Many
people are wondering, has he lost his fastball with his Pistons thing?
That man has covered the NBA for 40 years. He has
sounded like he had some movement on it with the Harden thing, and then
he basically lived with Larry Bird at one point in life.
Yep.
And now he's shot so far down, he's giving bad Pistons take on Cleveland radio in the mornings.
Bill Simmons would never. The Browns can't
Bill
be
Simmons
done.
Definitely would.
they would, yeah. The Browns can't be done if they never got started in the first place. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Angels 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Miles Simmons coming up in about 40 minutes. I might have to reverse my opinion on the Magic City night for the Hawks.
What do you mean reverse your opinion?
Well, when Yaya spoke to TMZ, one of the very elite members of their artistic, their artists, one of their artists,
That's
one of
what
their
Draymond says.
performers, yeah. She was like, "No, this is about wings. This is about merch. This is not about nudity, right?"
Yeah. So, what did your investigative resources come up with?
I saw their Instagram.
Okay.
Which made a fat man blush. If that's your Instagram, I don't know how we're buttoning it up for the arena.
Wait, does that mean an apology maybe? Not even an apology? Maybe my thought that it was just going to end up going the way that, you'd think it would go is on the table?
I think there's 25% more chance of nudity than I thought.
Okay, good. All right.
I'm not going to say it's, I think let's meet in the middle here.
I don't think it's a guarantee either, but I just definitely wouldn't put it off the table.
But I mean, I
can go. She just do whatever she wants.
There's some acrobatic type stuff going on their Instagram, and then
you said there was a live feature, which I think is just a bananas thing.
Yeah.
In life.
So then I went to the website because I'm like, we can't find this Yaya girl, and I want to make sure this is real.
It's not like I don't need to describe it in like great detail, but like, is the live feed just is that like their?
I didn't click into the live feed.
I assumed you did. I just thought you did. I didn't know the live feed. I was like, "There's no way."
I'm sitting here scouting tape.
You sounded like you were. I thought you were being an artist.
So it said live, and I was thinking like the live production, like you would see like. And the problem is,
what production?
It's actually chat rooms where you can click in and watch these very talented artists perform their craft.
Yeah, but is it at like Magic City? Is it like the live? Is it a live stream of what's going on in Magic City right now? I see a lot of depressed individuals because let's be honest, it's 5:30 on a Friday.
That's true.
We're getting the main.
That's true. It's all you can eat.
This is primetime territory.
Yeah.
Imagine tuning in on a live feed at like 6:30 in the morning and just seeing like 7 dudes eating an all-you-can-eat breakfast.
So I thought that live meant like here are the live events we're going to have, and then I was seeing the names of the artists, and I was like, it took me a while. I scanned through the entire page before I realized
you had to be thorough.
If I clicked into that
with the research.
We were getting some Magic City dancing on a work laptop. Well, it's not a work laptop, but on the work Wi-Fi there.
The work Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I'm so unintimidated.
You know Dan Vlodman's
I'm so not
let's
intimidated
see what
by
Nick's looking at right now.
Our work Wi-Fi. I think we have like the one guy in Vlodman who would not care to look up what we are researching anyway.
I think he'd care.
I don't think he cares at all.
Well, no, I think he's like, I can't believe he's looking at this. Let me log all this reports
I
here.
have never once thought to myself, is this going to get me in trouble at work? I've never once thought that. Maybe I need to think that now, though.
Yeah, that is like the cliche around the office is don't look it up on a work computer. I'm like, it's research, guys.
Everything can go back to research.
Yeah.
It's like getting deductions on your taxes for what we do. It's like you can all of it comes back to I needed that for my work.
So I think
Let's watch sports better.
I think you and I have met in the middle here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying zero chance of nudity for Magic City.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I think it's on the table.
I think it's table's probably the wrong word, but
I didn't say they're on the table. I just said it's on the table.
I saw their Instagram. They are in fact on the table.
You think T.I.
Everything's on the table.
You think T.I. is doing this halftime show without the assumption that some nudity is going to exist?
Yeah, not in public. He's going to be like,
come on.
He's a private show guy. Come on now. He's T.I.
They at least at a minimum are going to have the lights as if it's going to act as if you're there. I don't know how you take your kid to this event.
Now,
I don't know.
You don't.
It's actually is it all the one big ruse? Whatever parent brings their kid immediately just gets taken away by the police.
I had no idea it was Magic City
Child
night.
Protective Services.
I just heard chicken wings and basketball. I was just in on that.
Swarm.
They're going to
CPS
give away a T-shirt.
CPS just locks everybody up.
Well, I thought it was like the Magic because, they don't play the Magic, but maybe it was like, some tribute to Shaq. I don't know.
Might have been a Disney night.
Kind of with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
I don't hate it. No.
I
don't hate it, Supreme Leader. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
Hey, keep shooting your shots.
Hey, Miles Simmons going to be joining us in about 30 minutes. I really don't have anything else to say about Magic City Knights other than it's become the funniest story in the NBA, and I'm enjoying every second of it. But Nathan Zegura was on with the Morning Boys and Daryl today and talked about the Browns quarterback room and where the Browns could be going in the offseason.
I really don't think you can have another 3-person quarterback competition, let alone 4, like you did last year. So to me, if you were to bring in another veteran, and I'm just going to throw out a name, not that I'm advocating for this, but just a name that was mentioned from The Athletic yesterday of the quarterback room predictions, and they mentioned Justin Fields for the Browns. I'm not saying that's the answer, but to me, if you make a move like that, I don't think one of Deshaun or Shedeur can be here. I don't think you can have 3 quarterbacks. I think that it's got to be, Deshaun and Shedeur Sanders are going to have a competition to be the starting quarterback. That's what Todd Monken has said. That's what I believe to be the case right now. And I think Deshaun Watson is very much in that competition. Now, if you were to bring in another quarterback that you really thought had a legitimate chance to start, then I would say that somebody's got to go.
Deal, Deshaun. We can't do that.
Ideal world, you're right. But Deshaun has no place to go is the problem with this, and so
he does. It's called not on the field.
Well, that's what I would want for him as well. But like the idea that if you got to kick some players off, the easier one to kick off here is Shedeur.
I would disagree. I think Shedeur's going to be here in a year, and I don't think Deshaun will.
I think Shedeur's going to be here in a year as well. I think he's going to be here beyond a year. But like if we're trying to figure out how you maneuver some of these players, the implication I took from that was that that would be Shedeur that would be the one that is out. Now, how do we get to a spot where Deshaun just, I don't know, never even shows up?
Probably, I think this probably actually came about, to backtrack a little bit, about a year ago when he tore his Achilles for the second time. I think the Browns have to act like Deshaun is part of this for whatever reason, whether it's because he's going to be here and it's just the niceties of it. I think it just makes the incredible amount of sense. I think Nathan's right, by the way. I think have a 2-man quarterback room.
I agree with that, too.
And I think it's easy that you just go to Deshaun and say, hey, we haven't seen enough in workouts. We're going to get this veteran quarterback in. It's going to be him versus Shedeur. And the only way you see the field this year is if both of those guys go down.
So it is, in fact, a 3-quarterback room. It's just a 2-quarterback competition.
I think it's very similar to last year where they said it was a 4-man quarterback derby, and it was really a 3-man quarterback derby with Shedeur throwing to guys in accounting.
Oh, okay. So Shedeur will be like, oh, yeah, I'm used to this. I know what you guys are doing.
And they'll be like, Deshaun, I've been there, slugger.
Yeah.
Sorry about it.
I've seen this one. It'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out. And then is Dylan just gone out of this equation too?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Although, wow, way to tank a guy's value. Gone from the 92nd pick in the draft to, I saw somebody suggesting you might be able to get a 6th or 7th rounder for him.
I think that was me like a month ago.
I was on Twitter yesterday. That's where I saw it. But it wasn't you.
We had this conversation, I think, like a month ago, and I said 6th or 7th round. I think it was a debate between us about what his value would be because I was so hell-bent on, I think, it being a 6th or 7th rounder.
Listen, the Mac Jones thing still sticks in my mind, that Mac Jones for a pick in Dylan Gabriel might be a way that you kind of get both of these things that we're talking about accomplished.
Sure.
But yes, I would be, I shouldn't even say that. I would be very surprised if they didn't add a veteran quarterback of some repute to that mix, which means I'd be very surprised if Dylan Gabriel was here by the time training camp was underway.
I've been working under that understanding for a while. I don't see how he lasts with the team. But I'm trying to figure out how we get to a spot where it's only 2 quarterbacks and it's a legitimate 2-quarterback competition. And then if Deshaun's the odd man out, do we have to do any obstacles with the NFLPA? Like, is there something we have to satisfy that way?
No, because you don't owe anybody anything. Like, he's still getting paid, right?
No, I legitimately don't know. I'm trying to ask because, like, I don't think you owe anybody anything. That's not really how this typically works.
Well, but like the NFLPA, what are they going to do? Be like, he's better than the other guys? Well, that's subjective, no?
I mean, so that would, yes, and so that's kind of the rhetoric the Browns would have to go on. I think you have to legitimately have him out there for a couple weeks and then just be like, we don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then just continue down that narrative. And in the process of it, for those couple weeks, just be like, just tell everybody and anybody, this guy is just, I see the 650 days off that he's had.
So I think the Browns know you can't do a 3-man quarterback battle. I also think the Browns know that you don't really, Deshaun doesn't serve any purpose other than running out the string on his contract. And so I really do think the odd man out is Deshaun, because anything other than that feels counter-logical at this point, and I can't imagine, the problem is I can't imagine the Browns doing it because of arrogance.
Or they just keep doing things that don't make sense anyways. That's why we can't really count against anything that they do, because what I've been saying all day long, sound out what makes the most sense. Deshaun Watson, March 17th of next year is gone, and they're going to invest heavily in that. That doesn't make any sense. Or they're going to put Shedeur out there and then invest in somebody that they can at least have under contract for a couple more years. That makes way more sense.
But I've seen a few people use this line: the Browns are done adding to the quarterback room. And my rebuttal is they haven't started. You can't be done if you never started something, right? Sure. The Browns, what you're saying is, because it's weird, the framing of this does matter. The Browns just passing on the quarterback, the quarterback market. I can understand why some people think that matters, but let's call it that instead of the Browns. They're just done adding. No, they're not. They never started.
Well, no, but I think what's interesting about this is that if you do add, or at least what Nathan's suggesting here is that if you do add and you decide to do something different to the quarterback room, it's going to come at a cost of either one of Deshaun or Shedeur.
216-474-0092. Are the Browns done adding to the quarterback room? You heard Nathan Zagura say the Browns can't have a three-man quarterback competition. Would you consider Deshaun to be the odd man out from the competition, not from the roster, but from the competition, or would you consider it to be Shedeur? We're also, I think it was Dog Check just sent us a picture of a line, the wine line for James Harden.
Oh, is it a long line?
I see two cars.
Okay, oh no, that can't be it.
No, wait, no. This is actually, in fairness, this is actually, I know this one. This one's over by the Browns facility. If this is real, and I have to say if this is real, but I do see two cars, and they're past the crosswalk line, meaning they're almost backed up into the intersection. That would imply at least 7 to 8 cars in the wine line for James
I'm looking
Harden.
at the photo. I just see cars driving by the street more than I see anything. So I'm glad you got better eyes on this than I do.
Oh, and you can see in the background there. Oh, no. I actually see what he's saying now. It's not about the cars here.
Oh, no, I see it. I see the people.
There is. We're doing a great job here, by the way.
I see the people.
I see the way you described it made it sound like it was a drive-through.
I see that this is not a great photo.
It's not.
But this is our boots on the ground. This is the best we can do here.
We asked for it, and we got it from our guy, Dog Check.
We didn't want to actually send anybody out to this, and so this is the best we get.
I mean, there does appear to be a wine line out, not necessarily to the road.
Yeah, but look, and you can see where they start and then extend all the way. This is not a tiny deal. This is a decent amount of people out for this wine experience.
You know what? I was a doubter of this event. I don't want to say my eyes are open because it's still, it looks to be about 30 people. But
it's not
more. I thought like 3 people would show up.
He didn't pack it in here by any stretch of the measure.
Mac, I'm going to need you to check those calls because if that's somebody waiting in the wine line, I need to know this.
Oh, we need someone that's at the wine line.
Yeah. I kind of even like the
really
wine line.
Want the boots on the ground.
Yeah.
I need a recap.
Would this be the tannins on the ground?
Is there Cavs conversations happening right now? Like what's the buzz in the wine line?
That's actually a great question. Do you ask James Harden about wine, or do you ask James Harden about the Cavs?
You can't ask him about wine. You think James Harden knows anything about wine at this point?
James, how'd you do this? Like you have to know something about wine.
You don't have to know anything about any of the alcohol.
A line of wines.
To have them. There's too many famous people that have alcoholic products. They don't have to know anything about these things. Now, I believe they would test it, maybe. Maybe.
They took a sip of wine once.
They're like, do you feel good about this for your Chardonnay? Yeah, this will work.
They did, and by the way, they do this with like 10 different ones, and he just says yes to all of them.
That's all. You know what he's trying to do here? It's just like, when Shaq had those shoes at like Walmart for like all these really expensive, different player shoes, and then Shaq came out with his like $20 version that everyone could buy.
Yes.
This is James Harden doing that for the wine community. That's what this is.
This is a Starbury of wines.
This is the Starbury of wines, yeah. So you get to own an athlete version of a wine. It's going to be cheap as cheap gets, and that's all that's existing here.
All right. If you're in the wine line, we want to hear about this. We want to hear what the crowd's like. I do want to know if you've made it through the wine line. I also want to know how much time did you get in the wine line with Harden?
Yeah, like, did you ask him about his thumb?
You got to ask about the thumb. We're from the Midwest. We are Midwest nice.
No handshakes then, because we don't want to interrupt the thumb. I don't want to doing anything revolving around the thumm. If I'm being honest.
So, or do you hide the thumb and then dab?
This might just be a no one gets to touch James Harden experience. It's for the good of the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to tank the season because somebody tried to dap him up and missed and hit his thumb in the wine line.
216-474-0092. If you guys are out of the wine line, if you're at the James Harden wine signing event, the wine line signing event, we do want to hear from you guys. Want to get the boots on the ground kind of here. But are the Browns done adding to the quarterback room? That and something that seems so incredibly Browns. We don't know if it was them. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
NFL free agency begins next week, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Miles Simmons coming up in just about 20 minutes there. Nick and JP back with you. I really got to watch being too expressive on the videos. Keith is enjoying that a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the fun for him, I think.
I was also very gleeful about all the different bits of information from both the wine line and the Magic City stuff, so I gave him ample content.
Yeah, but he hasn't clipped some of the other stuff that you've done already, so I think you're in a safe space.
That is fair. We didn't get the bubble. The bubble with
the bubble that was actually...
The Munkin bubble. That initially was a square.
You call it a square?
Yeah, and I actually think I just, in trying to make a square, just made a rectangle.
Yeah.
So a lot of winning today by me.
That's okay. That's all right.
But as we wait for boots on the ground on the wine line out in Berea...
Yeah, where are our boots on the ground on
we got people wanting to talk... I mean, Dick and Dayton wants to talk about the Browns.
I don't know why when we could talk James Harden wine line. Oh, you want to go to him so bad? Why did you want to go to him so bad?
You know what? Hey, Dick.
Hey, how are you?
Hey!
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, where you guys been? I've been trying to call. You guys aren't mad at me, are you?
No, not at all. We've been asking where you've been, to be honest. Where have you been?
I've just been enjoying. I want to say something.
Okay.
The Cavaliers, I think, are on their way. They just keep. I mean, they're in the playoffs.
Yeah, the season's like 55 games in, man.
Yeah, I know, and I think they're going to have a good year. I mean, I think they're going to make it all the way. I do.
All right. All the way where?
I mean, to the promised land. They're going to bring it home this year, buddy.
Here we go, Dick and Dayton. I like that.
Okay.
All right.
All right, real quick. Would you stand in the wine line to have James Harden autograph a bottle of his own wine?
Yes.
Look at that. Would you drive all the way from Dayton, Dick?
I don't have any transportation. I'm at assisted living. I'll have a couple of my friends, our Browns would take me. They'd be glad to. I would love to come up there.
All right,
especially
buddy.
up there to your station,
Well, I've heard Baskin and Phelps would love to have you in the audience from like 10 to 2 one day if you want.
Yeah, they're always talking about that.
Yeah. So, my family's from up there.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very good. Very good. All right, Dick, we got a boogie, but we appreciate you, okay?
Thank you, Dick.
Okay, I'll keep calling, okay?
Hell yeah. Dick and Dayton there.
Hell yeah.
It has been a minute since we've taken Dick and Dayton.
He never calls anymore.
Well, nobody puts the damn... I got to know what, these call screeners that we have. You put the topic in there.
Right? If he called, we'd take it every day.
Right? Every day. We'd take Dick and Dayton if we could.
Yep. Yes, we would.
Tommy, welcome to the show. Are the Browns done adding to the quarterback room? Stop laughing, Mac.
I want a veteran player in here to compete with these guys. Shedeur is not the answer, you guys. I'm sorry. He was average last year. What do you think? I mean, really, he was not that great of a quarterback, so I want a senior in here to teach him how to play.
You want Dick and Dayton to strap up? We need to go to assistant living and get our quarterback?
No, but what about that guy from Cardinals? What's his name?
Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
Well, he's like 28. He's not that old.
Right. I'm saying, what's wrong with him?
No, we like him. We do. We like him. I don't think he wants to come here is the problem we're having here.
Are you in the wine line, Tommy?
Well, I'm surprised
he's perpetually in a wine line.
I'm surprised that we have the coaches that we have.
Me too.
Really, Munkin, and then what do you hire? Teenagers.
Okay.
Come on.
Teenagers.
All right,
Rutenberg's like 46.
I did that.
Teenager.
I did that to the show. That
was fine.
It was a judgment.
It was a judgment call. I hadn't heard from Dick in a long time, and so that was nice.
and
then Tommy too. And maybe not as nice as Dick was, but
Miles Simmons coming up in 15 minutes here. It sounds like the Browns, but we don't know. It could be the Browns. Actually, this is a great question for Miles Simmons, as it was actually Mike Florio that aggregated the Jonathan Jones report earlier this week that that at least one high-ranking team executive in the NFL has suggested he considered taking on Tua Tagovailoa's contract if the Dolphins would send a first-round pick to take on this contract.
Yeah, just an insane amount of money that you'd have to take on in the scenario. But for a first-round pick, like if you were thinking about losing this season anyway, and we don't know what the Browns are or aren't doing, but if you're going to do a transition year, take on a first-round pick, also take on like $80 million in the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously you take it in full, one lump sum. You get rid of as much of the Deshaun deal as you possibly can. And like this is where people talked about like a poison pill year a couple years ago, or even more last year. Like this would have been the epitome of that, while also then recouping picks in the process.
I think Browns fans would have melted down.
I mean, I think what it signals is you're just not trying in the slightest bit.
No, it would. It would.
I think that's why ultimately it can't come through for any team that considers this.
Yes.
But it is wild to think about.
Listen, I actually think it would be smart if the Browns were the team that really considered this, given that they know what this season might be, and given the fact that they understand that 2027 is where, like, I don't think it'd be for the 11th pick this year. I think the stipulation would be we want the 2027 first.
That's
right?
exactly what it'd be, yeah.
So that being said, I think it would be incredibly smart long term. I think short term, good luck getting anyone to show up in Cleveland this year.
But I also wonder if the NFL would have had to step in and be like, I don't know that you guys can pull this off. For the good of the league, I don't know that we can do this. Brock Osweiler a few years ago with the Browns, you got the second round pick for $16 million. This would be such a precedent that would be set in a first round pick for as much money as it is. I just don't know that they could do it.
My Tua prediction, by the way, is I think he's going to the Jets.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think
I think he's a backup. So I mean that's tough for them.
Well, here I think they're going to try and position him as their Jared Goff. Obviously, they're going to sign him in free agency.
Right now, I guess they love Carson Wentz too. Is the other thing that keeps popping up.
Which one's a crazier idea? Because they both sound pretty stupid to me. At least the Tua thing was he was a starter last year in the NFL,
and that's what you have to go off of. I think the Tua thing is. I think it's gone. I think it's dead. Yeah. What do we got?
Boots on the ground here, giving us. All right, giving us a video here. We're basically Ed and Peggy Gallick at this point.
Well, I mean, I would argue the Harden wine line is more important than Myles Garrett's speeding ticket.
I will have to say the Harden wine line is officially out to the road, meaning like all the people are out to the road. And from the car perspective, it does not. I've been in this parking lot.
Yeah,
it's a pretty big parking lot. It does not look like there is much. You can co-op here. You can get a look at it.
That's a lot of people, though.
That is a butt ton of people.
It's a lot of people.
I
mean, James Harden has been here for like 3 weeks.
Yes.
It's been a very short amount of time.
Again, counterpoint, he does have 12 million followers on Instagram.
I know, but that also then assumes that people are like still in love with James Harden in a way that they would have been, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago.
I think that they're in love with the idea of getting their wine bottles autographed. Wow. Do you think they have pallets there? Do you think they've like got pallets delivered knowing that this thing could get real crazy?
Definitely. Like, you know what a failure that is if you run out of James Harden wine when the only thing he's going to sign is wine today?
Hey, I got this bottle of Farniente. Can you sign this?
James Harden would slap you in the face. He'd be like, get that stuff out of here. I know. Could you imagine?
He gets like good. You've been waiting in a line for an hour. And you bring him something. He's like, I wanted to buy James Harden wine, but I couldn't find any. It's sold out in Cuyahoga County. Here's a $150 bottle of wine, and he just throws it on the ground, spikes it like a football.
Yeah, no. The sadder thing is if they had too much wine relative to how many people showed up, and then like James Harden thought all these people would show up, and then you're left and you just see like the trucks and trucks of bottles of wine in the corner, and James Harden just has to like scurry away.
And now we got a second boots on the ground here. Our guy Ron.
This. All right, Ron, what do we got?
This is again. It is like we're talking like a double, triple stacked line going all the way back to the edge of the property there. Which feels like we could do a line in a different way than the way it's done, but I'm not going to judge here.
I mean, how many times has this 7-Eleven/Speedway been this packed? It's like the first time they've done like a stress test and like how many people can show up to this place. First and last, by the way. This will not be a repeat performance for them.
It's going to be like Altamont for the Rolling Stones.
Could you imagine the people that work at the 7-Eleven? They'll be talking about this day for like 15 years to come.
It's like their Gattaca.
It's like, did you work?
Day we were overrun.
Did you start here pre the time James Harden came here, or post the time James Harden came here?
I need you to hop on whatever that line is there, Mac. I need you to see if that's somebody Because I have one or two people saying they might be calling in right now with a live boots on the ground
With
thing
like some details about what we have going on
line.
here. All right, yeah, I want to know.
Now we're giving up to Mac, who will have a 15-minute conversation.
Who won't just do that?
Mac's
Hey,
going to ask all the questions.
who
that
is
we
this
want
and
to
are you
ask.
there? No, okay.
All right, is that somebody that we can take there, Mac, real quick?
You can
Just say to
speak
the
on
microphone in the
microphone,
interest
it's
of
fine.
time.
Yeah, it's Ron in the line.
There we go, Ron.
All right, Ron. You're on the wine line here. Walk us through everything here.
Nikki Dubs and JP. I just sent you a video too, Nikki. The wine line is deep. We got about 300 people in line here.
300 people?
Hell yeah! Oh, easily. And then they keep coming. We got auxiliary parking across the street from Sheldon Road. People are showing up and showing out for James Harden.
Now, does everybody have a James Harden wine bottle in their hand?
No, they're going to buy them when they get in. No one has a James Harden wine bottle in their hand at all.
You got to buy it when you get in.
I thought you could take it in with you if you already had your own Harden.
No one. I haven't seen anyone with a James Harden bottle at all.
They got to have pallets, Ron.
Nothing at all, Nikki Dubs. They're going to buy them when we get in there. And,
Did they tell you that you have like a limited quantity? Like, can you buy as many as you want? Will he sign as many as you want, or you just have no idea?
You can buy as many as you want, and he'll sign as many as you want as well. I'm just trying to figure out if I can get a handshake though. Like you said earlier, I don't know if I think handshaking is off limits.
All right.
Yeah, you don't want to mess up his thumb.
Yeah.
We just got confirmation. I was off by 30 people. There are 330 people in line right now. 330 people in line. So people started lining up at 3:30 for this event too. I mean, you totally undersold this event, Nikki.
I did. I thought there was going to be like three guys and one, a couple bottles of the thing there. I don't know why I'm struggling to talk. All right, Ron, we got a boogie.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Thanks, Ron.
Big event.
I know. It was either one or the other. Let's be honest. People love James Harden.
But they don't love his wine.
They love their cheap wine, I guess,
There's
too.
no way.
Well, it's a collector's item now at this point. Like, it's just what this is.
Is one person there actually for the wine?
I was going to tell Ron to pick me up a signed
James
bottle.
Harden even? I only know Jay Harden.
I was going to tell him to pick me up a signed bottle, and I thought I don't want to repay him $20 for that.
Wine mogul.
That's not even a thing.
Miles Simmons, Cleveland's own pro football writer, NFL.
James Harden enthusiast, maybe.
This is honestly the funniest story. The Harden wine line is just, I just want to talk about it for the rest of the show. But we will get to Miles Simmons there. Pro Football Talk NFL writer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The Chargers have started to rebuild their
through 3.2 innings of work. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. It's Jake Bolnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder as they recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you in case we missed it. Coming up in about 40 minutes. If you're hanging out in the Hardin wine line out there in Berea, enjoy it. Let us know how the wine tastes later. Do you get it signed and then you can still drink the crappy wine, right?
I just don't think you drink it. I think you get it signed and then
it's more valuable if it's uncorked.
I don't think any of it's valuable, but I don't think you wait in the line since 3:30 to just open it that night.
That is 350 people.
It's a lot of people.
By the way, as the event is getting ready to go on, meaning more people are going to show up, we're all about
this. It's a 2.5 hour wait as of right now, and then he's got to get through the actual line to sign everything.
Sounds like there's not enough money in the world.
You think Harden's going to be there till like 9 o'clock tonight? No chance. Oh, imagine waiting in this line for 3.5 hours to get a bottle of signed wine and you don't even get it.
No, he signed it. Trust me. It looks just like yours, sir. No. Yeah, that's his signing. I would never lie about that sort of thing. To talk. Not about James Harden's wine line in Berea today, but to talk about the Browns ahead of free agency. We head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of Pro Football Talk NFL writer, Cleveland's very own Miles Simmons, joining us right now. Miles, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. I'm sorry. I know this is not what we're supposed to be talking about, but Harden's wine line, so he is it his bottles of wine? Is he making a wine?
So I'm so glad you're asking about this.
Yeah, we like to follow up.
So James Harden has a wine line, J. Harden, Sauvignon Blanc, or no, a Cabernet.
It's a Cabernet.
Yeah, which I don't know what any of this means.
I think he's got a couple different options, if we're being truthful.
He's got an event in Berea at a gas station, not joking, where people can come in, buy his wine, and then you can meet James and he'll autograph
It's
it.
a 7-Eleven Speedway combo, if you're familiar with those, Miles.
I am familiar with them, yes.
And there's about 350 people there as of about 5:55 when we went off air before we came back for you.
And the reviews for this wine are horrendous.
I mean, I got to say, well, if they're selling it at the 7-Eleven Speedway, that's not like we're going out to Napa and getting wine. But you know what? It's cool, though, that he's doing something like this, getting to meet the new fans in the community. He's playing well. This is cool in general. But I don't know that I would wait in a line like that.
Yeah, I mean, no kids.
All right.
Oh, we're doing it for the community. We're really giving back. It's like, no, we're going to do something exclusively 21 and up.
I think we're doing it for the money. I think that's what we're doing
exclusively for the money.
All right. So we got the news today. Deshaun Watson's latest restructure, what should be the last one of his tenure with the Cleveland Browns. What does this tell us about how maybe the Browns view Deshaun Watson with one more year to go in this experiment?
I think it just means that he's probably going to be on the roster. I mean, and even if they would randomly decide to cut him, it always was going to be some sort of roster mechanism like this. I mean, look, this was a decision that the Browns made years and years ago, right? To go out and get Deshaun Watson. They thought they were upgrading the position. And when they did it, there was an argument to have done it because, they were not the only team that was in line trying to get Deshaun Watson, which we know because if there weren't other teams that had been extraordinarily interested, the Browns wouldn't have had to do the fully guaranteed contract. And then that leads us to where we are today. So, I mean, I don't really necessarily think that means, Deshaun Watson's going to be, starting quarterback on September, whatever it's going to be in week one. It's just a reality of what the Browns did with that contract and what they have to continue to do. And, that basically it's going to be counted against the cap for the next however many years too, because of all the different restructures that they've had to go with. So it just kind of is what it is at this point.
Well, so we're fairly confident that it'll set up for March 27th. That it'll be cut, but it'll be done as a post June 1st, and everything else that comes with that. You spread it out over a couple years. It is what it is. But like within that and knowing that, though, Miles, do you feel like the Browns are going to give Deshaun Watson a real chance to win the job for Week 1?
Well, if you believe, Todd Monken and what he was saying at the Combine, I mean, yes, it seems like it. And, I mean, I guess if he's there and you're going to pay him, kind of why not give him that opportunity? I did think it was interesting when Todd Monken was talking about how he would like to have the quarterback position settled by the time you get to training camp, knowing that may be a little bit unrealistic, just, because you can't really practice football in the spring. Like, there are things that you can do, but it's not real, pads on football stuff, football practice that you can do. So, I mean, I wish that we didn't have to continue to talk about number 4, but we do, and he's there, and especially with the new coaching staff, it's kind of like a why not? I mean, we'll see what they do in the draft. We'll see how Shedeur Sanders continues to progress along. Seems like Todd Monken and Shedeur Sanders are developing a little bit of a rapport. We'll see. But if you're paying him and he's there and the Browns offense has been as bad as it's been the last few years, I guess why not?
We do have a trade to announce here, as Ian Rappaport saying the Patriots are sending Garrett Bradbury to the Bears, giving them their new center. And so we got that going. So maybe one less suitor there for Tyler Linderbaum. Mm-hmm. So let's get to kind of the free agent outlook here. Some have described this as a transition year for the Browns, which is interesting because last year was a transition year. You can't do that twice in a row to my knowledge. But Andrew Berry did say they were going to be more aggressive than last year in free agency, even if they won't be hyper-aggressive. Where should we set our expectations for the Browns in free agency over the next 7 days?
Not high, but I think it's fair to think, all right, they're going to do some things in free agency to just bring in bodies. And so the best way, in my opinion, to use free agency is get players that you might not want to start, but who are capable of starting so that you don't have to go into the draft with like very, very obvious needs. And so with the Browns, that means addressing the offensive line. You just brought up Linderbaum. I mean, there's a good connection there, obviously, between the coaches that have come over from Baltimore and then Linderbaum. That would be a signing that makes a ton of sense. And the Browns also have to figure out what Joel Bitonio is going to do. And so, I think Andrew Berry at the Combine, I believe it was, talked about how, or maybe it was earlier this offseason, things run together, you guys know. Mm-hmm. But he talked about how the Bears had a kind of a model of doing what they did with the offensive line, where it was, okay, they kept some of their guys last year in the first year with Ben Johnson. Then they made some trades, brought in guys, and then they also did some things in free agency and the draft. And so you're not going to be able to probably replace all 5 players with, people you're totally unfamiliar with. So Linderbaum fits that, in that, okay, you need a center who's going to understand language that Todd Monken wants to use, especially if Shedeur Sanders ends up being the quarterback. You want that experienced center so he can help set the protections for the QB, and that just kind of takes something off the young QB's plate. That's something that you always want from an offensive line and a young QB. So I would say that it's going to be kind of filling holes in sort of a half-measure way. That means, okay, the Browns don't have to exactly do some things in the draft, but you're not going to be able to fill every hole, especially on offense, because there are just so many.
Geno Smith is the quarterback of the day. What are your thoughts on if the Browns brought in Geno Smith?
I mean, I'm going to paraphrase somebody who texted me the other day, but don't the Browns have Geno Smith at home already? I mean, Deshaun Watson is basically already Geno Smith. I mean, and that's kind of not fair to Geno Smith. And he's played well over the course of the last couple of years. Obviously not in 2025, but 2023, 2024. I mean, he did some really good things with the Seattle Seahawks. But you're talking about veteran QB, above the age of 35, not a long-term solution. I'm not sure why he would fit into the Browns' plans at this point from a quarterback standpoint. Because if you would contrast Geno Smith with a Kyler Murray, at least Kyler Murray's a little bit younger. If he were to come in, on the veteran minimum, which makes Murray the most attractive quarterback on the market right now, and he can come in and really work with Monken and further develop and get things going, then that would make more sense to me. But I don't know that, a Geno Smith makes much sense for where the Browns are right now.
So to give us your best guess, three teams that are really looking at quarterback upgrades or looking for guys that could be starters, so they're basically going to compete with the Browns for these tepid quarterback market here, are Minnesota, Arizona, and the Jets. How do you see those three spots being filled, and what does that leave for the Browns?
Well, I'll answer the last part of your question first. I mean, I think the Browns might have to stand pat at quarterback, and I think that they probably should want to. I mean, especially if, they are intrigued by one of these quarterbacks that's coming out in the draft, because you don't have to draft a guy at, in the top 10 where the Browns are. You can maybe use the later first-round pick to draft a Ty Simpson if you really want to. I don't know that I would necessarily do that. But also, I mean, you look in the second round and the third round, the Garrett Nussmeyers of the world, the Drew Allers of the world. If you really like one of them, then that's who you – and they're available, then, yeah, that might make more sense to get one of those guys there. But from the veteran, because like you have Deshaun Watson, you have Shadur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, I don't necessarily think is going to be a factor in quarterback competition based on what we saw last year. But, you have enough QBs that you don't need to go out and get a veteran just to get a veteran. I don't think that it behooves you very much to do something like that. But if you look at these other teams, right, I think Kyler Murray probably goes to Minnesota because he's the most attractive quarterback in the market, and Minnesota is the most attractive quarterback destination. I mean, not only are you being coached by Kevin O'Connell, but you get to throw to Justin freaking Jefferson. And man, oh man, I mean, that makes your life a whole lot easier as a quarterback when you have somebody like that to throw to. And not to mention Jordan Addison and Hawkinson and the rest of those guys. I mean, the Jets, if you believe the latest reporting, they might be interested in Carson Wentz. They have that Frank Reich connection, who's now the offensive play caller there, and they work together with the Indianapolis Colts. Mixed results that year in 2021, and that also was several years ago. I mean, that's a football generation ago at this point when you're talking about the 2021 season, so who knows how that's going to go. Jimmy Garoppolo may be the guy who ends up with the Arizona Cardinals, which – if you're an Arizona Cardinals fan, I mean, that doesn't sound too great, but he at least knows how to work with Mike LaFleur. Mike LaFleur, the new head coach there, was the Rams offensive coordinator, and Jimmy Garoppolo has been the Rams backup for the last couple of years. So that one, I think, also seems like a pretty good match.
All right, so if they stand pat, then is a lot of this just playing out for that 2027 season? Is that the big idea?
I mean, I guess, yeah. Unless one of these guys catches fire this year. I mean, it's hard to say that the Browns are rebuilding because what did they build before, right? I mean, like they got to the playoffs obviously in the first year of Stefanski's tenure, and then in 23 with Flacco at quarterback, and then the latter stages of that thing. But I mean, 24 and 25 were disasters. So it's not like you're rebuilding, you're building, and you have to think of it that way. I mean, and unless and until they get the quarterback right, then kind of the rest of what you build doesn't necessarily matter. They have a really good, talented defense. We know that. Even without Jim Schwartz, the talent is still going to be there. They're still going to play a similar scheme. Like I don't think the defense is going to be that much of a problem. They might not be as good as they were last year, but you still got Myles Garrett, right? The offense is average with a better running game. Browns could be okay. But this is the year to build. This is not the year to think, oh man, they're only one, two. I mean, like it's not a couple of pieces away. They are leagues, light years away, effectively, from really competing, especially at the top of the AFC. And I know the AFC was not necessarily as great as it has been, but I don't think Patrick Mahomes is going to continue to have, down years. Like the Chiefs will be back. The Bills, they're still going to be back. The Ravens still have Lamar Jackson. I mean, this is a tough conference, and so you really have to build at this point. And that's why you got to let's set the bar pretty low for the Browns right now, which is unfortunate when you have a general manager, going into year 7, but it just is what it is.
Not sure if you want the update there, Miles, but we now have a dash cam video from our guy Robert, and There's even more people than I realized. Like, this is auxiliary parking across the road. We're talking about the line bends to the road and then back towards the event. I think we might have gotten even past 330 people. We might be talking 400 people out there for the wine line for James Harden.
How cold is it today, too?
No, it's
actually a beautiful day.
Yeah, really nice day. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. What counts as really nice this time of year? Like 50? It's 50?
Yeah, around there. I think it's like 55.
You don't have to get cocky about it.
It's beautiful.
It's not really even sunny, but it's just 55. It's nice.
Yeah, it is.
It's been a while, Miles. It's nice.
It's 75 and sunny out here, just so you guys know.
But it's always that. So, come on.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about wildfires. So how about that?
Ooh.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and I do pay a lot more in rent. I do. It's true.
Look at that.
Couldn't even imagine that water bill.
Yeah, who's really enjoying their lives? It's still you. Miles, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, Miles.
All right, take care, guys.
Enjoy that sunset tonight.
Miles Simmons there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright Hotline, Cleveland's own. I do like when people are like, I would never live in California. I'm like, I could live in California.
Oh, yeah. No, it seems very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I can never live in Florida. You can't get your house insured. I'd find a way.
I'm sure you found this, too, when you lived in Charlotte. But when I lived in Houston, I used to always be like, well, it would get a little annoying being nice weather all year round, or at least warm weather all year round.
Yeah.
And then you get there, and then you start living there, and you're like, no, this never gets annoying.
Yeah.
Like, it just never gets annoying.
What you find out is there's a strong corollary between the quality of weather and your mental health. And I will tell you, I didn't realize that till we moved back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I didn't realize that
growing up, it just was what it was.
Yeah, maybe there's like a time in the winter where I'm just really sad all the time, and maybe that lines up. Didn't realize that until my winter was 50 degrees in Charlotte.
Hey, but now we're hitting spring, and we're getting to 55, and so we're setting up for a nice little stretch here.
So as bad as this year was, and that was a brutal 2 months from January to February, I've never been more alive right now.
I mean, today feels pretty great.
Thought I was dying for 2 months. I was emotionally dead inside, spiritually dead, but I am all the way back today, baby.
You were emotionally dead for that stretch, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never noticed. What a bad friend I am, I guess. I didn't even pick up on the signs.
No, I'm from the Midwest. I'm really good at hiding it.
Or I just think that's how everyone acts for
That's
that
true. Or you're just really comfortable with me being emotionally dead.
That might be it, too.
It's just you prefer me emotionally dead. Miles Simmons' reaction coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Precise Men's Medical Center, Cleveland's leader in
thing of the past. Try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I think the Browns might have to stand pat at quarterback. And I think that they probably should want to. I mean, especially if, they are intrigued by one of these quarterbacks that's coming out in the draft, because you don't have to draft a guy at, in the top 10 where the Browns are. You can maybe use the later first round pick to draft a Ty Simpson if you really want to. I don't know that I would necessarily do that. But also, I mean, you look in the second round and the third round, the Garrett Nussmeyers of the world, the Drew Allers of the world. If you really like one of them, then that's who you, and they're available, then yeah, that might make more sense to get one of those guys there. But from the veteran, because you have Deshaun Watson, you have Shadur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, I don't necessarily think is going to be a factor in quarterback competition based on what we saw last year, but you have enough QBs that you don't need to go out and get a veteran just to get a veteran.
That was Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk NFL writer, Cleveland's own in the previous segment. And I want to make it clear how much I like that young man.
Yeah, because there was a lot of things he said in that segment that I could tell you weren't going to agree with.
And by the way, it's a little condescending to call him a young man. He's like he is in his 30s. This is a grown man we're talking about. But
yeah, it's hard for people that were here so many years ago when he was an intern, though.
Former intern here, one of our best interns we ever had.
I would imagine so.
Truly decent human being. Anytime I've seen him out and about, whether it's here or the times I've gone to. This is a very, very good human being, and I like to say that to say,
yeah.
My new litmus test is, my new line that you have to clear is, if your answer to the Browns quarterback position, the most important position in the NFL, is standing pat, I'm striking your remarks from the record.
Okay.
Just on the Browns quarterback.
Yeah.
You want to talk about left tackle? I'll hear you on left tackle. It is bizarre to me how normalized this idea has become. I'm not saying they have to go all out. I'm not saying you have to do a lot. But do you have to attempt to put another serious NFL quarterback in that room? And understand, you can really get liberal with the use of the word serious on that one.
Yeah.
Do I think I need a little bit more from the Browns? Then we don't feel the need to do anything more than what we've got. Yes, because this is the NFL, for the love of God. And there is nobody within reason that can sell Shedeur or Deshaun starting 17 games next year with no real backup, with no real fallback plan.
I feel like the consensus has started to just become that everyone's comfortable with this transition year or whatever we want to call it. Like, I mean, it just, how many people do we have to talk to that tell you that this is what's going to go on before all of a sudden anybody thinks anything but this is happening?
I'm going to need more people to say it.
We're getting a lot of people.
It continues to be.
It doesn't mean it's going to happen, by the way.
It continues to be illogical to me.
Yes, but the entire stretch of this with the Browns has been illogical, and so I think people are just following the bouncing ball, and they're following how Andrew Berry has operated throughout this entire thing.
No one's doing this for the Jets, right? The Jets are waiting till 2027 for their quarterback. They're not running it back with Justin Fields and Jamoke number 5 that they played last year.
Well, no, because the Justin Fields thing is spent and it's done and it's over. So, like, by the proxy of that, you have to get a new one.
Like the Deshaun thing.
Well,
which is spent,
I would think so, but the Shedeur thing isn't spent and over, and so that is part of this equation. But the idea that they're replacing him with potentially Carson Wentz is the hot name today isn't like it elicits a lot of confidence if you're a Jets fan.
No, but that's still a more serious approach to take for your quarterback room with a new offensive coordinator and maybe new head coach after next year. But that's more of a serious approach to take at the quarterback spot than just run it back with Justin Fields and whatever other 2 guys failed last year.
I mean, it's a different approach, yeah, but it's still getting you to the same spot, essentially.
But what other team has done this? Like that, like there is an element of this of like the worst trade made in NFL history, a guy that has to be in the room because, a contract, and 2 rookie quarterbacks who was a late 3rd rounder and a 5th rounder. I'm trying to think of a time where teams just been like, we're going to hold pat right here.
You're not going to find examples because it's unprecedented nature because we've never done a Deshaun Watson deal before. And we've never had a team that has been so hell-bent to try to make this type of room work. And it's a different spot. There's no other way to look at it. It's a different spot.
Now, it is time from Deshaun in this godforsaken quarterback position of one day. We'll be talking about a real quarterback again.
Maybe one day.
Let's go ahead and get to the spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. So, Chase DeLauder did play today. So that's good.
That's good news.
Got him back in the lineup.
Alrighty then.
You have not heard this comment from Stephen Vogt.
No, you told me about it. I hadn't heard it at all. I'm excited to hear it.
It's one of those things where I saw the tweet of it. Because I think it was Mason. I cannot know how to say his last name. Holdinsky, I think, or Holdsky or something like that. Mason, I'm very sorry. You're doing a great job putting out Guardians content on social media. I don't know how to say your last name.
Okay.
However, he kind of typed out some of what Stephen Vogt said, and I said, oh, that's an interesting looking quote. And then I heard the quote, and I thought it was even more interesting once you hear it. A lot of times in baseball, you'll see like 30% of a quote typed out, and you'll go,
yeah,
oh, that's fire. And then you hear the other 70%, and you're like, nothing. This is nothing.
But every now and again, because baseball quotes sometimes go under the radar. You can get some really good quotes that just kind of just fly where no one's paying attention.
So this was Stephen Vogt talking earlier today about Chase DeLauder's status.
I mean, he's had a couple good days, so good day today, and legitimately day to day. We've altered the playing time that he maybe normally would have gotten just to make sure that we understand. You know, he's learning how to work. We're learning how to help Chase feel as close to 100% every day. And again, we have plenty of time for him to get game action. You know, starting to understand Chase. You know, we still haven't seen him a whole lot, but yeah, it's been good. I liked our process.
Struck me as a very curious answer.
I missed it. You're gonna have to spell it out for me on this one.
We have to learn him, and we have to try and figure out how to get him as close to 100% every day.
Isn't that more? The way I took it is just he's up at the big league level now, and he's going to be there on a consistent basis. So they have to figure out how he's going to operate with as injured of a player as he is.
Maybe it's because I was watching the video as well. Steven seemed very cautious with how he was describing this, which maybe that makes sense from the injury side of things. I detected, I don't want to say a frustration, but almost kind of a quizzical kind of answer from Stephen Vogt of like, we're trying to learn him, he's trying to learn us. Should we play it one more time?
I think I got it in the first go. If you want me to hear it again,
okay.
I can. I think I got it.
I just, when I heard him say that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because Stephen won.
That is part of the math with DeLauder in general.
It is, but I just wonder how frustrated the Guardians might be with this by this time.
I don't know that they have much of a choice. Like it's such a weird spot because they're playing so many young players this year, and they are expecting to get so much value added from just these young guys performing. But if there's any way to describe this year as they're approaching it right now, this is the year where they finally let just a lot of these young guys play.
They're stand pat year.
And they're very much so
going
in many
full
ways.
2026 Browns.
Very,
you never go
very
full
much.
But
like they want to see what a lot of these guys we've been talking about for a very long time can do. And DeLauder's so intriguing, and there's so much potential upside there. But what do you do with a guy that when I say he's made of glass, I'm being nice. Like that's like a kind thing to say about him.
Yeah, well, but I think I'm sore and I'm hurt. And I think that.
Oh, so you think maybe DeLauder's quick to go ahead and maybe excuse himself from some of this stuff.
This is the first time that I got the sense.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't pick up on that.
That maybe, and again, I'm taking a lot from a 20-second video here, but maybe there's some frustration that Chase DeLauder might have to suck it up a little bit.
So I did wonder about that with him in general. Just the idea that he's had a million different injuries and it's popped up all throughout his career. But it seems like it's a hand injury, then it's a foot injury, then it's one thing after another. And there was a part of me in the back of my mind that's like, at some point he just has to suck it up and do it.
Yeah.
Like if you want to have a baseball career of any sorts, this can't be your existence.
And even if it's not, I don't want to say a toughness issue, because again, I'm gleaming a lot from a 20-second piece of audio here. Mm-hmm. It could be the second now that he gets hurt, it's so in his head that he overcorrects, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And
okay.
I think I can understand how if you're the Guardians, there is, in baseball, there's you're healthy enough to play, you're not healthy enough to play, and the in-between is up to the player. And so if you have your suspicion rather, that the player might always lean towards, I don't think I'm up because I'm afraid of getting hurt, I can understand if that'd be incredibly frustrating.
Well, and I wouldn't put out the accusation that there's just a part of him that doesn't want to play every day because he just. But like when you have these type of injuries that just constantly pop up, it's got to seep to the back of your mind. There's got to be. Is it a lack of love for baseball. I'm not sure what to tell you.
I don't even think it's that. Because, I don't think you get to be where he is and not well, I think it's more just the gun shyness. I think when you have, 4 major injuries now in, I think, 4 years?
There's just so many.
I can understand if the idea is you almost err on the side of caution to the point where it's so overly cautious, even the team who can empathize with you to a point goes,
like I said,
I need you to start playing
Think about
every
how
day.
different it is. In college, he had the foot fractures with a hamstring injury. A couple years ago, it was the left foot, including a refracture, had hamstring strains and turf toe. Last year alone, it was the hamate bone, it was a sports hernia, and then it was all sorts of, and he had surgery for both, by the way. Surgery that took him 8 weeks and then 12 weeks. And then in spring training already, it's been lower body soreness.
Which brings to the question, why are you insisting on playing him in the field? I know you need outfielders, but you need hitters more than you need outfielders. It doesn't matter where they play.
Sure.
I'd rather have David Fry in left field instead of DHing Manzo at first and then DeLauder at DH, and just the only contact this dude is getting is in the box. Because I'm sorry, where do a fair amount of injuries happen? They happen in the field, especially if you're an injury-prone human being.
Yeah, you try to limit the amount of times you can actually get injured. I understand what you're saying completely. That was a. All right, I get what you're saying, and maybe it's a frustrated vote. I also didn't understand that the spring training so far it's been scratches for lower body soreness.
Yeah,
that feels very weak compared to like a right hamate bone, for instance. Or some of the sports hernia like he'd had previously. Lower body soreness that's not really playing through.
Are we a little? I don't want to say. Are the Guardians? You know what? Bleep it. Are the Guardians losing patience with Chase DeLauder? I just thought that was a really interesting comment and a very cautiously worded bit of stuff there from Stephen Vogt. And this spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. Now, the good news is it doesn't really matter because they don't really have any other options. So they're just going to kind of have to bear it and be as patient as possible.
And this is the year. This is the year they get to actually do this and try and see if DeLauder can stay healthy. And the easy bet, the easy money's on he won't be able to.
And you're sure as hell not trading him. Mac, just what's up?
No, Jeremy Fowler plays tweeting out recently, the Browns place a second-round restricted tender, $5.8 million on free safety Ronnie Hickman, per source.
So we got that.
Okay, then.
Would you rather have Ronnie Hickman back next year or a second-round pick? 216-474-0092.
They value him. He's a full-time starter last year.
I'm a big Ronnie Hickman guy. Give me
that's a big salary increase. All right.
In case we missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the book.
856-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Jason Pinkston, 320, former Browns offensive lineman. Thoughts on Joel Bitonio potentially not coming back to Cleveland, but continuing his NFL career. The George Warhop hire. Jason played under George when he was first here under the Pat Shurmur era. Good stuff there. Thoughts on the quarterback spot. Miles Simmons. I hated his Browns quarterback takes, but everything else, awesome. Miles is great as well. At 6 o'clock, Pro Football Talk NFL writer. But it is a Friday. It's a football Friday. Not really. It's a F-off Friday, a feel-good Friday. And it is time for In Case You Missed It.
All right, Nick, yesterday we talked about Logan Paul. Well, we have a match set up now, and I don't know that I love it. It's not an active NFL player. It's not Myles Garrett. We would have loved Myles Garrett. Logan Paul is setting up a match with Le'Veon Bell. Tail of the tape here. Logan, 30 years old. Le'Veon Bell, 34. Height, 6'2" for Logan. 6'1" for Le'Veon Bell. 220 for Logan. 225 as the weight for Le'Veon Bell. Both with 76-inch reach. I mean, Logan Paul is probably going to wipe the floor with him, and this is not good for the NFL players who are going to just dominate him debate.
Yeah, and this is, honestly, Le'Veon Bell kind of embarrassing NFL players here because Le'Veon had 3 good years and 1 good payday, and I like the guy as a football player, but just, like a real bad. Like I never thought Le'Veon Bell was a badass.
No, crazy person at times.
Yes.
Never thought badass.
Maybe that'll give him a chance.
The whole thing just kind of reeks of this was all set up, and I feel like we were all just it's all one big ruse. I get it.
Yeah, you wet the beak with Myles Garrett, and then it's bait and switch.
Tom Brady in there, and then Myles Garrett in there, and then all these NFL players, like active NFL, like Deion Dawkins, like active NFL players were like, we want to do this. I'll fight. And now it turns out that Logan Paul isn't even offering $1 million. I guess they're like an agreed upon. It's a bet for $1 million, which is completely changing the description that we first thought this was under. And it just feels like they're going to do this next weekend, apparently.
And can we also say...
we just completely fell for it.
And can we also say Tom Brady's been doing like a bleep talking thing with the Paul brothers? Tom, it's time to put an end to this midlife crisis. We get it. Your wife left you for a Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor, and then she got knocked up. That is a tough pill to swallow. But... you can get any model you want, and you pretty much have.
Yeah, and he has.
I need you to end with the boys to the men stuff on Instagram with the sad sack stuff, and I need you to stop trying to clout chase with the Paul brothers. I need more from Tom Brady on this. I know this is about the Paul brothers, but it made me think about Tom and his weird videos. Tom, I need you to get back to being an upstanding member of the community and somebody they hate watching do attempts at football analysis.
Counterpoint, all he's doing is like opening baseball card shops and then having all sorts of sex with all sorts of celebrities.
Yeah, but I don't think he's enjoying it, and I'm going to need him to enjoy it.
He's not enjoying it?
Hey, because he gets too mopey on social media.
Well,
every time something happens with Giselle, he gets in his feelings. It's like, Tom.
Every now and again, we get sad, Tom.
Tom, do what the rest of us do. Go to therapy. Figure it out. And by the way, you get to do other things we don't get to do, like the Instagram models. So at least enjoy it. Guys,
you want more happiness out of Tom? Is that the idea?
Yes, listen.
I know, I always say I see him out and about.
If Vanessa left me, 1, understandable. 2, I would be a sad sack because I will never get anybody as awesome as Vanessa.
Especially the the jiu-jitsu instructor.
Yes.
I mean, that's just,
And by the way, she'll upgrade on me. Let's just be very clear about that.
Yeah.
So that's a scenario where I'm just going to be walking around sad and lonely. And that's the way it should be for men that look like me.
Might go visit Yaya.
And honestly, that might be even sadder. But like Tom Brady, you look like $1 million, probably because you had some plastic surgery. You're able to get, 25 Bratislavan Instagram models, 25-year-old Bratislava Instagram models. You're living the life, kid. Okay, it's been a while. She's carried a full child to term.
I think he just has a lot of time on his hands right now, though.
Child to full term is what I meant.
Yeah, I think he just has a lot of time on his hands. I think Tom doesn't know what to do with all the time that he's got. That's the real crux of all this. This is why he's everywhere right now.
Yeah, that's what the money's for, Tom. So the money for is money for.
Money for?
All right, two things.
What was your Joe Batonio line earlier?
Joe Batoni?
Joe Batoni?
Hey, come on down to Batoni's and get some
Batoni.
pie. Hey,
Have some Senka.
Paisan. I love when Italian guys call each other Paisan. I'm like, I wish I could be a Paisan, but I'll never be a Paisan.
I haven't done that with my 5% Italian.
You got to go up to Zarella the next time you see him. You got to be like, Paisan. You just try it out.
Yeah, I think it's going to go great for me.
Well, no, and if he calls you on it, be like, you got to pull out the 23andMe.
I think most would naturally just, they'd be like, oh, I didn't know you were. And then they would just give me the quick, like, all right, we'll accept you.
You know who you got to start it with?
It's a quick accept.
Yeah, start it with whatever Don Vito's the kid in the morning is, because that kid's a pushover. Yeah, that kid's not gonna buck up at you at anything about Paisan. Although, would you want to Paisan him? I think that's a great question.
Does he kind of look like young Anthony Lima? If we were doing a
23andMe,
if we were doing like a made-for-TV movie about Anthony Lima's life and like started at 23-year-old Anthony Lima, I think young John might be casted.
I actually think he looks like John Vicari's younger brother, and I don't like, but like
Well, have you seen
not
it
cool
when they have like the obviously the 3-person screen, and then you look at the middle kid and you're like, it kind of looks like it's like. Did Lima adopt him, and now he's just part of the family? And then
I don't think that's how
like nepotism
genetics
at play?
work.
Fair.
I adopted him, and so now he looks like me. I think 24 years ago you did something.
Maybe at some point.
He has the odd confidence of somebody from Philly and has no idea he's walking into a buzzsaw. God bless him. Victim number 7.
They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out one day.
All right, two things. One, missed this yesterday. Yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of the passing of Michael Stanley. And Michael Stanley worked at WNCX, but Michael Stanley was basically the mayor of this building. And so this is my yearly time to remember and let everyone know that Michael Stanley was the coolest rock star anyone has ever met and the coolest dude ever. So want to make sure we say that. So sending love to his family on near the anniversary there.
Yep, definitely.
And then another Michael passing here is Michael Sokolowski. He was one of the 3 siblings that owned Sokolowski's in Tremont, which closed in 2020.
Yep, Sokolowski's in.
Apparently, he passed away late February. Just found out about this on Twitter at the age of 65. So sending love to the Sokolowski family. And it's a nice reminder that everybody in Cleveland misses Sokolowski's. Just while we're at it.
Yeah, I mean that was Les's spot in my mind. Always was. That was like when I associated that place, I always associated with Les because that was not only a sponsor of the television show that he had, but it was also just a constant thing that he talked about.
Yeah, and so that Les is. I always knew about it because we apparently when I was really little, that and Corky and Lenny's were the 2 places my dad would hang out with his comic friends at. So I apparently ate there a lot as a little kid, but it wasn't until Les, I mean, just everything. The kielbasa, the pierogies, just all of it. So, sending love to the family. It's it's just kind of a bummer. So, anyways, glad we could end this on a down note.
I mean,
thanks, Mac.
I like the connection you had of one Michael has been dead, and now let's talk about another Michael.
My Uncle Mike is also deceased.
Really? How many Michaels can we get to in this?
Give me time.
Yeah.
All right, big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yeah.
Yes.
Hadn't done that in a while. That's fun. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. I think this was a show. We did a show.
It definitely
today.
was. Yes,
Yeah.
It definitely was. So enjoy your weekend, and I'll talk to you on Monday.
I'm very hungry. I'm going to go have Reuben Pizza. And I'm going to take a 45-minute drive in about 5 seconds. See you, buddy.
See you, man.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.